Hmm.
Hopefully this will be my most popular stream ever. Just very unfortunate on what it's doing.
Still, Super Typhoon, right?
Yep, Super Typhoon officially a Category 5 now by the Joint Typhoon
Ooh,
Warning Center.
super
That
tough.
was as of 4 hours ago. Hopefully, though, it is
The
weakening.
worst part about this is,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah, we hope, but, storms be storms. Um, yeah,
Yeah, it does appear to
Category
be
3
weakening.
landfall near the north end of the Philippines. Very dangerously close to where everything was being hit prior.
Yes, I mean
They're definitely
the
going to get
northern
more
Philippines
rain.
have been hit non-stop, like back to back to back. Now we have a Category
Now it's
5.
northern. Now it's a northern, like north central
Yep,
part. That it's not the northern tip though. Thank God.
Catanduanas,
That does.
I think is the
Yeah,
name on
Taiwan's having a nice
Hurricanes. Yep.
rainstorm. I won't be surprised if the uppermost portion that's been hit by so many already gets hit again
Yeah,
sometime
Luzon's
later in the
expected to get hit
season.
by a Category 4 strength, 140 miles an hour when it hits there. So they are going to get hit again.
Great,
You're right on that.
great,
I forecast to hit stronger
not
than
great.
every other
Also, we
storm.
have that other little. We also have that Category 1 cyclone that's doing things
Oh yeah, I forgot to post about that. It's
out to
probably
sea, but still cyclone.
yeah, probably a Category 2 in my opinion. It doesn't
Category
seem.
1,
Mm-hmm.
uh, it's 85 miles per hour officially.
Let me take a look
Uh,
at
it's
satellite on
gonna
it. Because it was
it's
trying to
gonna
get its
come
core together anyway.
close to Madagascar, but not. Yeah, it's looking good the other day as tropical storm. Um,
I did get an eye
yeah, it's
earlier.
not gonna quite make it to Madagascar, but some rain
Mm-hmm.
next. At least for now, nothing's making its way over there.
Yep. Alright. Looking at they finally changed the mesosector imagery from uh that other tropical storm near Taiwan to the typhoon. I don't know why they kept it on the storm for so long. It was really needed on the typhoon a long time ago.
Duh. Yes.
They only changed it 3 hours ago to the Category
What?
5 typhoon.
Why?
I don't know. It was pretty much an obvious choice in my opinion to swap it over, but it took them a long time to do so. Now we can
Hmm.
get better data
Either
if
way,
we have it.
this
Yep.
storm. Yeah. Either way, this storm's gonna be a crushing blow again to the Philippines. I feel so bad for the Philippines because their structural integrity over there in certain parts are not necessarily the best.
Yeah.
There's parts of the Philippines that have fairly decent structures, but most of the parts of the Philippines I've seen are kind of in the more poorer sectors.
Yeah.
They always get hit. The ones that kind of have like what I call like tinfoil
Mhm.
structures,
Right now I'm trying to see if radar will
which
work.
is
I don't think radar's working.
it never wants to work nowadays.
Yep. It worked during one of the streams, but now they just shut it off after the first typhoon.
You know what I find interesting? Go look
Mhm.
at go look at Taiwan and tell me where that core is, because I see it.
Yep.
It still has like a little eye on radar.
Take a look
That
at it.
storm. What's left of
Oh
it.
yeah, I see it. It's probably a little bit of a glitch. I don't know. Well, no, actually, that might actually be the center. I don't know.
Let me check.
It's doing a weird land
Uh,
interaction thingy with Taiwan because of the mountains. The vortex center doesn't want to cross.
yeah, that might be the center.
Mm-hmm.
It's very weird. It's like one blast of convection, and that's it.
Yep. Hard to believe that this storm hit like not too long ago as a Category 4 on the Philippines. Now we have another
And now
Category
it's a
5 that's
little
coming.
cloud. Incredible. That
Yeah.
satellite is pretty, but also terrifying at the exact same time for what damage
Yes.
it's about to inflict. Well, it's already inflicting, but about to get worse.
Yep. The Eyewall is starting to approach land on the Catanduanas.
And speaking of the eye and the eye structure overall, it seems to be getting a little, might be getting a little finicky on one side.
Yeah, on the northern side it's a lot weaker. It seems like on at least on satellite.
That, and also I'm starting to see a little caving in on one side, but that might just be for now.
Yep. If you're talking about the northwestern
Well,
side,
yeah, I don't. I just think that's just trying to.
it looks like it's balanced out. Eye temperature
Yeah,
is nearly
for
19
now.
degrees
But the
Celsius.
second it goes over land, that might change
Yep.
because with these storms, one little, even if it's a small patch of land, if it goes over, these storms are so intense, the eyes
Yeah.
most time in most situations it does collapse,
Yep.
which does help with what's ahead of it, and that's probably what's going to severely weaken it if it goes through a
Yeah.
cycle.
It's just insane the power of this storm.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I had an observation. I was like looking at it the other day,
Mhm.
uh, aka yesterday. The forecast still said 130
Yeah.
this time, and I said, at this point, it really doesn't matter what the strength is. If it's a category 3, it's a category 3. It's gonna do damage,
Exactly.
and anything higher than that, it's gonna be way worse. And I still had the inkling that I was at least gonna get to super typhoon because the conditions are there for that.
Yes.
It's very common. It's around this time of year. It's scary how common it is for it to these storms to explode into Cat 3 plus.
Mhm.
Not all hit land, but there's a lot of land mass to hit.
Yep.
Anywhere from Japan to southern Philippines. If
Yeah, unfortunately.
in yeah.
Damien LeBrave just entered chat and says, "Hi guys, I just hopped on the live stream. How are you doing, Damien?" Oh yeah, I need to add a poll asking what signal warnings people are in.
Yeah, could you mind giving me updates on what the signal warnings are right now?
Yeah, I'll pull that up in a moment. Uh,
Screen sharing might be helpful.
yep, I'll do that shortly.
Yeah. Chat, you're enjoying me live from my car.
Yeah.
I'm not storm chasing. I'm astro chasing. I guess sky chasing.
Mhm. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna pull up my entire screen for you. Do that. There you go. Someone says that quick question: is this typhoon weaken or no? Does appear to be weakening. Let me pull that up. Right here looks a little bit worse than it was before. May just be a low end Cat 5, maybe even
Lopsided.
a high end Cat 4 at this point.
Even with cloud tops being at least a little weaker on one side, that doesn't necessarily mean it's weaker. It could be still extremely strong on one side.
Exactly.
Have to have one side could be Cat 4 strength, and the other side still could be Cat 5.
Hmm.
That northern must look weaker, but I've been starting to see a pattern recently that a lot of these storms have a lot of, at least one side's been very weak. All these
Yep.
storms.
I
I'm
don't
not
know
really
why that
seeing
is
any
right
fully
now.
symmetrical.
Oh, it might be an Eyewall replacement cycle. I don't know. I don't know though. Like that would be too large of an eye. I haven't really seen many updates.
Keep watching it. I mean, sometimes they don't get bigger,
Here, I'm gonna
or
see
if
if
they
I
do, they
can.
get bigger by a slight amount.
Hmm. I'm gonna try and pull up an update on signal warnings real quick. I pull this up on stream. Oh my god, it still says Kongray. I'm not streaming on Kongray. I don't know why that's glitched out and it still says Kongray.
Level.
God. I'm gonna try something. Let me do stop. And it's not supposed to say that as the title. There we go. Start. There we go, title saving.
You
Alright, so
know
here's a look
what?
at the
Hey,
latest cone from Pagasa. The intensity has it at, I don't know how much, but they have its, I don't know if they have it strengthening or, they do have it weakening, of course, over time, before its landfall in Manila. Signal 5 warnings are in effect for the Catanduanes Islands and part of Camarines. I don't know if this is the Bicol region. They have Signal 4 warnings all up for here, including Camarines Norte, Camarines Sur. They have Signal 3 warnings for the northern edge of Samar, Albay, Camarines Sur, and Quezon, including Balacan and Polillo Island. And then Signal 2 warnings are in effect for a huge chunk of Manila, including Metro Manila, or Luzon, I mean. And then a huge portion of, or it does include Metro Manila, includes all throughout here in parts of Samar, and then Signal 1 warnings include the rest of Luzon. So, those who are tuning in, I have a poll. If you would answer what region you're in, or what like signal warning you're in. We have people who are under the Signal 5 warning, saying though the Catanduanes Island just about to get hammered by the storm.
I'm looking at the eye.
Mm-hmm.
It's shrunk over time.
Yes.
I do wonder if that's just the beginning of a replacement.
I mean, around like 6 hours ago or so, or maybe 12 hours ago, we had a satellite pass that, or like a microwave pass that confirmed it was pretty much had almost double eye walls trying to develop.
Also, another point to mention is that yeah, it's definitely a lot more oval shapes right now. The center is wobbling a lot
Yeah.
as well, wobbling more towards the north. So I do wonder
Yeah, it is slightly
if it's
north of
gonna
forecasted.
if it's gonna well, it's definitely going to clip
Katanawanas
the
Islands.
islands.
It may just
Question
go
is,
north like this.
will it make an official landfall if it keeps wobbling?
But I feel like it's pretty certain that at least part of the eye will touch land.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to doubt that at all.
Yep.
But full proper landfall where its center is over, it might just be offshore.
Yeah. Good news is the farther north it goes, really, the less it will impact land as a stronger intensity. Fortunate news though is, Luzon's gonna get hit as like a powerful Category 4 at least. There's a large area of possibility on where it could go. It seems like now the cone would have it going somewhere in between here and then here. So yeah, Metro Manila, it doesn't seem like the center's going to go directly over you. You all could still receive typhoon force winds. That's not out of the question.
With a storm this big, I would say so.
Yep, let me share the stream.
Yeah, that eye is definitely getting elongated.
Mm-hmm.
Something's going on.
Yep. So, I mean, it is pretty clear. It is trying to weaken. Hopefully, it won't try and do a strengthening trend again within the next um, less than 12 hours, I think, until it makes its next landfall. Or no, it's going to be more than that. Keep forgetting it's 5 a.m., not 5 p.m. my time. So I mean, it does have less than 24 hours to try and complete anything if it wants to. Conditions are, I believe, less favorable. I mean, just waters are a little bit cooler, but other than that, it still can strengthen.
Yeah.
Just hoping that it will
Um,
continue to weaken up until its landfall there.
North Eyewall. Actions failing
I'm seeing a little
more.
bit of a new burst on the latest frames right in here.
Yeah, but look at just the eyewall itself. Just above that,
Oh yeah. Oops, let
you're
me
getting
pull that.
warmer temperatures on that side.
Yep, right through here. Not as much. It's trying to recover though. There may be a little bit, yeah, of this sign there of an eyewall replacement cycle right in here. Just, it's kind of trying to open up right in there. I'd like to see if we have any microwave imagery, stuff like that.
Be really
Okay.
great if we had radar.
Yep.
That could really tell us if something's going on.
Yeah, so here is the latest frame. This was as of 07Z, and right now it's around 10Z. So this was around 3 hours ago. We can kind of see that there's a double eye wall right in here. You have an eye wall right in here, and then you have a larger overall one.
Yeah,
Kind of hard to tell though.
I can kind of see it. Yeah.
Yep. So I mean, it does have at least multiple bands there that are showing showing it can undergo an eye wall replacement cycle, or it has that look to it. So
Yeah.
it should be another. It's less than 4 hours until it makes its potential landfall. Looks like that landfall will
Yeah.
be
Now potential. Yeah.
at 10 o'clock Philippine time, 9 o'clock our time. but it might just miss, which would be good news. But still, the northern tip of the Katanawanas Islands are going to be, or at least the northern half, are going to be getting major typhoon force winds from the southern Eyewall.
Yeah, could have just said getting battered.
Yep. They are
They will.
likely getting typhoon force winds right now.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Observations. Okay, there is a station in south or southern Katanawana. I'm gonna pull that up right there. This was out of date a little bit. This was an hour and 14 minutes ago. They had winds of 18 miles an hour. Of course, the winds aren't going to be as accurate, but they had a pressure of 998 millibars. Of course, that's steeply declining, but they are not going to get into the eye.
Mm,
We do have a station over here in Luzon that may get a direct hit from the eye whenever its approaches there. I don't
yep.
think we have a live camera anywhere there. Nope. The closest one is going to be Metro Manila, which is pretty far away.
Mm.
Damien LeBrave says, so then Eyewall replacement cycle confirm. I'm going to just ask some people real quick.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing you can do.
They're saying it's kind of Eyewall replacement cycle. Um, they're saying, yeah, the northern Eyewall has definitely weakened. Um, would be really nice if we had radar. I saw that there was radar screenshots of it, so I mean, I'm guessing that was only Pagasa stuff, not public.
Mm.
Yeah, it is trying to recover on that northern side. Got a new convective burst trying to swirl around. But we can tell it's unstable right now since it's firing up those convective bursts. It's not all together right now. And you can see how the colors have drastically cooled from once they, or warmed from once they once were. So yeah, overall the storm's weakening, but it peaked pretty strong, so it's probably at the borderline Cat 5, Cat 4 at this time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see what else Pagasa's posted. Oh, whoa, Twitter is doing pretty good. I didn't see that. Okay. That's not 543 live viewers, that's just 543 total views. I'm gonna make a post about the storm right now, off screen. Alright, gonna need to, whoops, did not mean to do that. Alright, let me get some satellite imagery on it. Probably infrared will be best. Oh no, I know what to use. This right here. Yep. Alright. Okay, I don't know how to spell that. Canadian snow. Alright, let me pull it up on stream again. The name of that, I don't know how to spell it. Catanduanes. There we go. Okay, close. Alright, just. Nope, whoops, I forgot to send in the thing. The actual imagery itself. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any chats. I don't think I am on Twitter.
Mhm.
Alright, it has tweeted. Oh, Zach Weather says, "Hi Chase. Hello, how are you doing?" I'm more active on YouTube responding to those comments. So I'm going to pull up the Pagasa website, read its latest discussion. This was as of like an hour ago, 90 minutes ago, roughly. Let me see if I can find it. It'd be this document. And I'll have to scroll down all the way to the bottom when it decides to load. Alright, so compared to the center of forecast, the storm is roughly 10 kilometers northeast. So if we extrapolate that, just go 10 kilometers northeast of the Catanduanes Island, or the center of the cone, and it's just narrowly misses the islands. Still, though, the Eyewall, or Eye, extends roughly 13 kilometers away from the center, so it's around 26 kilometers wide. So 30 kilometers wide, so even if it goes, it'd have to go roughly 15 kilometers north of the islands for it to completely miss the eye. All right. Okay, here's the document. Alright, so Pepito is forecast to move generally west-northwestward within the next 3 days, before turning generally westward to west-southwestward on Monday, the 18th of November afternoon, to Thursday, the 20th of November early morning. On the track forecast, Pepito is more likely to make landfall in the vicinity of the Catanduanes tonight or tomorrow, 17th November early morning. However, considering the limits of confidence forecast cone, landfall scenario of the eastern coast of Cameroon Sur or Al Bay during the same time frame, if it moves slightly south of forecast track, or along the eastern coast of Quezon or Aurora tomorrow afternoon or evening remains, if it moves slightly north of the forecast track. And it seems to be moving slightly north of the forecast track right now. So it does seem it would strike the general region of Aurora. Yeah, mainly Aurora. Forget how long that province is. Alright. Pepito is expected to exit the Philippine responsibility or area of responsibility on Monday. Regardless of the landfall point, the Pepito will move generally west-northwestward over the weekend and pass over or near the localities of Bicol region, central Luzon, Quezon, and southern portions of Ilocos region and Cordelia administrative region before merging over the West Philippine Sea tomorrow evening or Monday morning. It must be emphasized that heavy rainfall, severe winds, and storm surge may still be experienced in localities outside the landfall point and the forecast confidence cone. Refer to other hazards affecting land for more details. Furthermore, the track may still shift within the limit of the forecast cone. Pepito is approaching its peak intensity. It's likely already past peak. You see, they say with radar imagery showing signs of eyewall replacement cycle. So yeah, radar is. They do have radar somewhere. The intensity of Pepito may begin to maintain or slightly decrease in the next coming hours. However, if the eyewall replacement cycle finishes prior to its passage over the Catanduanes, the super typhoon will resume intensifying as forecasted. Nevertheless, Pepito will likely make landfall over the Catanduanes as a super typhoon at or near peak intensity, and as a super typhoon or a typhoon over the Quezon Aurora area. Significant weakening will occur during the passage of Pepito over mainland Luzon tomorrow, but it will likely remain as a typhoon until it reaches the western Pacific Sea. So they do believe it's undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle right now. They said from latest radar imagery, which I don't see that. Wish it would be public.
We will cry.
Mm-hmm. Just double checking there isn't anything. Yep, nothing, unfortunately. We can see some of the outer bands, though, to its south. Right down here, throughout this area. I forget what this is called. That is going to be Samar. Right over here, we can see some outer bands roughly impacting Samar and areas to its west. That would be Masbates. Right in here, getting a decent thunderstorm, and we can also see the stuff on satellite right there. Right through here. Of course, outer bands not as intense as the main core itself. We got some decent thunderstorms popping up to its east. Fortunately, not impacting land right now. Uh, okay. Yep, I'm going to go back to higher resolution imagery right here. The eye has cooled down to 17 degrees Celsius now. Oh, and that convective burst there now, it's fully solidified the white ring now, right in here. Earlier was broken. Let's see. Okay, no one said anything there. Whoops. But yeah, I mean, it still has a huge region of 9 degrees Celsius or higher. That's this color right in here. And then it also has a huge area of minus 30 or higher, so it is a pretty solid eye. So it's not going to close up
Yeah.
in just yet. Anyways, yeah, the main core is impacting the Catanduanes Islands right there. The eye wall itself is right around here, which is going to be a while until it impacts the islands there. I don't know exactly where it could be. It could be right in there. Should be generally right there.
Chase, I have to head out
Mm-hmm.
for now.
Yep. Well,
But
thank you so much for popping in.
as I do from
Mm-hmm.
time to time, good luck.
Yep. Thank you so much. Talk to you later.
See you.
Yep. All right. We got a thunderstorm potentially bubbling up near, right over here near Tarlac City in Paniqui. Right there. This rain band is going to be heading westwards and headed towards Paluig, that general area. And then it should go out to sea. Yeah, it could just saturate the ground quite a bit, which is not good, considering the fact that they're also going to be hit by a super typhoon. Currently, it is the Catanduanes Islands that is getting the worst of it right now. You can see some of the parts of, I believe, the Bicol region. I'm going to search that up off screen just to double check the Bicol region. Okay, this whole thing is the Bicol region. Got it. That's what I wanted to check. So it is going to hit the rest of the Bicol region over the next few hours, or next 6 hours or so. I'm going to check on Twitter what else Pagasa has posted. They don't have much about the rainfall forecast. This was as of 6 hours ago. So this would be today's impacts. This would be up until around. Oh, it's only 6 p.m. for you all. This would be around 18 hours from now, I think. Unless it's. I don't know when this would be. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, that'd be 6 plus 12 hours. This would be 18 hours. I don't know how correct this is, though. Maybe, yeah. Alright, so we can see that the areas of getting intense to torrential rain include the Catanduanes and the Camarines right over there. With over 200 millimeters of rain, that's widespread incidents of severe flooding and landslides are expected. And we can see the areas of heavy to intense rainfall, including the eastern and northern edges of Samar, Albay, and then Quezon through here. And you can see the areas of moderate to heavy rainfall, at least 50 millimeters of rain, in Leyte, Samar, Masbate, Sorogon, that general area. That's just for today's impacts. Tomorrow, though, we have a lot more areas now getting intense to torrential rainfall. All throughout here, including at Quezon, Rizal, Nueve, Egaje, all throughout here, including Aurora, which will likely be the landfall point. So you can see where the intense to torrential rainfall is generally where the storm itself is going to track. But then we can see other areas for heavy to intense rainfall, which does include Metro Manila. It does include Camarines Norte, Laguna, Cavite, Bataan, this whole area, the Union as well. And we can see moderate to heavy rainfall, including the Camarines Sur, and then most of the rest of Luzon, including the Babuin group of islands. Those are mainly going to be from the outer bands, not the core itself. So it does seem in and around 3.5 hours or so, the storm should make its landfall. Keep in mind, guys, this will not be the only stream I do. I will be doing another stream when it makes its next landfall. But currently, it's looking like it may just narrowly miss the Catanduanes Islands as a center point. When we refer to landfall, we mean the center, the dead center of the eye, which is right here, right now, going from ocean to land. If it does not do that, and if the center goes right through here, then that would not be considered a landfall. Now, if we take a look at its overall storm, like right through here, and go in right there, we take a look at it right through here and we just extrapolate that, make it go through the path, we can see that some areas could get into the eye right there. And this is just the calm slot. Keep in mind the eye wall goes a little bit further than that. If we take the path once again right through here, we take a look at the areas of probably super typhoon force winds, at least in here. We extrapolate that down. We can see the northern half of the Katanawana Island getting super typhoon force winds potentially. So even though the center may not go directly over land, they could get much of the impacts. And if it makes a wobble to the south, nearly the entire island could get impacts from it. If the center touches land, almost the entire island could get those very strong winds. But for right now, typhoon force winds are occurring for nearly the entire island. That will occur for parts of the Baikal region as we go in with time. I don't know though, I'm going to pull up a cone from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center just to check. Yep, we can see how broad the typhoon force winds are occurring right there. If we extrapolate that throughout the forecast cone, this is just the center forecast right through here on where typhoon force winds are most likely to occur. Keep in mind, this is only if the storm follows that track. The damaging winds right here, this is stuff like, trees down, power outages, begin right through here. Oh, whoops, I messed that up completely, sorry. Whoops. Let's go through this again. So the worst winds are going to be occurring through probably right in here. Right in this general area. Then continue up until its landfall. Okay, I'm going to do that again. Sorry, everyone. You know what? I'm going to use this tool instead because this seems easier to use. Yep. So if we go for strongest winds right now, probably occurring somewhere in here. Should generally occur right through here and shrink as we go with time. This is going to be the strongest winds that occur. In terms of typhoon force winds, we extrapolate that. Should occur something like this. And then get smaller and smaller as we go in with time. Right through there. Then this is just the center of the forecast, keep that in mind, and I'll show you all what I mean by that. If we go to damaging winds, like I said, power outages, stuff like that, we can see it gets shorter and shorter with time. Right in there. The northern edge does seem to be the one that extends out farther. And then if we go for at least tropical storm force winds, again, right in here, does narrowly miss, or does actually impact Metro Manila. We'll see if that verifies or not. So here's the general range right now of all the winds. So this is where it's at right now, and it's going a little bit more north. It could shift this direction right up here, impacting Casiguran, or it could just go a little bit south and get more impacts on Metro Manila. We'll see. It does seem like Metro Manila will miss out on the strongest winds, but they still will likely get powerful winds. And let's see if there's any questions on Twitter right now. So Mitch updates ask possible effects on Metro Manila, specifically Valenzuela. Let's pull that up. Alright, Valenzuela's over here. It does seem like, if I pull up their forecast, not much is expected until November 17th noon, I believe. I don't know when that is, though. But in terms of tomorrow, Metro Manila is expected to get heavy to intense rainfall, around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, as we can see there. And then they are under a signal 2 warning that may go up with time. We'll see. We'll see if it's still a super typhoon by the time it reaches Aurora. And then if we go over to windy right here for a rainfall forecast, I need to change the settings real quick just so that everything's in the correct thing. Yep, millimeters. Perfect. So if we go over to a rainfall forecast, nope, wrong thing, rainfall accumulation over time. This is just one model run over the next, let's see, how far do I want it? Yeah, let's do 24 hours or so. We can see this forecast, let me turn off cameras, has them getting around 50 millimeters or so. This is just one model run. The American model run has its also getting around 60 millimeters of rain, 75 roughly. Here, I'll do a 2-day forecast. The Access model, this is the high resolution model here, has them getting around 37 millimeters. But this one does have the area right over here. I don't know what that's called. That is going to be Polo Island, just offshore, getting nearly 300 millimeters of rainfall. Really bad for flash flooding. And we can see as we go further inland as well, over 200 millimeters of rainfall wherever the center may go. These high rainfall amounts may occur. Now keep this in mind. The high rainfall amounts may occur over here. They also may occur over here. Just depends on where the center goes. And if we pull up the German model right here, this one shows the rainfall totals being a little bit farther north, around 250 millimeters. This would spare Metro Manila and Venezuela or Valenzuela in around only 25 millimeters of rain. It seems like it may go on that northern edge of the track. Because keep in mind, this is the current forecast, and this is where the center is located. So there's a little bit of a difference there. So if it continues on that track, it's going to be a little bit more north. And keep in mind, the center is not expected to go over Metro Manila. You see the cone of uncertainty right here, the confidence cone, does not include Metro Manila. They still will likely see some sort of impact from this system. FBI in chat says signal number 2 here, Metro Manila. Yep, Metro Manila is going to be the signal 2 warning that most people are tuning in from. There we can see how many areas are under the signal 2 warning. It does include the southern half of Isabela, and it does include the entirety of Aurora, which seems like they could get a landfall. The areas that could get a landfall, I'm gonna pull that up. I believe this app has a hurricane tracker. Yep. There we go. If we pull up the forecast cone, okay, that's a model run. That's not what I was looking for. Let's see. Not what I'm looking for, but yeah, here's some potential tracks. This is the JMA forecast cone. I don't know how good this is at all. If we pull up current satellite, though, we can see it should be a little bit more north. Yeah, the storm's a bit more north than forecasted. And then I don't know what all this is. Okay, these are just model runs, I guess. Yeah, so current forecast, though, does show the system potentially making landfall in Aurora. They also have, so there's not a difference there. Bulletin is where? Over here, I believe. Yeah, so not over there. They do have it potentially on Aurora, and they do have it on Quezon. So somewhere in between there. maybe even making landfall on Polillo Island over here. That is certainly a possibility. So that, yeah, those are the main areas that are in the forecast cone. We can shift the cone a little bit more north, I'd say, because it's already up here. It'd still have to broaden out, so it's probably going to make landfall somewhere in this cone that are going to get the strongest winds out of the storm. It does include Bambang, San Jose, and Baguio, San Carlos, those general areas. Mitch updates says, will this continue on a weakening trend after the Catanduanes Islands? So this is undergoing what we call an Eyewall replacement cycle, meaning it's overall trying to weaken. Um, the thing is, will it complete it in time? The system, currently what an Eyewall replacement cycle does, is it weakens the storm's strongest winds, but it broadens out the winds, so that the winds are occurring for a much broader area. Basically, it makes the storm overall larger, so the rain bands are occurring throughout a larger area. Um, but it does weaken the storm for bits. If it is able to complete its eyewall replacement cycle, it will actually intensify the storm, probably back up to Category 5 status again, if it is able to complete it. So it's too far out to say if it will continue its weakening trend after the Catanduanes Islands. We'll see. Right now we can already see that white color building back up on the northern edge of the storm, meaning it's trying to, looks like it's at least structurally wise, intensifying there. But again, it is trying to undergo an eye wall replacement cycle. The eye would, in theory, collapse and then reform again. So I do believe it is weakening at this time. Wow. Just looking at the eye of the storm. Okay, so there is radar, but it's too out of date, it appears. Alright, I'm gonna see where Cyclone is. He's a storm chaser. Follows this stuff. Do you think it will have a secondary peak post Catanduanes? It's possible. It is certainly possible if it's able to speed run, quickly finish its replacement cycle. It is certainly possible. It has around 18 hours or so until it would make its secondary landfall. We'll see. I'm just gonna pull this up right here. Okay, I know I just butchered that spelling. Alright, he is over here. Okay, he's waiting for just seeing this. Alright. So he's positioning himself right around here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the Catanduanes Islands are going to get a direct center pass of the eye. Thankfully, though, this has shifted more and more to the north. I mean, it's going to avoid heavily populated areas, including Metro Manila, stuff like that. But these areas are going to still get some gusty showers, stuff like that at the very least. If it does make a southern southward jog, they will get stronger impacts from the storm. Oh, Shelby's here. Hi, Chase. I'm back. 170. Sorry, the chair's squeaking. Okay. 170 mile an hour wind speed is crazy monster storm ManYi. 170 miles. I don't hate to be that nerd guy, but 170 doesn't exist due to not to wind conversions, just by things like that. So it probably peaked out at 175 potentially. I don't know. I was asleep during that, or asleep after it continued intensifying. Shelby says, by the way, I'm waiting all day for this stream. Yep, thank you so much for tuning in. And 3 hours until landfall, unlike Usagi 4 hours. Well, I started the stream at around 4 hours. It might not even make a landfall. We're not sure yet. They are still in the cone though, so they're likely going to get super typhoon force winds. Just keep in mind, the eye right here, or the center of the point, doesn't have the strongest winds. The strongest winds are occurring all throughout here, which means they're almost touching the coast of the Katanawanas. I don't think we have radar, unfortunately. Yep, that's sad. Yep, those who are tuning into the stream, if you want to know your local area's impacts, you can always just type it in chat and I'll be happy to answer. The eye temperature is cooling now from around 18 degrees Celsius an hour ago to now almost 13 Celsius. So you can see that color in here becoming more white in the center, and it's starting to close up. So I mean, of course, this does show it is trying to weaken. Take a look at these thunderstorms, though, developing on this eastern side right there. Pretty powerful. Fortunately, though, those are not impacting land at this time. We do have a scattered thunderstorm down here. Don't know the entire. I think it's south of Masbate. And yeah, we did have a thunderstorm over here briefly. Yeah, the main thunderstorms are all on the eastern side, fortunately, preventing those bands of flash flooding from happening before the storm hits. Of course, these areas are going to all likely receive flooding from it. Shelby says it's intensifying. I don't think so right now. I personally believe it is weakening. It's probably a category 4 at this point. I don't know though. I'm going to pull up. Let's see this right. Okay. Sorry guys, just trying to pull this up. There we go. Here's its full intensification phase. Oh wow, yeah, you can see that whole storm get torn apart there. Alright, so it likely peaked at around 0Z. Okay, so that was likely its peak. Well, no, that's when it just became a Category 5. Yeah, I don't know how strong it likely peaked as. It's too hard to say because it was already undergoing its Eyewall replacement cycle at that point. It might have only peaked out as a minimal Cat 5. I'm going to ask people real quick. Ooh, we can see an eye starting to develop on Tropical Cyclone Becky over here. Let's take a look at that. I don't know if we have visible still on it. Here, look at that eye popping out now with Becky. Trying to get itself going. Likely a Category 2 at this point. It's hard to tell what it's doing right now because we don't have much information on it with microwave passes, stuff like that. ManYi's so kind, he tried to weaken so no people die. Well, I mean, I don't know how many people are gonna pass from this storm. It's very unfortunate that they're getting hit again, back to back, like 5 times in 3 weeks. So really unfortunate news. Shelby says there's a hypercane on the Atlantic. What do you mean by that? Oh wait, what did they up that other? Okay, sorry, this thing's lagging a bit. I'm gonna refresh it. Still around 10% over here. That's strange. It really looks like a tropical cyclone. It's getting there. Okay, Sarah has weakened slightly, it appears. They do still forecast brief strengthening, and of course dissipation in the Bay of Campeche. I have to watch that, and also impacts are going to be expected in parts of Florida from the system. Thanks to this, yep, right in here. Yep, so slight impacts expected across the panhandle from flooding. See that over here, large area of over 2 inches of rain. Alright, so here if we go to this point, you can see the low already turning into a frontal mess. And then just skidding by over there. Makes it all the way up towards Maine, actually. That's quite impressive. Anyways, going back to the storm, you can see how that northern edge was fractured right here, and then it's trying to recover. Then you can see there's another hole appearing over here, so it's not really that good. Earlier it was a lot wider. See this ring and around peak was around this large. Now I'm gonna draw it with a different tool. Around this large. Right there, and then if we go in with time, you'll notice how much it shrinks. So, I mean, it looks a lot worse now, of course. Why always Florida, man? Yeah, I don't know. Right now it's why always the Philippines. So they're now getting hit by the Eyewall, it appears. I don't know where exactly the Eyewall would be considered in here. But you can see the entirety of it is trying to recover. Right in there we got 3 new what we call vertical heat towers, basically convective bursts right here that are circling. Okay, whoops. That are all circling around one another. See it right in here, right in here, right in here. So, I mean, it is trying to get better organized a bit, but it's missing a lot of its convection it once had. You can see all of them over here firing up. That's the kind of convection it would need. Where the island, the Catanawanas, the eastern part of it is starting to enter in that calmer slots. I don't think it'd be the Eyewall until they reach right around here for the worst conditions. They are currently getting hammered quite a bit right now. Yeah, the worst conditions are likely going to be right in here. So the islands are not that far away from it. I could pull it up on satellite again. Right. Alright, so yeah, the Katana one was, yeah, I forget this is out of date. Sorry about that. If I pull up on here, let's go to settings and then try to pull up kilometers instead. Distance. Yep, kilometers already. If we pull up the distance from the edge of the eye wall, somewhere right in here to the edge of land, it's only around 30 kilometers away, so getting closer and closer. And then the eye itself is around 50 kilometers away from land. We'll see if it does make a landfall or not. It's around 3 hours now until it would, if it does make a landfall. It seems like it may just narrowly miss it. To the north right there, it is slightly north of the forecast cone, center at least. 13 kilometers north now, it's getting farther and farther to the north. Yeah, TH2408 says it may not make landfall in the Katanawanas. Yeah, the big thing is, keep in mind though, the center of the storm has to touch land for it to be a landfall. That doesn't mean that the eye won't touch land. Doesn't mean that the worst winds are gonna not touch land. Doesn't even mean that typhoon force winds are not gonna touch land. So it's like, whoops. So it does seem likely that they will get really bad impacts from the storm no matter what. Shelby says 6 a.m. on Washington. Yep, 6 a.m. for me. Sun is still not out. It's still dark for me. Alright, so let's take a look at the forecasted path that it will take throughout the next 24 hours or so, and around, I don't know what time that is, let me just double check. Okay, that would be around 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. for you all in the Philippines. Right in here, where it's supposed to be still a Category 4, nearly a super typhoon. Pagasa is forecasting it to remain a super typhoon when it approaches the area of Aurora. So yeah, it should approach somewhere within Aurora. It should make its landfall, and the worst impact should occur in Aurora. Then it will propagate inland, and then go back out into the western Pacific, or out back over the South China Sea this time. Still as a typhoon, weakening though. Then should once again head towards Vietnam and Hainan Island. So we've gotten multiple storms that have entered the South China Sea recently, including Usagi, also known as Ophel. Maddox, who's in, I don't know where they are, but they says we might experience some tropical storm winds tomorrow, probably morning or afternoon. Yep, you all are under the Signal 2 warning, he said. Shelby says Manila's lucky the Eyewall won't hit them. Yes, they are lucky. I see that viewers are joining. If you all want to enter in where you're located at and you want to know some impacts, it's fine. Mitch update says PJ Mendez on Facebook is doing a live stream. Let's pull that up. And I haven't ate yet, so I'm just going to be trying to eat a bit. That's okay with you all.
update niya. Medyo maribok siya ta naka-generator. Sa taas ang grabe. Pilik. May signal pa. Ayan. So far day paning day pagkatama. Malakas makusog. Day pa po uling baha, bako pang baha. Oh Sir Orwin, pira katanduanes po. Pirak po. Ma'am Princess, day pa po siya ning baha. So bako siyang makusog. Bako pang makusog ang ulan, pero hangin iyo kakinusog na. Hey, Ma'am Sarah.
Alright, thank you guys. Oops, let me mute that.
Oh, pag na
Alright, thank you guys so much for letting me eat for a moment. Sorry about that. Let me just get a sip of water real quick. And then I'll be back to streaming, or back to covering it. Alright, so we're looking at Typhoon ManYi, also known as Pepito, in the Philippines, about to clip the northern edge of the Catanduanes Island. Right there, those in Cameroon. Virac should not get the worst winds, but areas like Igmoto, Viga, Megamenek, Pandan, this whole northern half of the Catanduanes Islands are going to get the worst conditions of the storm, likely potentially super typhoon force winds. Richard Eclipse says, is the typhoon slowly weakening at this moment? It does seem like it should be weakening. Oops, why don't I have... Okay. Here we go. Right in here, the eye temperature is continuing to... well, it actually warmed up briefly. But it's around 13 degrees Celsius. Yeah, the island is starting to enter in the cooler slots, or warmer slot of the storm. So it does appear to be weakening. I do believe it's weakening there. Richard says, nope, it's not. Well, it does seem to be weakening, though, at this time. The structure of the storm is undergoing an Eyewall replacement cycle, so it isn't doing as well. So it should continue to weaken until it completes the replacement cycle. Shelby, you shouldn't be joking about that. Just want to say that right there. Just gonna put you in a bit of a punishment there from that. Just don't be joking about that. Richard Eclipse, okay, thank you so much. I didn't realize it would delete all the messages. That wasn't supposed to happen. Yeah, it shouldn't be. Or, I mean, it won't be used again. Hey, we could see all the thunderstorms developing on the northern side of the storm as well, right up here, that have been bubbling up. Of course, the storms on the eastern side, right through here, are going to be the most tornadic, right in here. This would eventually affect parts of northern Luzon, but that isn't what we're concerned about right now. Of course, right now we're concerned about the main typhoon itself, the dangerous winds and storm surge. Speaking of storm surge, if we take a look at where the winds are blowing, roughly, we can see that the northern edge of the Catanduanes Island is going to be getting the worst surge right there, where the winds are blowing onshore, pushing the water from the ocean to land. And then it will be parts of the western coast as well. Not as bad, though, as the storm progresses further. I'm curious what the Facebook stream is showing.
Sakap ka sa taas. Napaparidon ka na. Di siya masyadong makusog gilingon o yata. Nasa likod kami. Ang hangin hari sa likod. Kaya, kaya lang nga kaya kung ipailing sa inyo.
See, the winds are picking up.
Pero kumandangog nyo, halos kasiwig ng mga hangin. Uyaw sa wire.
Don't know where they are right now, though. Alright, in around 50 or 49 minutes, we should get an update from Pagasa showing the, new signal warnings, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so here's a look at their wind field earlier, where we can see at least storm force winds occurring right in here. And then we can see the at least strong winds occurring right through here. And I'll show you all why I'm circling this. If we progress in time to where the storm is right now, see that at least storm force winds are occurring for the entirety of the Catanduanes Islands. Okay, I forgot how to pronounce it. Whoops, and then you can see the areas of at least strong winds starting to approach Polillo Island, then starting to approach, of course, Luzon and the Bicol region. As we go further in time, we can see that at least storm force winds on this cone would be occurring for parts of Metro Manila, but it may go a little bit more north and they may avoid that. They still will, no matter what, get at least strong winds from this system. Translator, please. Medax says, Chase, I started to see a low clouds in my area. It's moving, what general area are you at? They said it's moving northwest to southeast. That makes sense, and I'd like to show it to you all. If I go on here. So it'd be northwest. Southeast would be blowing this way. Yep, into the general circulation of the storm. I don't know where you all would be. I'm not yet, but there's little winds here now, 5 to 10 kilometers per hour. Not much there. I'm in Imus Cavites. See where that is. Thank you. I'm going to ask, is it over here, would you say? Oh yeah, I'd be over here then, Cavites. Over there, so let's take a look at the clouds right there. So it's right in here. These are the upper level clouds. These are the clouds that are way up in the sky, the cirrus clouds, those wispy clouds that are moving this way. Actually moving a little bit more this way over the area. But yeah, the low-level clouds would make sense that it's moving this way. Let's see, are the winds blowing that way as well? I'm assuming, yep. It's kind of all over the place. Winds that way, winds this way, winds this way, winds that way, so it's kind of all over the place. So northwest to southeast would be this general direction. Yep, so that would mean that you're in the overall circulation of the storm then, if you're seeing those clouds moving that direction. Which would make sense, this is a pretty large storm right now. So I'd be going this direction and then funneling into the storm. Here, actually, we can take a look at it right through here. Yeah, I don't know if that's from the storm itself yet. Okay, this is lagging a bit. Let's pull this up again. I don't know if that's from the storm yet. Again, sorry for the lag. Or the frame rate. As soon as it touches the coast, there isn't really much of a wind shift right there. The overall circulation, if I zoom out some more, does appear to be roughly right through here. Then it gets cut off, and then it comes right around. So yeah, right in here, roughly, is the overall influence. So it hasn't reached you all just yet. It seems like, though, that the winds are just moving south because they normally do. I don't know why. Also, we can see the remnants of the other storm right now. Man, I forget the name of it. The storm that, not this one over here, but this one down here. Now it's a open trough, meaning that the circulation's broken now. There isn't a circle. It's just a line that kinks up. We can also see the remnants of Eyewall near Taiwan. They're just circling around right in here. Does not want to touch the coast because, well, I mean, it's mountains right here, and it just causes it to circle back around. Right now there's finally light outside. My house, at least. You can see it looks like an eye on here almost. Pretty cool. What's not cool is this typhoon here. Let's take a look at the latest satellite imagery on it. The eye has warmed slightly now to 14 degrees Celsius. Has maintained it for 2 frames now. Hey, we can see that new convective burst that happened on the northern side starting to fizzle out. We can see now also in the latest frame here, notice how the eye is starting to open up to touch the Katanawanas island right in there. We'll also be able to see it more on this imagery right here. Notice how the eye is touching them right in there. At least the outer edge of this, the upper level eye right in here. They are not getting the worst winds yet. Let's see if the stream's still running.
Oh, naka-update ako kunyan ta igwa ko.
Not getting much right now. Well, so if we take a look at the environmental conditions of the storm. Oh wait, here's some wind on it. I'm gonna take a look at that. Alright, here's a look at where the winds were earlier. And I'll try and show this to you all, what this means. Okay, so yeah, you in Manila, or the area right in there. kind of. Alright, so if I circle the worst winds right in here, these are going to be the major typhoon force winds. Right in here, and I compare it to the center of the storm. Oh, I'm going to do this again. Center was right here. Let me take a look at it. And we extrapolate that by moving it forward. The storm's right around here. So the entire island may miss those major typhoon force winds. So it appears I was wrong. Yeah, the northern edge would have the strongest winds. And if we push that forward right in here, this is where I believe, yep, that is where the major typhoon force winds would be occurring. So let me highlight that. This would be like category 4 winds or higher. Yeah. So right in here, and then I compare it to the center. If we extrapolate that forward, right here we can see it may narrowly miss those islands, and that it hit parts of Aurora. And if we take a look at the actual major typhoon force winds, this would be around category 3 or stronger. Right around here. Yep, and then we take it forward by putting it right in there. We can see that major typhoon force winds are likely to occur for much of the northern half of the Catanduanes Islands. And right now the storm itself is centered just east there. So if we pull that up on the imagery over here, so yeah, major typhoon force winds could be already occurring for parts of land right there. It'd mainly be the northern half right in here. That'd be getting the major typhoon force winds. Okay, looking nice. Alright, remember, those who are just tuning into the stream, if you have any questions about your local impacts, be sure to let me know and I'll be happy to answer. And I'll go in depth on it. Alright, now if we take a look at that in terms of the long-term winds for major category 3 or higher winds, which are located right in here. Take that forward. We can see roughly where those winds will likely occur as we go in with time with Aurora. This is still too far out to say. It could happen more north, it could happen more south. We don't know yet, but it'd be on the northern half of the storm. Now let's see, if we take a look at the category 2 force winds are stronger. I believe, yep. So category 2 or stronger would be right in here, fully circling around the storm. Right in there. We can see that the fact that it's already occurring over basically the entire Catanduanes Islands at this point, getting at least category 2 force winds, and then parts of the mainland Bicol region, or that's actually Luzon, so yeah, parts of mainland Luzon. As we go in with time, of course, it will occur for parts of the Bicol region, the northern extents of it. And then if we pull it up on here, and extrapolate that forward, see, occurring for the entirety of the Catanduanes Islands, and then to be occurring for a large area somewhere in here. It's too far out to say where exactly the center is going to go. Let's see if there's any questions right now. Where's your 1.66k subscribers? What do you mean by that? But if we pull up the typhoon force winds right in here, where they are occurring, pull it out for the center right there. We pull up right here, we can see that they're basically certainly occurring for the entirety of the Catanduanes Islands and parts of mainland Luzon, parts of that little island over there. As it goes further in time, it will be occurring for parts of the Bicol region. And if we pull that up on here, right in here where the storm is right now. So as we go in with time, here's where it's located right now. The typhoon force winds are all in that circle. As we go in time with a forecast right here, at least if it followed the center, it would be occurring for basically the entirety of Aurora. And there, as we go further, it could be occurring for Polilo Island. And then here's a look at the damaging winds. This is stuff that would cause stuff like trees down, power outages, all in this large circle. So if we go in time where it is right now, we can see it is occurring over the entirety of the Katanawan Islands. We've already determined that it's likely at least typhoon force winds, then occurring for parts of mainland, or the southeastern Luzon. So go in time, of course, impacting the northern edges of the Baikal region. Right there. We circle around it again here. Oops, that was a bad drawing. Yep, right in there, occurring through here. Then you can see it's going to likely occur throughout the entirety of the Aurora region. Large area of impacts. Of course, it could head more south and impact Metro Manila. Could head more north and completely avoid Metro Manila. Do they not want your live or something? Well, keep in mind, my subscribers are mostly for my animations. Alright, and then if we take a look at tropical storm force winds, where they are occurring. Whoops, right in here. Take a look at that compared to the center of the storm, where it is right now. See how large of it is relatively small, the impacts with tropical storm force winds. And then, of course, this is going to be going further and further, impacting the Baikal region, that general area. Okay, so where it is right now, let's take a look at the overall circle again for it. So I'm curious, will this work? No. Just hoping I could get that to work. Okay, so going further in time, as the winds are likely right around here, or the center's right over here-ish. Okay. So at least for tropical storm force winds, at least through this graphic, this was as around almost 3 hours ago. So these are the areas that are out of the worst of it right now, roughly in here. Of course, there's still a lot of areas that still have not experienced the worst of it yet. ManXYT says, where did you make your icons, Chase? Well, I used Figma for the graphics, and then I made it on HitFilm, animating the icons. But here, if we take a look at how, relatively speaking, small the tropical storm force winds are right in here, and then we extrapolate that forward, we should see that almost no matter what, Metro Manila should get, if it goes on the northern end, it would miss it. But on the southern end, they would get some pretty strong winds and potentially damaging winds. Oops. But we can see the overall influence of the storm all throughout here, and occurring for parts of this area as well. So I do really like this experimental wind graphic. But yeah, you can see the overall effects of it. You can see the little bit of a trough kind of stuff right in there where the winds kink up. Alright, that's a scat pass. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so if we take a look at the overall um, forecasts of the system right here. If we go all the way up to here in time, you can see how low the wind shear is, and that will increase over time, right in here, skyrocketing, which is why the storm's going to be torn apart when it's in the South China Sea. Don't see intensification occurring. We can see that, moisture is not a problem. It is going down a bit. Sea surface temperature is not really a problem. They are going to go down a bit, but not be too unfavorable. So the forecast does show general weakening until its landfall. Then it drops off of a cliff. Just checking something. Oh yeah, we can actually take a look at higher resolution models. Let's do that right now. I don't know when the last one came out, but we can check HAF's a hurricane forecasting model. We can see that this is doing a pretty good job at predicting where the storm is going. They have it just going on the northern edge of the Catanduanes Island. And then you can see it does show it weakening, and then, yeah, just continuous weakening. I mean, they do show strengthening over the next few hours, but that's probably inaccurate. They don't detect the proper Eyewall replacement cycle. Oh, yeah, you can see it hitting land as a weaker system. But you can see where the influence of the storm is, right in here, and also impacting Metro Manila, which with possibly some heavy showers, heavy downpours. Also potentially impacting Hainan Island, we'll see though. But if we go in towards the wind speed, yeah, the big thing about this though is that the islands do get less wind, or land does get less wind than over water. That's why we can see that here. So they do actually have wind strengthening to nearly Category 5 intensity when it makes landfall in mainland Luzon. Something to certainly watch out for. Alright, and then if we pull up satellite imagery... Nope, forget, that's not a thing on this. Let's see the HWRF, HWRF model on it. This model does have it weakening, and then strengthening at the last few hours of landfall because the vortex gets tightened by the shape of the coastline. It's a complex thing, but that's why the winds suddenly increase at the very end. The pressure gradient's tighter. But yeah, we can see they don't really want much intensification due to natural processes. They just want general weakening. Still making landfall at least at Category 4 intensity. Alright, so within the next 30 minutes or so, we should get a new Pagasa update. Also, in this case, landfall is after 1 a.m. That's for my time. I'm just seeing when I'm going to be streaming next. Yep, so tonight I'm going to be having to do another live stream, which I'm fine with. Just going to have to take a long nap, of course. Alright, taking a look at new satellite imagery on it. We can see that the Catanduanes Islands is getting closer and closer to that Eyewall. Not too far away. The eye temperature is maintaining at around 14 degrees Celsius, 14, 13 degrees Celsius roughly, this number up here. Here we can see that the main core of the storm is expanding right in here. This is where it was before. And we go in with time. We can see this rapid expansion northward. It's partly due to the Eyewall replacement cycle, helping broaden the winds. And we're getting closer and closer to a potential landfall within the next 2.5 hours. Let's see, it's around 14 kilometers, 13 kilometers away from the center of the cone, maybe a little bit shorter than that. Yeah, around 13 kilometers away. So if we extrapolate that over here, the center just barely misses the tip right in here. Of course, it can always make a southward jog. So probably tomorrow it's over Polillo Islands. Now, I don't know the time difference between us. It's like 11 hours, 12, 13 hours, something like that. So it should be there roughly at around, let's see what time. This would be my time around 9 o'clock, 9 p.m., so it'd be around 10 a.m. for you all tomorrow morning-ish. Maybe even earlier, but yeah, tomorrow morning, roughly. And then the landfall will be occurring at roughly 1 p.m., or like tomorrow afternoon for you all, I believe. Yep, roughly. I think, yeah, that would be 10 a.m., that'd be 2 p.m. for you all, yep. So afternoon into evening. Maybe even noon time, it would be making a landfall. Impacts will, of course, be beginning in the roughly morning time. Just a reminder, though, that this cone of uncertainty is not the only... Like, if you're outside of the cone, that doesn't mean you're not getting impacts. We can see that the major typhoon force winds from this system, likely occurring right through here, are outside of the cone. A majority of the winds are outside of the cone right through here. And part of the eye is actually out of the cone, so the reason that impacts are going to be occurring well outside of the cone. Typhoon force winds likely somewhere in here, I believe. And there's a good chunk that's not in any cone, so just keep in mind impacts. Just focus on your signal warnings. Speaking of that, let's take a look at the signal warnings. This was as of 2.5 hours ago. We'll get an update in around 30 minutes. The Poland boy says, will it make a landfall in the Catanduanes Islands? Well, it's pretty split. I'd give it around a 30-20% chance of making landfall. And I'd give it around a 70% chance of the eye at least touching land, maybe 60% chance of the eye, like the edge of the eye touching land. We can see that on satellite, though, the edge of the upper eye is touching land right there. We can clearly see, though, that this is the sign of an eyewall replacement cycle. We have a larger eye developing right in here. I believe so. Take a look at that real quick. I'm going to zoom in pretty far into the storm right here. Take a look at this little mesovortice or whatever right in here in this eye wall. Right there, starting to wrap around there. Yep, those are going to be the strongest winds right where this is. Right in here. They are almost touching land and getting closer and closer to a landfall. I can pull up higher resolution imagery. Okay, let's pull up Himawari satellite, mesoscale, mesosector imagery. Just seeing if this will work or not. Hmm. There we go. Okay. Hopefully this isn't completely lagging my stream. Oh, it doesn't appear to be. Alright, so if we take a look at land, let me add the... Nope, that is not what's going on right now. Oh my god. The mesoscale imagery isn't showing the correct borders. Just looking at something off screen. You all can hear those winds though. Okay, yeah, let me just turn this off. Can't see. Oh, okay, now I think I know why borders are glitched. It's because it's the last mesosector imagery was over there. I don't know, I've had issues with this before. So we can't really zoom in far trying to see the thing. Maybe we can. I have an idea. Isn't there a real Earth satellite? Hmm. This would be it. Here we go. Let me try and find some good imagery on it. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Uh, nope. Cloud top. And this is fine, I guess. Maybe we can no, that's not fine. I don't like all those pixely stuff. Okay, now this is not bad. There we go. Yeah, we can see though that the eye is almost the eye wall at least. Is almost touching land, and we can see the general forward motion of the storm. Right, this way, so it may just narrowly miss the islands. We'll see. Alright, this resolution I'm not really a fan of. Um, just checking. Huh. Okay, something's happening here that's not supposed to happen. Hmm. Oh, this is reverse colors. Okay. That's weird. That's not what I'm looking for. Hmm. Sorry about that. This is what I probably meant. Yep, here we go. I don't get it. Why are the imageries just as good? I mean, like the pixels and stuff like that. Maybe we can see, though, that the eye is very close to making a landfall. Okay, one's updates quicker than the other. Whoops, that's not... Okay, I'm not trying to do that. There we go. Okay, so and we're getting closer and closer for the eye to actually pass just near the Katanawanas Islands. Why the satellite imagery pixelated? I think that this is what it typically looks like. Alright, Maddox YT says, are you going to make it 2024 Pacific Typhoon season by the end of the year? Yep, I'm already working on it. And we can see, though, just how close the storm is to making its landfall. Let's see if we can go more frames. Oh, here we go, closer and closer to making its landfall. You can see also all the new convective burst happening all around the storm. Especially, though, on the east and northeast sides of it. We also had a thunderstorm developing all the way down here. If it will load, there we go. Yep, right in here. So there will be instances where these bands just rapidly develop, just like these explosions happening over here. Speaking of which, there was also one that happened right in here that then fizzled out. What does this do? Okay, draw a polygon. I was hoping I could see distance away from land. Oops. Alright, so this imagery is 20 minutes out of date, but you can see the... okay, whoops. Yeah, this imagery is 20 minutes out of date, but you can see, though, that at this time, the outer eye was already impacting land. So right now it's probably even closer. This is 11:37, so I wish that this would update a little bit quicker, like this is. This imagery is around 9 minutes out of date. Never mind, 19 minutes out of date. Whew, that's a bit late. Yeah, we can see though now the inner or outer eye is impacting land. The eyewall was about to hit. Those will likely be the strongest winds of the storm, potentially. I don't know, hard to tell. So, new thunderstorm developing over central northern Luzon right there. You can watch it in the latest frames pop up. In around 10 minutes or so, we should get a new update from Pagasa showing how strong it is. Max YT says probably after this system, northeast monsoon will begin. Though, yep. I mean, after the system, the storm should be done. Just insane how back to back to back to back this all has been. Yeah, just a reminder, this imagery is 20 minutes out of date, but it does show how close. Here, if 20 minutes late is basically this distance to there, and you extrapolate that further, you go right here to right here, that's probably right around here. Or no, not that far, but the Eyewall is almost touching the Catanduanes Islands right now. Yep, you can see in the latest frame this is only around 9 minutes out of date. Already touching land right there. Nearly touching it. Right now it probably is. I don't know if it's been correcting more to the south or what it's been doing. Also, you can see that the land is causing the eye to open up right in there. Let's take a look at Dvorak imagery of this storm. This is what we use for satellite estimations. And you can see that center of the eye starting to close up. But yeah, very close to a landfall. And very close to touching land. And then XYT says maybe a few more systems on December, maybe one or two. I don't know. I don't know if they'll impact the Philippines or not. Maybe one does, but it's too far out to say. You can see all the thunderstorms that have been continuously popping up on the eastern side on here. Right there, exploding up. And then there's more even closer to the storm itself. Of course, this is just an outer band. Fortunately, not impacting land at this time. It's sunrise outside, that's nice. Okay, outside my place. The next frame should show the eye wall barely touching land. Let's take a look. If he's still live streaming or not, I don't know. I don't know. It's not loading as quickly as it should. Right. Yeah, it is pretty close. It's not what I was looking for. Okay. Yep. Oh, that's what I was supposed to do right in here. Just loading the rest of the frames. There we go. Probably be better if I just did that. Yep. So yeah, here's the newest frame. This was 15 minutes ago, though. Still showing how close it is to making a potential landfall. And that trajectory does look like it would. Potentially, I think. Let me try and find the center. Potentially almost make a landfall. Maybe a little bit more south than that. I don't know. We'll see. The eye should be touching land, though, soon. Give it around a 90% chance of the eye touching land, maybe a 40% chance of a landfall. Okay, we have a new frame up. The Eyewall is just barely touching. Oh, no, dang it. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. There we go. Thankfully, that didn't screw up everything. Here we go. Let's zoom in all the way. We can see that the eye is literally almost touching land right in here. This is a little bit out of date, though. This is around 9 minutes out of date or so. But yeah, the eye wall right in here, the strongest winds likely just about touching land in the Katanawanas Islands. Of course, the winds that are the strongest are probably right here because you also have to add in the forward motion of the storm. These winds are going to be a little bit weaker, fortunately, since it's counteracting the forward motion. That's the real good news, like really only good news from this. Yeah, you can see almost 2 clear slots in the eye right there. But yeah, the overall eye right in here versus the actual eye right in there. Now we're just waiting on the next frame to come out. I don't know when that will be exactly. And in around 3 minutes or so, we'll get a new Pagasa update, I believe. Maddox YT says, I think 2024 was active season 2, not gonna lie. I mean, it's debatable. Just like worldwide, it wasn't really that active. I don't know. It's just like not every storm did what it was expected to do. Anyways, we're around 2 hours and 2 minutes until landfall, potentially, if it were to make one. May do one even sooner than that. Eh. Let's see. If it were to make its landfall, it would do so right on this tip. So it might even be an additional 30 minutes, I don't know. Alright, so 2 hours would be from, let's see, 2 hours would be from here to here. So yeah, I feel like it would make a landfall then at that point. Might be moving a little bit faster than forecast, I don't know. Yeah, take a look at the eye wobble. So much there. Remember, those who are just tuning in, if you have any questions about your local impacts you want to know about, be sure to let me know, and I'll be happy to answer. Maddox YT says landfall sound. Yep, there would be a landfall sound effect I will play if it does make indeed a landfall. We'll see though. I mean, it still has a good amount of time to do a wobble back to the north. It may miss landfall entirely. We'll see. Okay, we have a newer frame. We can compare the two right up here. Oops, okay. Yep, we can see now if we zoom in extremely close into the storm right here that the Eyewall has gotten even closer than it has before. Let's pull it up on here again. So let's see. Sorry, I'm trying not to make you all dizzy or whatnot, but yeah, the Eyewall right in here, just about touching land. That means that the eye will clip, at least clip the island. Oops, nope, that's not going to work. Okay. And then the center would be going roughly, whoops, not like that. Yeah, hold shift, there we go. Something like this. Could make a landfall, maybe not, we'll see. Whoops, okay. Okay, we have even a newer frame up right in here, showing again the Eyewall barely, almost touching land right there on the far eastern tip of the Katanawanas Island. Yeah, the overall eye itself, at least on upper levels, they're already impacting the eastern half of the Katanawanas Island. See a little bit of a clear slot actually appearing right in here because of the land tearing it up. Yeah, so the big thing is, will it make a landfall or will it not? I've been seeing that a lot. Someone was also saying Manila landfall can be ruled out. The center is not going over Manila. Hello everyone, David, I don't know how to pronounce that, says hello, hi. Hi David. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing okay and not really getting impacted that much. Just as of this frame, it was around 11 to 12, roughly 12 kilometers away from the center, so it's gotten a little bit closer. Okay, do we have a new frame? Yep, we do. Here we go. But yeah, you can definitely see how close that is to touching land. But actually, is this closer to then? Oh wow, okay, yeah, this does show the more up-to-date imagery right here. Just pause it right there. Just looking at some imagery. You just hear the showers and stuff like that. just post this in another thing as well. Oh, someone's saying ManYi is occurring during a full supermoon. It's not that's not good. I mean, in terms of tides and storm surge, especially on this side. They're just pushing all the water on land. So really the coastline that's getting the surge right now would be all throughout here. Mainly just throughout here, getting all the surge of the storm. I don't know much about the geography of the island, so it's like I can't really tell how good or bad they will fare with this. Okay, any moment we should get an update from Pagasa. Alright, latest imagery of this storm. Let's pull that up. 54, we can see the eye just barely approaching land right in there. Super close to touching land, probably already. By now would be my guess, since this imagery is 12 minutes out of date. So my guess is that the Eyewall is touching land at this time. And areas are about to get hit in the eye. Okay, let's take a look at the eye temperature is now in the single digits. Now it's actually back up to double digits. It's around 10 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it is clear that the storm is weakening, but we can see actually another part of it is warming here. Right in here where my mouse is has warmed up a bit. I mean, I do really like this imagery because it can show, whoops, not that, what's going on with it. You can see it opening up right in there. You can see that thanks to the land interaction, it is trying to actually show the secondary eye that's forming right in there. But yeah, the eye wall is striking land at this time. Thanks to this imagery, you can see it. Okay, why can't I... Sorry about this, everyone. I'm just trying to get this to work. Nope, apparently it doesn't want to work that way. Okay. Right in here is starting to warm up. Wow, okay. Just circle it again right in here. But the strongest winds are now likely occurring on the farther northeastern tip of the Katanawanas Islands at this time. probably around major typhoon winds, Category 3. But this is pretty cool that the island is actually able to show us this area opening up. We have the outer eyewall right in here, and then we have the inner one right in here. They both merge right around there. So it's roughly something like this. Of the two eyes, or eye walls. Alright. Edmund, how are you doing today? Alright. Let me refresh. Or actually, let me just go forward a frame, see if anything updated. The eye has warmed again right in there. Yeah, the eye is starting to touch land. And just creeping up on land right now. Very close to making its landfall. Potentially, we'll see. It'd have to make a landfall on the far northern tip. But you can see the eye actually opening up right down here, the outer eye. Well, this inner one is going to go on for quite a while. Yeah, the eye is starting to cloud over, so it won't last forever. It may actually close up by the time it reaches mainland Luzon, but it may also complete its cycle by then. We'll see. I don't know, though. It has like 18 hours to do so. It'd really have to kick it into gear. That, okay, new frame just popped up. You can see that little bit of a triangle eye almost right in there. Okay, let's pause it at the latest frame. Trying to see if I can show this on stream or not. Alright, we have a new update there. Okay, I'm just going to read it right now. Tropical Cyclone Bulletin 12, Super Typhoon Pepito ManYi. Super Typhoon Pepito. Oops, okay, trying to scroll. Okay, is about to make landfall along the eastern coast of Catanduanes. The center of it was okay. There we go. Maximum sustained winds near 195 kilometers per hour near the center. Gustiness of up to 240 kilometers per hour. Pressure of 920 millibars. It's moving northwest at 20 kilometers an hour. And strong to typhoon force winds are extending out 300 kilometers from the center. Let's see. Warning lead time 12 hours. Okay. Range of wind speed 185 kilometers per hour. Buford 12. Alright. Potential impacts of that. Okay. So you have a new cone out. I'll try and pull it up if it's on Twitter. I'm going to pull up the old one and then see if we can get the new one up. Here we go, new one's up. Right in here, let's compare the two. I don't see much. All I see is that part of Samar is no longer under Signal 3 or Signal 2 warnings, and part of Leyte is no longer under Signal 1 warnings. Nothing much has changed at all. Nope. But they do have a new forecast cone right up here. They do forecast some strengthening that over the next 12 hours. That is not good. So here's where it's supposed to be at 5 a.m. and then here's where it's supposed to be 5 p.m. Then should be back over water in the next 36 hours. Wait, no, that's an old one. So hold on. Oops, yeah, that's an old cone. My apologies for showing that. Oh, are these the areas where they can choose where to draw their signal warnings? Oh, okay. I see. Curious, let me check. Nope, won't show me. Yes, it still is a super typhoon at this time. Oh, this is nice though. What to do in the Signal 5 warning: if the house is not strong enough to withstand the battering of strong winds, go to designated evacuation areas. You can't do that anymore, unfortunately. Those who are in the Signal 5 warnings, stay in safe houses until the disturbances has left the area. You can't really evacuate from low-lying areas at this time because of how bad the winds are. All travel and outdoor activities should be canceled. Watch out for the passage of the Eyewall and Eye of the Typhoon. So this is not the most up-to-date cone yet. Okay, just checking stuff. They're saying like, oh, it went south of cone. Nah, I mean, this cone is more north. It's actually wobbled a bit to the south, as you can see, though. That's around 9.5 kilometers away. So it is going to actually try to make a landfall. It's wobbling back to the south. Let's pull it up on here again. If it's trying to make a wobble back to the south, we'll see if it does make a landfall. Has around 102 minutes or so until it would make a landfall. Yeah, you can see that opening right over here. Something else to notice is this thunderstorm developing up here. Not bad. Alright, those who are just tuning in, if you have any questions about your local area or family who lives in the area, you can always be sure to ask them. I'll be happy to answer. 1M Sane says thanks for the live stream. You're welcome. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already and like the stream. Really helps out a lot. The storm isn't doing bad right now. I mean, it is trying to weaken, thankfully. But I mean, it still has a nice Eyewall and Eyewall together, about to hit land pretty soon. We'll see if it does or not. Here's what infrared would look like. Oops. Let me actually stop it real quick. Alright, let's pull up the latest discussion. Right now that has just come out. Whoops, wrong one, not that. Just pulling it up. There we go. Shows the low and then shows it keep going. Okay. Oh, I guess that this is just the intermediate advisory, so they don't update the cone, I guess. It's interesting. Alright, so Pepito is forecast to move generally west-northwestward and make landfall over the northern or central portion of the Catanduanes between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. tonight. Right now it's 8:22 p.m., so pretty soon by 10 p.m. it should make a landfall. After passing over close to the Catanduanes, Pepito will continue moving west-northwestward over the waters north of Camarines provinces, with a landfall or close approach over Calguis Island. It's not ruled out until tomorrow, aka the 17th of November. Early morning, pass close or past Polio Island between tomorrow morning and noon, before making landfall over northern Quezon or central or southern Aurora between tomorrow noon and afternoon. Afterwards, Pepito will cross the northern portion of central Luzon and the southern portion of the northern Luzon along the upland areas of Sierra Madre, Caraballo, and Cordillera Central between tomorrow afternoon and evening. Pepito will emerge over the coastal waters of Pangasinan or La Union tomorrow late evening or on Monday, 18th of November, early morning. Okay, this glitched out a bit. Alright, over the western Philippine Sea, Pepito will continue moving west-northwestward for the rest of Monday and may exit the Philippine Area of Responsibility, PAR, on Monday or morning or afternoon. Outside the PAR region, the tropical cyclone will turn more westward or west-southwestward on Tuesday, the 18th of November. Now, it must be emphasized that heavy rainfall, severe winds, and strong wind may still be experienced in localities outside the landfall point and the forecast confidence cone. For other hazards affecting land for more details. Furthermore, the track may shift within the limit of the forecast confidence cone. Alright, now this is the big one here, okay? Pepito will make landfall over Catanduanes as a super typhoon at or near peak intensity, and as a super typhoon or typhoon over Aurora. Significant weakening will occur during the passage of Pepito over mainland Luzon tomorrow, but it will likely remain as a typhoon throughout its passage over mainland Luzon. That's an update. Here we go. Memberd says, "Hi, I'm present. How are you doing today? I remember you." So where is this? Hazards affecting land. Here we go. So of course, extreme impacts from typhoon force winds are going to be occurring in the Signal 5 warning. Storm force winds under Signal 3 there. Lots of stuff there. All right, there's a high risk of life-threatening storm surge with peak surges exceeding 3 meters in the next 48 hours over the low-lying or exposed coastlines. Localities of low coast region, western coast, Isabela, central Luzon, Metro Manila, Calabarzon, all those areas there. For the storm surge warning 8. How do I pull that up? I'm curious. This would be helpful if I can open this up. Okay, I'm guessing that a storm surge potential inundation. I'd like to see. Huh, okay, I don't know what this is for. Okay, that's interesting. That's not what I'm trying to look for, but it's a pretty cool graphic that they made here. Don't have what I'm looking for though. Alright, so here's the storm surge forecast. All throughout here could get surge, I believe, is what they're trying to show. With the highest amounts, of course, occurring throughout here. Oh, here we go, forecast storm surge. There we go, okay. These maps are helpful. Okay, I'm learning how to use the website. Alright, so storm surge warning number 8 here. A high risk of storm surge may occur within the next 48 hours throughout all these red areas. Let's see, so this one would be, okay, let me pull it up again. More than 3 meters of storm surge is expected in all those red areas. Metro Manila is expected to get around 1 to 2 meters of storm surge. And all those orange areas are 2 to 3 meters of storm surge. These red areas are going to be the really bad surge locations. It is interesting to see, though, that areas that aren't really in the surge area are going to be getting or near the center are going to be getting pretty high amounts of storm surge. What is this? TC threat potential? Oh, that's cool. I didn't. That's where you find this. Okay. If we go to associated rainfall. Oh, okay. This is just stuff that has happened. All right. Oops. Okay. Okay. There's the new. Nope, that's not the new cone. Whoops. Okay, I thought it was. Alright. Hello, I'm from Kata. My homeland is the Katawanas. How are you doing there? I'm hoping you're okay there. You all are getting battered by the Eyewall and could get into the eye. Let's see, let me pull up the imagery. Just letting everything load right now. This imagery is like 20 minutes out of date though, so Not the most up to date, but you can see that the Eyewall is touching land, so hopefully you're okay there. Yeah, Shelby, I see you're back. Hello. Um, Remember, it says I am okay now. We just have electricity 2 hours ago after 6.5 days without. Wow. Sensei, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you all are going to be okay with this. I forget, what was the storm that happened that long ago? Let me see. 7 days ago, that was going to be. Was that Yinzing? Or was that. Or, I mean, was that Mars? Or was that Nika? I don't know. There are so many potential storms that have hit. Let's see. Movement is shifted a little bit. Yes, it has. It seems like you said west northwest. Yeah, I'd say so. So, yep. Instead of northwest, it's moving more, almost like more to the west. So it does seem like a landfall will occur on the northern tip of the Katanawanas. Looking at the latest frames right here. And we can see how close it is. Also, the eye is clouding over again. New convective burst is occurring right down here on the southern Katanawanas Islands, trying to fill in that eye wall, or that eye. See also a new thunderstorm bursting up over here. Thunderstorm over Luzon is continuing to move west. And we have an update from the Indo-Pacific Typhoon, or Tropical Cyclone Warning Center. This is an unofficial agency that does updates on these storms. They do a pretty good job at it. Oh wow, okay, I don't know why the pressure's that low, but powerful ManYi close to Katanawanas at 150 miles an hour, 918 millibars. So, powerful life-threatening conditions beginning to occur on the island, moving northwest at 13 knots, around 15 miles per hour. Interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, as of the current moment, Signal 5 warnings are in effect for the Katanawanas Islands and Camarines Sur, the very eastern, northeastern tip of that province. We have Signal 4 warnings for Camarines Sur and Camarines Norte. We have Polillo Island and Quezon, Camarines Sur, Albay, parts of Sorsogon are under Signal 3 warnings, but Polillo Island is likely going to be upgraded to at least a Signal 4. Same thing with parts of Aurora, and maybe even parts of Quezon. Now we have Signal 2 warnings for much of Luzon, including Metro Manila and Cavite, down through here, and parts of the northern half of Samar. Then Signal 1 warnings occurring for the rest of Manila, and occurring in Mindoro, Leyte, the southern tip of Samar, that area. But yeah, just a reminder though that these warnings will likely be upgraded throughout wherever the center goes. Of course, the southward jog will have implications in the future. Look how close it is. It's pretty certain it's going to make a landfall within the next 90 minutes or so. Okay, someone's posting about the new convective burst on the northern side. Let's take a look at that. That is going to be this thing right here. This is a more whitish color. I see that. Okay. Don't know why that legend thing keeps moving up and down. Don't know if you all can see what I'm looking at. Nope, because something's blocking it. Okay. This is a little bit out of date, but there is a new frame here, so let's see how far away it is. It's only around 8 kilometers away, so it has made a more southward jog. Not moving south, but more due west. Yeah, you can see that convective burst just wrapping around, especially on the western side, northwestern side. Not bad. Yeah, the eye temperature is now once again in the single digits. We're going to lose a, I believe, warm medium gray that is, or no, off-white eye. I forget, it's one of, no, it's going to be warm medium gray, I think is the color. Sorry everyone, I'm forgetting my Dvorak knowledge. Yeah, I mean, part of the eye is touching land. Of course, the eye wall is touching land. And yes, within the next 1.5 hours, it should make a landfall. Alright. Okay, that was Nika that caused the power outages. Alright. Shelby says Manila guaranteed signal 4 when ManYi gonna landfall and lose on. I don't think they're gonna get signal 4. The highest I can see really is signal 3. Noob guy says, is it a category 5? Nope, not anymore. It's likely a high-end Cat 4, still likely Super Typhoon though. MadXYT says, yeah, it moved a little bit west. Yep, I've noticed that. Yeah, it certainly seems like it's making a westward jog at the very last few frames. Let me zoom out just by one. And let's see, so eye position is right over here. Eye position in the last frame is going to be right in here. Yeah, by that it should at the very least make landfall on the northern tip. Yep, made a westward jog at the very last moment. Just gonna plow into the Catuanas. The very far northern tip, though. There we go. Shelby says, are you officially a meteorologist? No. Next year I'm going to college to get my degree. Yeah, that western jog at the very last moments is what's going to lead to a landfall. So I'll have to play the sound effect again. And we still got time, though. But yeah, the eye is definitely partially over land now. It's clipping land. There we go, new frame out. Yep, you can certainly see it's touching land. What do you mean by that, Maddox? And then Noob Guy says, yo, is this a first Category 5 Typhoon in 2024? Nope, I forget what our first one was. I think that was Yagi. Well, first it was Gaimi. That one was likely 165 miles an hour and then 145 knots. Some people say it was 150, 155. I don't know. In terms of knots, like a very powerful Category 5. Then we have Yagi, which is a pretty clear Cat 5, 140 knots. Then we have, I forget all the other storms that have happened this year, but of course we had one not too long ago that was likely a Category 5, as well the Pinhole Eye storm. Jump scare scout sound, no. Landfall sound, yes, yep. Shelby says, but so many people said Gaimi is only a Cat 4. Now, the real professionals know that there was radar observations that showed, and pressure observations showed that the storm was potentially sub 900 millibars. It was just upper level shear that caused the eye to be clouded over. It was likely 165 plus miles an hour. There is some support for 175 miles an hour. Yep, then we have ManYi. Yep. I was surprised that the officials or Joint Typhoon Warning Center, not officials, I went with Category 5 on it. Of course, this system was likely 160, 165 miles an hour at peak. Alright, let's see if a new frame is loaded up on here. Okay. Alright, I don't know how to fix this, but that's fine. 500 megapixels in 24 hours, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Pixel volume exceeded, okay. Yep, you can see though that the storm is about to make its landfall. Right there. Well, yep, the eye is certainly touching land for portions of the Katanawanas. So the eye has indeed touched land. We're just seeing if the center will touch land. Noob guys, do you think Yagi should be retired? Oh, yes. Yep, that storm definitely. Yeah, I forgot about that. The amount of deaths it caused, and then when it went on to Vietnam, and then went over to India. Certainly. I was surprised that that was my most popular animation. 15,000 views. That was insane. Is the satellite glitching? Nope. It's just that this is a free thing that I'm using. Yeah, it is literally moving due west right now, so it's trying to... It's probably going to correct itself eventually, but yep. But yeah, now it's no longer really going to hit the tip of the island, meaning that landfall is likely going to be sooner than 1 hour and 15 minutes that the clock says right now. Let's see, because there is a little bit of an island right before then. That you can see right there. That landfall will likely be sooner then. Landfall will likely be within an hour, if that's the case. So I'm going to set the clock to an hour. And then I'll set it to even shorter. If it appears to be shorter, of course. Hold on, give me one moment. I'll update the time in a moment. Just making sure that they sync together. Let's see, okay. Let me just point this out. I need to see what that is, though, real quick. Whoops, not what I'm trying to do. This little island, I'm going to pull it up off screen. What's the website name? Real Earth is the name. Thank you all so much for 1,000 views so far. Alright, I'm going to pull this up now on screen. It's called Panay Island. Pull this up. Okay. Oh yeah, you can see that eye starting to contract right over here. Eye temperature is still 9 degrees Celsius, but it is trying to cool, meaning it's getting clouded over. The waters are around 30 Celsius, so it's not 100% clear yet. The earlier is around up to 22 Celsius or so. I don't remember the full number. But yeah, we are certainly getting closer and closer to a landfall. I'm sorry, excuse me, within the next hour. But yeah, ManYi literally said I'm going to go northwest. Just kidding, I will make a landfall. Can we beat Chase's most popular stream? No, this certainly will not be it, I can tell you that. This one has not been going as good as I thought it would. I don't know why that's the... Alright, well, I think I know why Metro Middle is not getting impacts right now, so they're not watching. When it hits later on, it should do much better. It's given my most popular stream is 7.4 thousand views or something like this. This is just not even 1.1 thousand yet, so. But I'm not really doing it for the views. If there's a landfall threat, I'll stream. Right, more thunderstorms developing near Leyte, I believe. I don't remember that island name. Down there. They're starting to get impacts from a thunderstorm. Okay, let's pull up RAM-B real quick. Alright, this was the most up-to-date information on the storm. Let me pull up this thing right here. Alright, so take a look at this. We'll see the winds there, and I'm going to highlight the island just to make it easier. The Catawanas Island is right in there. Okay, now let's pull this up. Just make sure it doesn't. Okay, good. So, Category 4 force winds are going to be right up here. These seem to miss the island as they go more this way. The strongest winds are likely not going to impact land there. But we do have major typhoon force winds that are pretty much occurring over land at this time. And we do have Category 2 force winds as well. This one has opened up. Earlier it was doing a full ring. Now it's no longer doing that. It's just the northern edge right in there, but it is impacting much of the Catawanas Island. But you can see, though, it's like a trough. The winds kink up and then down. Oops, okay. Sorry, trying to delete that. Okay, so typhoon force winds are occurring all throughout here and are approaching mainland Luzon right in here. This is roughly an hour ago, keep that in mind. Then we have damaging winds. This is the stuff that would cause things like trees down and power outages occurring over the mainland Luzon and further south. And then our tropical storm force winds are also occurring just a bit further inland. It is pretty confined to a small space. But yeah, the Catawanas Islands are getting at least typhoon force winds right in here. All getting those red colors. Comparing it to the outer reaches, though, we can see that. We can see the overall broad effect of the storm now. It's just going right through here. And right in there, roughly. At 20 knots or greater. Right in here. Not much, but you'll certainly notice it's a bit gusty. Now, where's Isabella for D4? Oh, yeah, them. Yeah, I don't know where they are. Shane Elvis says pray for us, guys. Yep. Shelby says, bro, I keep getting deja vu. Yeah, it's so similar. Very close to a landfall. I cut the time down by another 15 minutes. Yeah, within the next, I'd say 35 minutes or so, it should make a landfall. Probably not at super typhoon intensity, probably around 145 miles an hour, or 125 knots, would be my guess. Alright, sorry everyone, I'm just waiting on the counter to reach the minute so I can get everything synced up. So close, okay, but still, that works. Likely within the next 35 minutes or so, we should get a landfall going. Maybe actually even sooner than that. It's going due west now, moving almost west-southwest, making a southward jog. Someone's saying are the mountains actually tugging it westward, possibly. Yeah, I'm gonna bring that counter down probably again. Probably within the next 15 minutes or so, actually. Gonna bring it down by another 10 minutes, though, I think. Yeah, probably within the next 24, 23-ish minutes should make a landfall. I'm gonna actually bring it down even further. I'm gonna go down to 18 minutes, I think. It's a good estimate. Surprised that we went from thinking it may not actually make a landfall to now jogging a little bit west-southwest at the last moment to plow into the island. Alright, thank you for all those who are attending. If you have any questions about your local impacts, be sure to ask. I'm here to help with that. Let me bring this up. There we go, within the next 18 minutes or so, it should make a landfall. Yeah, that last stream was far. Yep. Will Metro Manila have Cat 5 winds? Nope, I don't think so. They should get at least tropical storm force winds, though. Maybe even damaging winds, we'll see. The southward jog may make it more possible that they get those stronger winds. And now the center of the storm, as of a bit ago, is around 6 kilometers away from the center. But it's going to actually go more this way. Then it will probably correct itself. Okay, we can certainly see that here. Whenever this wants to load. Yeah, you can see the eyes starting to scrunch up. Yep, there we go, eye touching land right there. So this was older imagery there, but it's just insane to think about how westward it's moved. Eye temperature is down to 9.15 degrees Celsius. Let's take a look at it on Dvorak. Should only have 1 pixel of that color now. Almost 2. So this is just able to show us it closing up. But yeah, the eye is approaching land right now. Eye is closing now, let's go, yep. Are there more cyclones coming here in the Philippines? Nope, this should be it. If this is the last storm, should be. Then I'm going to be able to have a break, and they can have a break as well. Yeah, within the next. Oh, well, the eye actually warmed up some, but yeah, within the next 15 minutes or so, we should get a landfall. Of course, as a category 4. The eye is getting smaller and smaller. The mountains are having an effect on it. In theory, though, this is helping close up the eye, so if it does make a northward jog at the end, it could try to get its act together and actually intensify. Or re-intensify. So, again, another super typhoon peak cannot be ruled out. Hoping, though, that this system can just continue to weaken. That's what we're hoping for. Just a reminder that this imagery is 10 minutes out of date. So, just for comparison, if we go back 10 minutes is over here, now it's there, so give it another 10 minutes, that's where it's at right now. And if you add another 12 minutes, it should make a landfall at that point. Seems like, okay, just gonna picture this real quick. Shelby says, I was born on the Philippines, but my parents are Americans. Ah, okay. Interesting. Member says, thank you for the response. I can sleep well now. Yep. Should I say after ManYi? Yeah, I'll be doing another stream when it makes its next landfall, so don't worry about that. Very close to landfall. Waiting on the next frame to pop up. Okay, this is because this imagery is now 12 minutes out of date, which is farther out of date than it is until landfall. We got 10 minutes. Okay, Shelby. I see that. Okay, new frames out. Yep, that was a long delay. I got 2 new frames showing it's about to make landfall. You can see though how much of the eye is touching land. Yeah, certainly within the next 10 minutes, the landfall should occur. Okay. It's interesting to note though that the eye actually has warmed up a bit. Right there you can see the white pixels there. That's the warmest part of the eye. Basically that means it's the clearest part, or calmest most likely. Anything in this color range though is also calm. Right in there. Maybe the eye temperature has been fluctuating, but it's a general cooling pattern. Okay. I am. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do that later. Its clouds are shrinking, let's go. Yep. Exactly. The next stream I do, I'll have visible imagery to look at, so we're able to see a lot more. In this case, we can't see much unless I pull up a website right here. Let's see. Let's pull up AI visible imagery. Wrong storm, this one. This is a bit out of date. Yeah, this is roughly what the storm would look like on visible, just almost 30 minutes out of date. Okay, I really love looking at the mesosector imagery because we can see new thunderstorms starting to flare up. Okay, do we have a new frame? Yes, we do. Look at how even closer it is to making landfall there. Alright, so from this frame, it'd be 13 minutes until landfall. For us right now, it's around 5 minutes. It's so cool seeing the little thunderstorms that just pop up and disappear, but then of course you have the massive ones developing in the bands there on the eastern side. And then there's some developing on the far southern reaches of the storm. One actually occurred over land here. I don't know what this island is exactly, but we have another one over here that just flared up. This right here I don't think is anything, just outflow of the storm. I don't know. Alright, we are getting closer and closer until we reach a landfall. Around the next 4.5 minutes or so, and then the landfall will occur. Now remember, this is mainly just a meteorological thing. When will the center touch land? I'm gonna update the thing. It looks a little bit wonky, so. Yep, almost upped it to date. Okay. And take a look at more the convection, this blackish color, grayish color, starting to wrap around more in the later frames there. Still, of course, it is on a weakening trend because of its eyewall replacement cycle. This land interaction may actually help it intensify, similar to what Ian did with Cuba. Now, me when I'm a beginner, storm OMG, the eye touch land, OMG, the landfall, let's go. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, eye is cooled drastically in the later frames. Of course, that's going to continue to happen. We can actually see a mesovortice break off from the eye. This thing, right in here, you'll want to watch closely. Oops, okay, can't go back. There we go. Sorry. Right in here, watch it circle around. Okay, I'm just going to circle it right here. It goes from this side, then it circles around over this side, then tries to break off. Oops. Right in there. How it has like a little bit of a dent and indent into the eye. That's some pretty strong winds that are going to be battering the northeastern tip of the Catuandas Islands. Ah, okay, that's why. I see. No worries. Let me just see what this is. Let me mute it real quick. Right. I was at a video instead. Ah, okay, that's what that is. Alright. So it looks like it's around 150, 145 miles an hour. We're about to get a landfall any moment now. Alright, that's all I needed. Okay. Yep, within the next minute, we should get a declared, or unofficial landfall. Up 30 seconds or so. Alright, I'm gonna get ready to play sound effects. Here we go. There we go, okay. Landfall in the Catuanas Islands as a Category 4, likely somewhere in between 140 and 150 miles an hour. make landfall at 13:15 Zulu time. Yep, new frame just popped out here. This is around 11 minutes out of date, so it's pretty clear it has made a landfall. Eye temperature is quickly cooling. It went from 9 degrees to 6 degrees, so the eye is clouding over. Unfortunate news, though, is this would lead to a quicker eyewall replacement cycle happening. Also, I'm curious, though, when will the next landfall be? I don't think it's gonna... I mean, it could make a landfall over here. I doubt it, though. It's getting back to the center of the cone. It seems it's going to be quite a bit. I'm going to have the next landfall timer as of... Let's see, what time would that be? The center of the forecast there. Sure, I'll have it at 1 o'clock, I guess. Alright, so I'm going to pull that up. 1 a.m., so that would be... Or then... Okay, Let me just see this. $1,003. Wow, okay. Get ready to type this in. Hold on. I'll update it as soon as it hits the next thing. It's not 90 minutes, don't worry, I'm just trying to update this. There we go. So we have a lot of time until its next landfall occurs. Eye temperature is now 5 degrees Celsius, so it's quickly cooled from its 10 earlier, and then its peak from 20 Celsius. So yeah, it is quickly clouding over now, indicating that it has indeed made a landfall. And, those who are just tuning in, if you have any questions, be sure to let me know. Like if you're wondering about your location or family who lives in the area, you can always just ask, and I'll give you a look at the specific impacts. So if you're liking the stream, be sure to like the stream and then also subscribe. I'm just curious about the live stream. I'm gonna check something with it. Okay, not bad. Probably going to continue it for another hour, I think. Our live stream. We'll see unless viewership starts dropping. But yeah, here's the latest frame. This is around 11 minutes out of date, 8 minutes behind the landfall frame, 8 minutes before. This is the only stream I watch hours. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Of course, I'm going to want to get some sleep. I didn't sleep that well, so I'm going to, need to get some rest. I'll be back, though, of course. I'm hoping, though, that it doesn't make a landfall there, so that way it can just glide away, so I can get some rest, stuff like that. Of course, I don't want anyone to get impacts, so it'd be great if it would just do a curve like that away, or actually curve all the way that way, just die out. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Still going to make this. It's still going to move more northwestwards and impact Aurora. Main question, though, is will it make a landfall here? Will it make a landfall here? Uncertain at this time, but it is certain it will make landfall somewhere in Luzon. So yeah, and my probabilities, I'd give it around a, 10% chance of making landfall in the Bicol region again, around maybe a 40% chance, 30% chance of making landfall in the Pololo Islands, and then 100% chance of making landfall in the you know mainland Luzon. And then maybe around another 30%, 20% chance of making landfall over here. Not really. Don't really think it's going to do it. But yeah, I'll probably be preparing for a landfall in the Pololo Islands. It'll be a long stream then because I'll have to do it before it hits, when it hits, and then hits there. If it makes a jog down here, that is going to be bad. I'll have to do multiple streams on that. Alright, new frames out. This is still around 3 minutes before landfall. We can see that the eye is, the center of it's basically touching land. There's a little island here that's not showing up. The eye temperature went from 5.24 to 4.98 degrees Celsius up there at the top. So yeah, the storm is weakening clearly. Likely made a landfall at around 145 to 150 miles an hour. That's around 120, 125 knots. Or no, 125, 130 knots. Somewhere in that range. Could have been a super typhoon at landfall. Uncertain though. Clearly not a Category 5 though at its landfall. Got very close though. If it made landfall around 6 hours earlier, it would have made a, or maybe 12 hours earlier, would have made a powerful Category 5 landfall. I hope it will not make landfall in Isabella. I don't think it will. No, it shouldn't. It should just make a landfall in Aurora. Because Aurora has most of that coastline right there. Just double check again. Oops. I mean, Aurora starts like right around here, so Isabella, you're clear. Isabella, yeah, clear. Aurora goes down for a bit. Let me see where it ends. Doesn't end until after the fact, so I mean, Aurora has like probably a 70-80% chance of getting a landfall in the province to its south, which I don't know the name of. I'm going to check. Quezon, I'd say would have like a 20-30% chance of receiving a landfall. Same thing with Pololo Island. It'd have to hit that island first. I'm curious though what this island is over here. I don't know if it really has a name. So there are people who live here. This island will likely get battered from the storm. Or not likely, I'd give it around a 20% chance. I'm getting absolutely hammered by it. I see Santiago. Yep, Santiago should be fine. Yep, right in there. Well, actually, they're in the edge of the cone. The thing is, if it jogged drastically more northwards, then it could hit. But I don't really see that happening. It made a jog to the west at the last few moments to make a landfall there. So, I mean, I don't know exactly where it's going to go. It should end up somewhere within that cone, though. Thing is, though, if it does make a continued due west movement, it would make landfall in these islands. It should, though, correct itself. We'll see if it makes a wobble back to the north or if it's already going to be moving northwestwards. We'll see. We're probably pronouncing the names wrong. Yep. Knew the Katanawanas Islands, I think I'm pronouncing correctly. Katanawanas. Yep. One of my friends told me how to pronounce that. I would be saying it Katanduans, like Katanawanas. Samar instead of Samar. Pololo Island, I don't know how to pronounce it. Hopefully I'm getting it right. Bulacan, I think I'm pronouncing right. Quezon, I think I am. Well, you can see a little bit of a thunderstorm activity popping up there. Actually, I don't know if that is or not. Maybe. Just was looking up here. Okay, now looking at the eye. This would be around landfall timing, so I think we nailed it. Eye temperature is now at 3.89 Celsius, so it's continuing to cloud up. See that more on water vapor. What was around minus 14 Celsius now is around minus 24, 25 Celsius, so you can see how much the eye is clearing up. No longer really dry. It's like you can see earlier it was almost as dry as over here. Even up here, so it's just like now it's drastically gotten more foggy in there. Like around this color instead of here. It is cool though seeing this thunderstorm flare up and then it continues moving even after it. And after it weakens, you'll notice it moves there at the last. What's there? Curious what that would look like on radar. I'll post this on Twitter. Paululau, thank you. Kazon, okay. Katanwanas. 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 Cagayan. Cagayan, yep, thank you. Cagayan. Alright, Kazon. Quezon. Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yep. Kazon. Paululau. Thank you for that. Yep, I'm someone who lives in the United States covering this, so I'm just posting this on Twitter. Let me just figure out how to pronounce this again, or how to spell it. Catanduans. Just how to spell it. Catanduans. Let me just double. I'm just gonna type it up here. Catanduans. Catanduanas. Catanduans. Alright. Stop. You're just posting about it on Twitter? There we go. Okay. It's moved a bit faster than forecasted as well. As of here, its center was right on the forecast cone line, but it was around 12 kilometers northwest, so about 12 kilometers faster. Paul Lilial. Yep, thank you, Speranza Corazon. I probably butchered that name, sorry. Paul Lilial. Paul Lilial. Paul Lilial. Paul Lilial. Paul Lilial. Okay, yeah, Paul Lilial. Katanawanas. I got that name so like at the beginning I was butchering that, but then I started was able to actually Katanduans. Katanduanas. Katanduans. Palulao. Palulao Island. Palulao. Okay. I thought that said Maine Aurora. No, that's Maria Aurora. Okay. Of course, I'll need sleep soon, but I'll get some in a bit. Don't worry. Continuing to move further inland, as we can see there. And those were just glitches then. Okay, over here. It's cool though when you can see a thunderstorm developing right there. Mitchie Boy says, it's night so I can't fathom how scary it is hearing the howling winds exactly. Lance Andrews says, yo. Hi Lance, how are you doing today? And where are you watching the stream from? Mitchie Boy says, is it moving due west or just eye wobbles? It's eye wobbles at this point. But I mean, the eye is wobbling due west, so I mean, I'm waiting on it to pick back up northwest, otherwise it's going to plow into the Baikal region again, so or into Luzon early. It's too far out to say though. Alright. Remember, those who are just tuning in, if you have any questions about your local area, your province, or whatever, I will be happy to answer. If you have any questions about family who are living in a certain province in the Philippines, you can always be sure to ask in the questions, and I'll be happy to answer. Bicol region, okay. Sorry about that, I did not realize that. Alright, Lance says, Isabella, okay. Well, welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Bicol region, okay. Wow, this is just messing with my brain. Bicol region. Bicol sounds cooler, but okay, be cool. Anyways, thank you so much for correcting the pronunciation mistakes. It's not a nerd, don't worry. Alright, so I has continued to warm up its own. Okay, now it's in the negatives. Eye temperature is in the negatives, minus 1.44 degrees Celsius. Let me just post about this real quick. Eye temp in the negatives. Actually, post it right there. Right. Shelby says it's so confusing. I know, right? Just learning every day now. Esperanza says that we only have 5 vowel sounds. We only have one sound for each vowel. Oh wow, okay. Boy, cool. Be cool. Um, I mean, it is interesting though. I mean, I've learned so much about Philippine geography over the past 3 weeks just by tracking these storms. Typically, I don't do as many of these live streams, but it's just been back to back to back to back to back hits, one after another. This is always so satisfying to me, though, just seeing the eye starting to, cloud up on satellite because it's hitting terrain. Oh, well, we got a gust or winds of 67 miles per hour. Right down here, pressure of 980 millibars, just south of the center. Quirino, yep, probably. Because it's the Q. Carino is probably, I guess, right name then, I guess. Esperanza, I get what you're saying phonetically. Carino, okay. Carino. Carino. I don't know what phonetically means. Oh my god, I forget. Okay. It sounds so dumb right now, but All right. Carino. Okay. I hope that it won't regain strength at sea. Mitchy boy. The problem is though, is that it could, if this forces it to complete its eyewall replacement cycle, we could be looking at a stronger storm. It does have to make a jog northwestward though, not move due west. Temperature has warmed a bit over land. Right. So it's been around, at least from this frame, 17 minutes after landfall. Um, it may actually be less than 16 hours until our next landfall if this trend continues. It's diving more south than forecasted, which means that Manila could get worse impacts, which is not good. Batangas, Batangas, I guess, I don't know. Alright. Okay. And those who are just tuning into the stream, once again, if you have any questions about your local area. Oh, you got an ad? What? Wow, okay. Yo, okay. I didn't realize that was working now. Okay. Did any of you other guys get an ad? I don't know. I'm just curious. Mitchy Boy says the scary thing is that my neighbors don't even know where there's a Cat 5 super typhoon knocking on their doorstep. No rain or nothing. They just assume it's a normal day. Yep, I mean, a lot of those areas haven't gotten any impacts yet. It's such a small wind field right now. The storm, I can actually have it right up. Where did I put it? Nope, not there. I might have completely exited out of the tab. I don't know. Oh, here it is. You can see how small the wind field is. Actually, let's go into a better comparison. Right in here, this area right here is getting nothing right now on parts of Aurora. Here's where the strongest winds are, and then here's how far out the tropical storm force winds are, so it doesn't extend out much. Alright, so I don't know what this. Okay, max winds were 137 knots, it says here. No, actually, it's 127 knots here, alright. I think, I don't know. Imagine just stretching it. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you get the Eye and then Eyewall. Let's take a look at the satellite imagery on here again. Look at how much the eye scrunches up. Let's play the loop. And just completely falling apart. Okay, we can see on this imagery though that the eye is not really that large anymore. Shrinking in size. Right there. Right, well, I mean, it's gonna continue propagating inland. Should go back over the water. I'm waiting on it to show any signs of moving at least a hint north instead of moving, due west. I'm just waiting for all the frames to load in properly because I know I moved the camera thingy around. Alright, almost loaded, okay. Yeah, we can see where the eye once was. And how it was moving northwest, or at least west-northwestwards. Okay, there we go. And then it makes a jog westwards at the very last moment. Almost southwestwards, or west-southwestwards. It is pretty interesting, though, to see how these jogs can really impact its track and intensity. A jog even a little bit more north would have had it sustaining a strong intensity for longer. This will really interrupt its structure. Could allow for the thing to redevelop, though, is the problem. No, it's not a Category 5 anymore. I don't think it's a Category 3. It's still a high-end, moderate range Category 4, probably around 125 knots, 145 miles an hour. Keep in mind that the strongest winds are likely occurring right throughout here. Thankfully, the southern half of the island isn't getting as bad of winds, at least. It does look like landfall was a little bit later. Okay. All right. Yeah, the sad thing is though, is that does happen sometimes where people won't realize that they're in the eye of the storm, and then they just get really walloped by the back end. Fortunately, though, the eye is clouding over, so it's like it's not going to be as clear, I don't think. Rain-wise, it's going to be, empty in that eye. Oh, nope, okay. The eye temperature is now 1.83, minus 1.83 Celsius still. Here on the Dvorak, you'll notice that this color right over here completely disappears. Yep, right there. Gone. That one little pixel disappears, and now we're losing this color. The eye temperature is probably at around here, I'd say, on this chart. It can still go down quite a bit, because the surrounding color is right around here. There's a big difference between the two. But yeah, overall, though, this landfall um, could be favoring a re-intensification period if it does move northwestward, because it would really just shatter the inner eye wall, give time for an outer one to start fully developing and taking control. I is an ink. Okay, beacle. All right. Luzone? I don't think so. Aw. Luzon. Yeah, it would be Luzon. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, just want to make sure. Visayas. And then Mindanao. Mindanao. Luzon. Luzon. Mindanao. Yep, okay. Thank you. I'm not going to remember all of this. Okay, just keep that in mind. I'm trying my best, though. Okay, new cone from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center has just been posted. I keeps it at 160 miles an hour. Hold on, let me just post this. Alright, so the cone has shifted. I don't know if it shifted much at all. Let me just pull up the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Alright, so here's their latest cone right here, showing where the typhoon force winds are occurring, of course, throughout the entire island. So here, if we go on with time, this is where the typhoon force winds are forecasted to occur on. Right through here. This is just the center, though, keep that in mind. Then damaging winds, this is stuff like trees down, power lines, or power outages, stuff like that. Damaging winds. The tropical storm force winds may not even occur on Manila, according to this. So we'll see. still, it has made a little bit of a westward jog at the end, so it's going to have to correct itself eventually. Visayas, okay. Yeah, I saw that it still has it as a Category 5, interesting. You see. Alright, so let's take a look at landfall timing now that that stuff gets updated. Alright, so landfall over here at around 12:10, so basically an hour earlier, roughly. And I'm going to keep the landfall counter still how it is. The concern, though, is how far south is this thing going to be jogging? Or west there. Hoping I can get some rest soon. Seems like another landfall could occur right on this island soon. Hmm. Okay, trying to get it to load its next frame there. Yeah, you can see the eye just stretching out into a weird shape. Yeah, the center's over here roughly at that time. There is a bit of an island area over here though, so might continue my stream until then. That's hard. Let's stop pronouncing this thing. Oh, yep. Just get some. Not yet. I'm not gonna get sleepy yet. Alright, so this would be in around 40 minutes or so. It would make its landfall. I think I can make it. So let's bring down that counter to 42 minutes. Seems like it will make a landfall then. I don't know. Right over here. Should make an additional landfall. Likely still as a Category 4. And those who are tuning in, just a reminder, if you have any questions about your local area, the impacts you could receive, or family who live in the Philippines, you're curious about the impacts they could get, you could always ask. I'll be happy to answer. And also those who have been on the stream for a while, if you haven't already, be sure to like the stream if you find it informative, and also subscribe if you want to stay updated. And those who don't know about this, I also post animations on previous typhoons, hurricanes, and cyclones internationally. And at the end of the year, I'm going to be posting a typhoon season animation. Just things to look forward to, I guess. Okay, alright. Wow, okay, you can see the double eye walls right there. Let me zoom in here. Alright, I'm going to post this real quick. Whoops, wrong thing. That animation definitely going to be fire. Yep, thank you. Okay, let me see. Let me just post this real quick. And people are saying that this may make this storm go towards Kazon. Earlier that the landfall may help the storm strengthen again. Okay, so it's undergoing what we call an eyewall replacement cycle right now, where the storm, its old eye, is, or like it's trying to wrap around a new eye, if that makes sense. Right around there-ish, kind of. Somewhere in here, it's trying to get a new eye together. And so, just for comparison, I'm going to draw it over here. You have your inner eye wall, and you have your outer eye wall. Yeah, the lines are where the strongest winds are going to be occurring. And then you have your rest of your band and all that stuff. And so what happens is the eye gets too small where this outer eye becomes the new eye. And so then eventually over time this inner eye wall starts to fade out and then you just have one eye. But that's good. That's going to take time because you have, well, where are your strongest winds? They're initially in here. Then they're going to actually have to form in there. So it takes a long time to start to weaken, your inner eye. Then you finally have your full eye wall that then eventually shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. So that's what the storm's undergoing right now. Now the thing is, normally the inner eye wall will take a while to start to dissolve. It will try and break in one area and then just completely break out. What land interaction is doing is trying to make that eye wall get torn apart. Completely tearing apart the inner eye wall, now allowing for the outer eye to start to develop. If the storm makes a jog northwestward, it will be back over warmer waters and will allow the storm to try and rebuild itself. And since the inner eye wall is now torn apart, it's not going to have any competition. The outer eye wall is going to be the dominant one and try and quickly organize. Now, if it tries to continue plowing westward, the thing is pretty much done for at this point. The outer eye wall is not going to be able to organize at all. Just going to get torn apart. Now, the similar situation to this scenario that I'm talking about is Ian of 2022, a hurricane that hit Florida. Cuba caused the inner eye to collapse and caused the outer eye to take hold. Became a Category 5 from that. Alright, Miss Angie says, thank you for answering. I like watching your live. Somewhat easing my anxiety because of the super typhoon. Is it still a super typhoon? Debatable. It's probably made landfall as a super typhoon. Now it's probably a typhoon. Weakened by like 5-10 kilometers per hour. Alright, let's see what others are saying. Alright, let's go more into the so it's going to try and make a jog westward. Where is NCR? I don't know that, sorry. Alright, let's see if we can get the newest frame out. Yep, you can see it's continuing to move due west right now. Which is then going to try and potentially correct itself northwards. We'll see though. it could still plow directly westwards towards the Bicol region. NCR is Metro Manila. Yeah, Manila's currently fine right now. In the cities that surround it, okay, NCR. Thank you. So if we take a look at it, they should be mostly fine at this point. Not even really much cloudiness from it. And a little bit of cloudiness from an outflow of the storm, just the heat being exhausted right through there. But yeah, the main circulation is somewhere in here, so not really impacting them right now. This is a pretty tight circulation, so if it moves 100 miles north, you're getting nothing from it. If it's moving 100 miles south, you're going to get everything. Or kilometers. Filipino geography, yep. Let's see. Weather Uncharted says, hello HCC, I'm back. Hello, welcome back. I'm glad to have you here. Tomorrow we will receive much rain, Pamela, yep. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be the rainfall effect, so just be prepared for it. Just giving you all a heads up on that. Let's see. I mean, 11 a.m. or yeah, somewhere around that time. Weather Uncharted says I knew this was going to be a Category 5 after it caught past Guam. Yeah, the big thing was just had to get over the effects of wind shear. If it didn't, it wouldn't have gotten this strong. It would have tried to rebuild itself, but it was really able to take advantage of those favorable conditions, certainly. Alright, I like the fact that the winds right now in the model run are stacked over where the storm actually is. So this is a rough idea of where the winds are blowing. Now, storm surge is going to be worse in the areas that I highlight. Now, the reason is because the winds are blowing onshore, right in there. Maybe we can see how large the overall circulation is. But I mean, doesn't really go outside of this, though. These storms are typically this large-ish, and then it hits land and stops. Unless it's more powerful over here. Alright, so it is forecast to slam into Luzon as a Category 4, come out as a Category 1. Of course, gradually weaken and actually maintain intensity for some of the South China Sea. And then it'll hit Vietnam as a remnant low. Still, of course, Hainan Island is in the cone. Could get tropical storm conditions. We'll see. Yeah, Shelby says, bro, when ManYi isn't in the par, it didn't get strong, but when it did enter the par, it got so strong. Yep. The thing is, the Philippines' area of responsibility was much more favorable for development. Shelby says 2 typhoons and 1 super typhoon of the 3 siblings trying to fight for the older sibling. Yeah. Yes. Weather Uncharted says this feels like Goni, aka Raleigh, but less worse. Or Typhoon Rai. Oding, or whatever that storm was. Yeah, I mean, it's still just, your typical. Goni was much stronger, though, but, I mean, this is just your low end Cat 5 and now high end Cat 4. Not even close to a very powerful Cat 5. Still just stalling over the region. Eye temperatures continuing to quickly cool, now down to minus 8.83 Celsius. Just shows it's weakening and the eye is starting to cloud over. Least normal typhoon every season. Yep. Alright, so it seems like it's going to be another 30 minutes, maybe until the next landfall? I don't know. Seems like that's too wishful thinking. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be more than that. I'm going to add an additional hour, I think. I think that that's good. Or add an additional 30 minutes. For right now, that's what I meant. Let me go to 50 minutes, actually. Yeah, I'll up it by another 20 minutes or so. Sorry, let me just fix the counter. Okay, did not sync it up in time. Well, yeah, within the next 50 minutes or so, it could make a landfall on those islands. Let me see what they're called. Palambanes Island, that rough area, and Tignob Beach. These areas will likely get hit. There we go, very satisfied. Okay. Alright, why is there a survey? There we go, okay. I just like to help people. Imagine Chase Ragasa prediction actually came true. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I swear the Philippines they're so resilient. Just, I mean, you have to be if you want to live there. But yeah, because it's moved more south, it could still stay on the southward end of the forecast. Roughly this general direction. It could correct itself, like it did earlier, and just wobble back up. There's still a lot of possibilities with this, though. Just to keep that in mind. I thank you all so much for those who are just attending the stream. Remember, guys, if you have any questions about your local area or family who are in the path of the storm, be sure to just type it down in the chat there, and I'll be happy to answer. Also, those who have been here for a while, if you like the stream, be sure to like the stream, click the like button, and then subscribe while you're at it. Really helps out a lot. Someone says, what's its speed right now? That's a good question. It's really hard to tell. Let's go down here. And that's not going to be that fast. Okay. Roughly, well, no, 20 kilometers an hour. Moving, kind of. But it's kind of stalling now that it's over land. But yeah, you're able to see that the eye is starting to cloud over more and more. But now we're starting to get to the point where we can say some areas have experienced the worst of it. It's only going to get better for them. So, for the Katanawanas Islands right around... No, not there. Right around here has experienced the worst conditions. It's only going to improve with time. I'll say so maybe around this area as well. But of course, there's a huge area that still has yet to experience the worst of it. If we pull up these signal warnings, we can see that the storm's right around here. We can say that roughly this whole area has already experienced the worst, maybe even this area. Still, there's a whole lot of areas that still have not experienced the worst of it yet. Tens of millions of people. Alright, Again, thank you all so much for tuning into the stream. This stream may actually become my most popular, Shelby. Um, Currently at 1.7 thousand views. Let's see. Actually, I'd have to click on that. Okay, just trying to check on something off screen. And we're almost at 1,700 subscribers. There's 7 away. Hope to hit it at the end of the stream, so be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I'm not going to sleep yet, don't worry. I'm going to keep going as long as there's a demand. And let's see. Need another 1.2 thousand views to become the 5th most popular stream. Alright, let's see what the question was. According to, or no, hold on, let me see. Chase, what are your very, very early predictions for the 2025 North Atlantic hurricane season? And then you said yours are 14 to 17, 4 to 8, and then 2 to 4 majors. So, I don't really have predictions. I don't like to do named storm predictions because they're likely going to be always wrong. So, I don't do those kind of predictions. I feel like I don't really know how the year's going to be. I'm guessing it's going to be less active. Alright, Chester Morales says, according to Pagasa, Pepito made landfall in the vicinity of the Panganiban Katanawanas at 9:40 p.m. today. Okay. Interesting. Let me go off this. I haven't taken a look at the other storms. How about let's do that for take a break real quick and look at the other storms. So this disturbance is still only a 10-10 chance. I feel like it was pretty close to tropical cyclone status. This is the remnants of 14E, by the way. Still churning. Alright, let's see. Sarah's at 45 miles an hour, still gonna get up to 50 before impacting Belize. But man, it's dumped like feet of rain. Hundreds of millimeters of rain for Honduras. Then we also have this system right here where it seems like its main circulation is actually over here. Still southwest or south of Kaohsiung. I don't think it's really crossed the island. You can see its circulation moving or the west in those later frames. It could not survive passing over the mountains. And just a reminder, Category 4s have tried to go towards Taiwan and then they just do a little bit of a loop as they can't handle it until it gets forced to move that way. Yeah, I don't want Florida to be cooked again. Yeah, I don't think they will be. Us in Florida should be fine. Yeah, oh yeah, also we have another system. I forgot about this. Yep. This is Cyclone Becky down here, which is likely a Category 2. Low in Cat 2, maybe high in Cat 1. Be something interesting to watch. Pretty cool. I mean, we are in the season. Of course, it's going to weaken down to a moderate tropical storm and potentially dissipate before impacting Madagascar. So that's a system to watch, and I think that's really about it in terms of tropical systems worldwide. Then we'll have a bit of a break. Over these next 5 days, we should be into a rough break period. Don't see much happening. Everything's really weakening over the next 5 days. A fish cyclone, yep. Weather Uncharted says Southwest Indian Ocean might be active this year. Why do you think that? I'm just curious. I don't really track climatology and stuff like that. Well, that outflow is so cool. Right in here. There's pretty cloud formations. Let's see. So it seems like we're around 40 minutes potentially away until the next landfall. I can always add time if necessary. Because it's just trying to, the outer eyes just touching the water again. So those islands are roughly right around here, so it's just gonna continue plowing through. Oops, not that direction, but just, continue plowing westwards, seems like. And of course, we'll have more islands to go through. I'm just trying to check something and I got notified of. Whoops, okay. So again, thank you all so much so far for all the support. Stream. Chase is now bored and talking about the clouds that aren't storms. Yep, are from storms. We have had 3 preseason Southwest Indian Ocean systems already, and the Southwest Indian Ocean season hasn't started yet. When does this season start? Is it November 30th or December 1st? I don't know when the season starts. Shelby says, by the way, Typhoon Hagibis also did the same thing ManYi is doing. Can you explain what you mean by that? Chester Morales Solis says, thanks again for the update. You're welcome. Remember, if you find this informative, be sure to like and subscribe. Trying to hit 1,700 subscribers. Weather Uncharted says, I think it's December it starts. Talking about the Southwest Indian Ocean season. Yeah, could be. I don't really know when it starts because it seems like there's always activity before the season starts and after the season ends. Yeah, the center is now over the center of the, forgot the island name. So it's getting closer and closer to going back over water. So, I mean, it is hard to tell if it will make a landfall within the next 30 minutes or so. I don't think so. It's moving too slow. "37 minutes, maybe." Mitchy Boy says, are there any specific scientific explanation why November is like the scary typhoon month for the Philippines? Alright, so this is because the jet stream lowers a bit more, I think. It confines activity to really everything below here. And the waters are always so warm down here. Really everywhere, but just incredibly warm down in the Philippine Sea. So storms, there's of course lots of wind shear up here, kind of stuff preventing storms from developing at all. But storms, there's still waves that happen that propagate westwards that can quickly undergo, rapid intensification. The jet streams far up north, it's low wind shear throughout this entire area. Well, not the South China Sea, but, So you have warm waters, low wind shear, and it's of course very moist over here, like a lot of precipitable water, instead of it being dry in the South China Sea. From like Vietnam, there's no land that they really have to deal with in the Philippine Sea. So that's why it's typically the scary month here. Shelby says also on TikTok, kids are talking about the jet stream on Russia and Alaska, thinking it's a cyclone or storm. Yep. I mean, people look at things on like tropical tidbits and misinterpret it. It's cool seeing the mesovortices. Like you see this little thing right there where my mouse is, moving eastwards, back over water. It's cool seeing how fast parts of the storm are moving. Alright, this was an older frame. Let me exit out of that. Let's go back to this. But yeah, it is pretty cool seeing this one part of the storm just swing around. Yeah, I mean it's like there's four parts of it. It's a blade. No, I'm not gonna draw that. That's gonna be bad. Um, just one point there, one point there, one point there, all circling around one another. But we're able to at least tell where the center is. It's going to continue moving westwards. Maybe it will correct itself. But I mean, it's moving due west at this point. This is a pretty significant wobble. Yeah, the small wobble really changes the outcome entirely of the storm. Thanks for all the reactions. Let's pull up Pagasa real quick. Just talking about more of the impacts. Oh wow, they had radar imagery this whole time. Wow. Yeah, you can actually see the two eye walls there. I'm gonna try and pause it right at the moment of landfall. There we go. Just gonna try and post this. Alright. Yeah, people were talking about the fact that, Alright, people were talking about the fact that it's potentially completed its Eyewall replacement cycle. I don't know if it has yet or not. Of course, this whole land interaction is going to cause it to speed up, so I mean, it's going to potentially rebound is what people are talking about, so it's like, that's the scary thing if it's able to do so. You know, the eye has to fizzle out for the new eye to come out, so we'll see. Alright, so looking at more of Pagasa's impacts. Oh, okay, they made an error. Signal 3 warning is in effect for Aurora. So here's a look at the signal warnings right now. The Katanawanas Islands and parts of Camarines Sur are in a signal 5 warning because the storm is moving this way. Camarines Norte is in a signal 4 warning there. Palilal Island is in a signal 3 warning. And then, same thing with Aurora, Bulacan, Quezon. So yeah, of course these numbers are going to be going up with time. And yeah, Metro Manila is in a Signal 2 warning right now. Weather Uncharted says, no way kids think the jet stream is a tropical cyclone. Well, I mean, it looks like it there. And Midgie Boy said, yeah, it's looked like it's been moving due west for an hour. Yeah, I mean, yeah, over an hour. Well, can't believe we all thought it was going to miss the island, go more north. So, I mean, it's just gonna continue moving that direction and potentially make a curve towards the north. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, it's already outside or at the border of the cone. In theory, though, it should correct itself and curve back to the north. Right, around 30 minutes until the next landfall. Remember, those who are just tuning in, if you have any questions about your local area, impacts, stuff like that, I'll be happy to answer. Or if you have questions about family who live in the area, I'd be happy to answer and help. Speaking of impacts, let's take a look at more so the rainfall impacts. Now, I don't know how this works exactly, but this is supposed to be today. Rest of today here. So, impacts-wise, intense to torrential rainfall include the Catanduanes Islands, Camarines, right there, Quezon, or not Quezon. This is stuff that's widespread incidents of severe flooding and landslides expected. And in terms of heavy to intense rainfall, includes most of Samar there, but they're done with the rain mostly. Albay, Quezon, that whole area, and then the moderate to heavy rainfall with localized flooding possible includes the rest of Samar, Leyte, which are mostly done with the impacts. Masbates, Sorgason, those general areas. And then if we go over to the let's see. If we go over to tomorrow's impacts, we can see that's intense to torrential rainfall is expected for parts of Aurora, Quezon, wherever it makes landfall, basically. Wherever the storm decides to plow through. Nope. Wherever the storm decides to plow through next is where the intense to heavy rainfall is going to occur. Or intense to torrential. All that heavy downpours are expected to be there. So I mean, there's still lots of time there for that to occur. You guys still have time to prepare. By around tomorrow morning, though, conditions will start to deteriorate, especially for Aurora, Quezon, Metro Manila, that whole area of Luzon. All right. Let's see. Hi, I just woke up, says Wolf3. Hi, welcome to the stream. Let's see. Mitchy Boy says that wobble may just cause ManYi to landfall on Polylil Island. Let's just see the next frames if it will turn more north. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. I mean, there is a very real possibility it plows into the, oops, didn't mean to do that. My apologies, everyone. I'm just trying to get this to load. Yeah, it may just continue moving this way instead of correcting itself. We'll see. I feel like it's gotta correct itself eventually. Just trying to see what infrared looks like. Yeah, this is what, like, your little mesovortice looks like. Right there, that just swings around. Alright, got another couple frames to load. Maybe the system is going to be moving continually westwards. Actually, it's moving more due west at this point. So, I mean, like you said, the big question is, will it curve back to the north, or what is it going to do? Let's see, almost all the frames are loaded. Yeah, take a look at what the eye looked like before its landfall. Really are like a perfect circle. And things are trying to load. I don't know what's taking it a while. There we go. Yeah, we can see that eye quickly closing up as it moves westward. But it's trying to complete its Eyewall replacement cycle, so I mean it's almost done with it. Okay, it looks like it's making a jog northwards at the last frames. Finally. Again, that's going to be pretty important during the later tracks. Alright, hold on, I'm going to answer all your questions. Damn, 61 people, yep. Let's see, oh my goodness. Very American here. Weather Uncharted says, I bet if someone asked someone who just got into weather, I think they could not tell the difference between, yeah, all that stuff. Is it going to be a Category 6 hurricane? Nope. Category 6 does not exist. It is currently trying to go under a weakening trend. May rebound, though, so this is going to be something we're going to have to watch over the next 12 hours or so as it moves northward. Let's see. Taraji had like 20-something views or over. Yep. Focus on more so the storms and learn like its main thing. Yeah, okay. Well, ManYi is a Cat 5. I mean, it's likely a Category 4 at this point. It's still likely a Super Typhoon. Maybe just below Super Typhoon status right now. But, still a 5-10 kilometer an hour difference doesn't make much of a difference in terms of the winds you're going to feel. What's the signal in at Back, Cameroon Sur? Let's pull that up. Cameroon Sur, I believe that's the area that you're asking about. So first off, let's look at the rainfall they're going to get. Right now it's intense to torrential rainfall. And tomorrow it should be around moderate to heavy rain. Alright, now taking a look at the latest signal warnings. Alright, so I need to pull up that specific location. Kind of back. Give me one moment and I'll happily answer your question. Alright, they're right in there. Let's see. They are under a signal forewarning, which those in that signal forewarning, let me pull this up. Alright, again, those in the signal forewarning, since you're under that, remember, stay in safe houses until after the disturbance leaves the area. All travel and outdoor activities should be canceled. Just remember that, and watch out for the passage of the Eyewall or in the eye of the typhoon. And keeping that in mind, if that passes over you, that's going to be pretty bad. I don't know why it says that. Okay. That's a mistake, the quotation mark. They missed out on one. But yeah, just stay indoors. Don't be going out and about. Just hunker down. This will all be over soon. Just like, you can go to sleep if you need. Just I don't know. Be aware of flooding because there's going to be some intense to torrential rainfall occurring. Let's see, probably signal 4, yep. I remembered, is it Josh, the Storm Chaser and Aurora, also Earth Uncut. It's interesting to see their footage, yep. I'm waiting on seeing how they do. Yeah, also, what about Sarah? Let's take a look at Sarah. Sarah isn't doing too good right now. And I mean, it's weakened slightly. It still dumped hundreds of millimeters of rain, or feet of rain, over the northern edges of Honduras. So, the loss of life that could have happened is pretty extreme. It is going to try and re-intensify briefly before it makes landfall in Belize. Then it's going to go into the Bay of Campeche as a tropical depression or remnant low. Too far out to determine any impacts for Florida. At this time, what it's going to do, it's going to try and combine with the frontal mess and possibly deliver slight impacts to the panhandle in terms of flash flooding. Let's go back to this system. Let's see. Sarah's going to dissipate due to her bravery to go inland. I want only a TS. Yep. And Wolf3 says I need to rewatch all your animations. Thank you so much on that. I really appreciate all of you who watch the animations. Mark Runtui says, how are you doing, Mark? Are you doing okay? Shelby says, do not sleep. Sleep when it's safe, because if you sleep, you might get flooding. Yeah, you want to be, you just want to be aware of the situation. Wait until the worst of it has passed, and then you can just sleep through it. Cyclone Winston, or Weather Uncharted says, worst timing possible. Yeah, Cyclone Winston says, bro, I on vacation to Honduras. Yeah. Mitchy Boy says, it's surprising to see Pagasa going with 325 kilometers per hour in terms of gust. It's the first time I saw them use a number that high in terms of wind. I was not expecting that. I need to convert that real quick into miles per hour. 200? No, that I don't think that's that strong. Okay, sorry for my reaction, but I don't think it's that strong. Okay, part of the eye is now going back over water, meaning it is getting closer to the island that it may make another landfall on as a Category 4 major typhoon, potentially even nearly super typhoon strength. Alright, new frames just about to come out. Yep, notice how now it's getting jogged back up to the north. Remember, it's not going to be like anywhere who's here is safe from a direct landfall. Anywhere below this line. Because if it were to move due west, then it would not hit you. It would have to move south, which I don't see the storm doing. Move more this way. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to get this to load. I know there's a lot of you tuning in the stream. If you have any questions about your local area, be sure to let me know. Type them in the chat. I keep getting ads. How many ads are you all getting? I'm trying not to do too many ads. I'm not clicking anything. How bad are, how often are the ads? Let's see. I literally found out about your channel 2 years ago and did not watch for a year or two. I got 3 ads. Here, I genuinely do want to test something because the last few times I've tried it, it did not work. I'm going to click on this button. Tell me if you all got anything from that. I don't know if this... I've got more than 20... Oh my god. Wow. Let's see. Wolf3 says, I literally found out about your channel 2 years ago, but did not watch for a year or two. Thank you so much for watching, though. Shelby says, speaking of gustiness, Hainan got to 380 kilometers per hour gustiness. That's insane. Really catastrophic. Cyclone Winston says, HCC, I started to view the live. Thank you. Maddox says 23. Shelby says 50 advertise. Wow, okay. Alright, there we go. Ariel Buluwatan Jr. says, watching from Canaga, Leyte, Philippines. How are you doing? Are you doing alright? I think that you all have gone through the worst of it, potentially. You all could be getting some bands of thunderstorms, but you all aren't really getting the devastating impacts that the storm will be bringing to parts of Luzon pretty soon. Thank you all so much for all the reactions and stuff like that. Oops. And those who have been watching the stream for a while, or you find it informative, be sure to like the stream, and subscribe. Trying to reach 1,700 subscribers. We are at 1,694 subscribers, so 6 more to go. Trying to get all these frames to load in the meantime. There we go, yep, and we can see that northwestern jog at the very last moment. Keep in mind, this jog it's doing westward is not supposed to happen. So now it's trying to correct itself and move northwestwards. We'll see where the storm's going now. Let's see, so it seems like a landfall's unlikely in that area now. I think. Let's see where it is. It'd be right over here, so that'd be... Let's see, it's hard telling. It'd be right around here, so... Okay, I messed it up. Oh, man, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to circle this. It's around right here, so it's trying to curve back to the northwest, so it seems like it's gonna avoid it. So it seems like a landfall will not be occurring in 13 minutes. I'm going to have to correct that counter. Seems like we're going back to, let's see, how long? 12:10-ish seems to be the time the next landfall will occur. Just type in minutes. 8:61. Let's see. So I'm just gonna try and I'm just trying to correct the counter. Now let's see. Give me one moment. I'm waiting on the time to hit the minutes to type in the number. But it's definitely not going to be making landfall within the next. Not within the next 15 minutes or so. Let me just add the next. I almost have it. And then boom, there we go. Got it. Okay. It's around another 14 and a half hours until it would make its next landfall. I'll keep streaming, of course, until viewership drops, if it does. Alright, so yeah, the forecast position is right over here, and it's moving a little bit slower than that, so I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen that soon of a landfall. Well, thank you all so much for those who are tuning in this stream. Just a reminder, though, if you have any questions about your impacts and stuff like that, your local area, if you have family in anywhere you want to know about, you can always just type it in the chat, and I'll be happy to answer. Let's see. Ariel says, it's been raining here this morning and afternoon here, but now the weather is getting good. No worries and all in our place. Glad to hear that. Veggie Boy says, hopefully after I wake up Manila, we're not flooded. Yeah, I mean, but, you'll have time to go to sleep. Keep that in mind. You'll be able to go to sleep in Manila and that general area, and then you'll be able to wake up in the morning and rush your preparations at that point. Just finish everything. Just have your things. Manila should mostly be fine. Just have things that are outside, indoors. Make sure that things don't become projectiles. Let's see. HEC, I discovered you from your automated stream of TD09L. Ian, well, thank you so much for tuning that automated live stream. Bro is getting, or is that from the stream that had, I mean, I know there was that, but I don't know if that was the stream with Noru as well, or karting. Shelby says bro is getting so much streams like Cristiano Ronaldo. I get that reference. Maddox says, Chase, I go to sleep now, but I'll keep my laptops open. Thank you so much for the support, and have a good night. Cyclone Winston says, bro, in this area is flooded. Yeah, and Honduras. See what else? Ariel says, I don't know if I'm getting the. Well, I'm not seeing chat right now. Ariel Bulletin says, landfall is in the Catawandas. Philippines, yep. Aesthetic Cat says, same, we have the same radar live weather map, bro. Yep. I use the typical ones. Yeah, I want to make it easy to understand, so that way I'm not trying to compliment all of you, okay, I didn't mean to say that. Complicate things for all of you. I try to keep things simple. Wolf3 says Barras has 68 mile an hour winds. Let's take a look at that. Yep, roughly 69 mile an hour winds. Their pressure dipped down to 979 millibars. I believe that supported something around the 930s. Let's see what else. Shelby, can you hear me? Just want to confirm that the thing's working properly. Is no one's chatting? I just want to make sure that that's not a thing on my end. I'm going to pull up my phone real quick because there might be too much chat that it disconnected. No, I don't think it's disconnected. Okay, you can hear me. Alright, I was just wondering. I had so many people watching. No one's chatting. It lagged. Alright. Cyclone Winston says, at Hurricane Jaser Chase, there's on September 24th in the Black Sea, form a subtropical storm named Odessa. I don't think that was subtropical. Pretty close, but I have it as a potential tropical cyclone. I issued like warnings for that. Shelby says, HEC, how much money did you make on those ads? I don't know. It won't tell me until later. I seriously don't know how much it's going to be, but maybe a couple dollars. If I was actually getting a lot more money from this stuff, I would be donating the stuff to impact relief and stuff. But right now, I don't really have any. I don't have much at all, so I'm just waiting on getting the stuff. $5 isn't going to make much of a difference. I won't be able to get that until like a month later, till my total reaches 100. Toro the Bull says, new subscriber here. Just found out due to YouTube suggestions. We'll be try to watch till landfall and lose on. Keep in mind, I'm not doing this stream for 14 hours straight. I don't think so, unless the viewership demands it. I will go as long as I can. Chester Morales says, already subscribed when I watched your first live stream on #Christine. Thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. I appreciate those who've been subscribed for a while and those who are just subscribing. We're 3 subscribers away from 1,700, so if you haven't already, please consider. If you haven't already, be sure to like the stream as well. It really helps it out in the algorithm. And I don't know how spamming reactions work, but if you want to do that and have some fun, go right ahead. Ariel ManYi will hit Aurora Province, Northern Nueva. Yeah, all those areas. Hello, pronunciation person. Yep. Yeah, so all those areas. It's mainly Aurora though. That's going to get the brunt of it. And around 14 hours or so, plus or minus like 3, I'd say. Could happen as quick as 11 hours, could happen as slow as 17 hours. It's going to be some time, though, until it reaches there. But yeah, it's finally moving northwest, and then it will eventually hit somewhere in Aurora. Aurorix is a long province, so it's like there's a broad area where it could make its landfall. I think it goes from right around here to here, if I'm correct, so it's like 90% chance, 80% chance it's going to hit Aurora. Give it around a 10 to 20% chance of hitting Palo Islands. Yep, Shelby, thanks for typing all that stuff there. Mitchy Boy says that western side is dying. What do you mean by that? Western side of the storm's dying? Oh yeah, I see that. It's now coming back over waters. Back over water. The eye temperature is now stabilizing around minus 20 Celsius. But yeah, certainly could be rebounding pretty soon. Something we'll need to watch closely. Alright, here let me just load up the frames again. Apologies for, the weights. Alright, almost loaded everything. Okay, almost everything's loaded. Don't know why it glitches for one of those frames. There we go. But you can see how now it's making the jog back northwards, northwestwards. It could have probably been the mountainous terrain tugging the storm towards it. I don't know how much elevation there is there. Wolf3 says 72 miles per hour in Barris. Let's take a look at that. For me, it shows 69 miles an hour. Yep, 979 millibars. That was a pretty low pressure. Mitchy Boy says, what's the oceanic heat content, sea surface temperature, and wind shear on that sea? Where it will go next. Let's take a look at that. I have a good map that can show you all. Wrong thing. Whoops. Let me just... Okay. Please don't crash. Okay. Sorry, everyone. No, wrong thing. Okay. This thing. There we go. Alright, here's their latest forecast. Right here. Let's take a zoomed in look at it, really dive in deep on it. Here's where the storm is, roughly. Here, let me pull up satellite imagery on it, showing where it's going as well. Let's take a look at wind shear. Anything green is favorable. Now, what do you all notice? Everything is green. If I zoomed out, you'll be able to see where the wind shear exists. Very far away from the storm, so wind shear is not going to be a problem. Let's take a look at sea surface temperatures. Let me turn off shear. Notice how they're at around 29 degrees Celsius. If it goes more north, it'd be around 28 Celsius. You need 26 or higher to support development. Everything in here supports development. And let's take a look at oceanic heat content. It is going over an area with less oceanic heat content. The thing is, this only matters if a storm moves slow, because this is warm waters with depth, which prevents basically storms from upwelling or like bringing cooler waters up to the surface. That's not going to be a problem for the storm. It's going to continue moving pretty fast at like 20 kilometers an hour. So oceanic heat content isn't a concern for it. It's going to mainly be relying on sea surface temperatures, just the surface of the waters. Dry air, of course, it exists in the Philippines here of Luzon. Not going to really be a problem for a bit. It does have time to really re-intensify if it wants to. Look at that. Microwave imagery, wow. Just checking out what all this stuff is. Okay. Yeah, of course, this is maximum potential intensity that a storm could support. Anything in yellow or greater is a Category 5. So you can see how, it does have conditions to support Category 5 intensity if it wants to get back up into that range. It's not YouTube. Is this lagging at all? Just want to make sure. Alright, let's see. Shelby says, Chase, I can donate 1 cent. Anything's fine. Anything works. If you want to, that's fine. What does that even mean? Mitchy Boy says, oh, that's the first time I knew what oceanic heat content is to storms. I really thought it's just like a high oceanic heat content equals stronger storm. Nope. Beryl is a good example of that. It relies on sea surface temperatures. Because remember, sea surface temperature is sea surface, meaning just the waters at the surface. If this is the ocean right here, and this is the deeper waters, it's just the little bit of a tip of the waters that it's measuring. Oceanic heat content is how deep those warm waters actually go. Now, if a storm's just really going fast, it's only going to upwell a bit of those waters, not do much. It's able to. It's fine. Now, if a storm decides to go very, very slow, those waters are going to upwell very quickly. The cooler waters are going to go up pretty far fast up to the surface. So this system is moving fast. This is a fast impact, meaning flooding isn't as much of a concern as the wind is. Alright, Google Translate shall be reveal, okay. Yeah, we're around 400 views away from being my 5th most popular stream. Let's see if we can hit it. And also, we are 1 subscriber. Yes, 1 subscriber away from 1,700. So if you are finding the stream informative, you like the commentary that I'm doing, just consider subscribing. If you don't like getting the notifications, that's fine. You can always unsubscribe later. Actually, make sure of something real quick. I just was looking up something. Alright. See. We have now hit 1,700 subscribers. Thank you all so much. Getting closer and closer to that 2,000 range. Shelby, that's a good suggestion, but if I turn off the stream, then all the viewership is going to drop because, there's other automated streams sorry, people could use. So it's like I'm not the only one who's doing, I wouldn't be the only one doing automated. Right now I'm like the only one doing commentary, so. Oh, I did want to pull up a stat on the previous stream real quick, off screen. Just something I am personally curious about. My last stream I did, you all remember that? Curious to see what the statistics were in that. Let me pull it up. Um, hmm. Let me try and find something else. Let me pull it up. Audience. Okay. 87.1% of people were from the Philippines, 4% from the United States, 0.8% from Canada, 0.6% from Hong Kong, and 0.6% from Vietnam. So a good chunk of people were in the impact zone from that last stream. 400 people were people who are like almost 500 were people who returned from a previous stream. Yeah, the donation is fire. Yep. I only get like $6.5 from that because YouTube gets a cut, but I am super fine with that. I thought it was only going to be $1, so I was like, wow. So I mean, I'm ecstatic by that. Isabella D was amazing there. I was the 2% and the 2% American and Filipino. Yep. Where will be the next landfall? I'm from Aurora Province. All right, excuse me. So, sorry about that. The landfall impacts could occur as far south as Infanta and as far north, roughly, as Dinalungan, if you know where those areas are. The main landfall should be somewhere near Dingalan. And, well, I can't find up anywhere there, but Deepai Kula. Sorry if that helps. Somewhere roughly in here. Oh, okay, somewhere in here the storm should go. Hopefully that helps. Bro, drink some water, okay? Alright. Oh my god. Alright, thank you so much. I love seeing the ocean waves emojis. Please. Let's see. So, Kainuguen says from Ligas P. Albe. I don't know where that is. I'm gonna pull that up. Oops, not here. Here we go. Okay, it's got to be here then. All right, you all have already experienced the worst of it. I believe so. You all are getting some decently strong winds, but it's likely peaked. Yep, as you can see here, likely peaked. Only gonna get calmer from here. Just you all are getting the peak of it right now, though. So still say hunker down, whatever. But yeah, the areas that have experienced the worst of it are going to be roughly right in here. I'd say maybe even more so like this. This area has experienced the worst they're going to get. But it still means that this whole entire area still has not experienced the worst of it. So there's tens of millions of people who still are going to get worse impacts. What happened to the stream? Can you all hear me okay? Just want to verify. Cyclone Winston said, the heck happened to the stream? Can you all hear me okay? Just want to verify. Am I muted? Huh? Testing? Okay. Shelby, how dare you do that? Alright. Wow. Wow, okay. Really freaked me out there. Alright. Thank you. Just want to make sure. Alright, Baylor Aurora. Let's take a look at that. The impacts in there. I'm guessing it's right over here. Yep. Ooh, okay. You all could get a direct landfall from the storm. Just, be prepared for it. It's going to be coming in tomorrow, so just, have everything prepared tomorrow morning. Just go through your preparations, bring any outside furniture, patio furniture, whatever, inside. Make sure things don't become projectiles there. You know the drill. Um, just be prepared for some pretty strong winds. It does seem like that there's a decent chance that the center could go over there, I think. Yeah, you all live right around there. That's where high cyclone or a storm chaser is, so I mean, there's a decent chance that the eye will go over you, so or at least near you, and you could get typhoon force wind. So just be prepared for that. No, I'm trying not to scare you or anything. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Rose Schizo says, "Hey, is it possible that the storm changes its direction and heads westward?" Well, first off, thanks for tuning in the stream. Really appreciate it there. If you want to know your local impacts, you can always just type in your location there, and I'll search it up for you. So let's take a look at the storm. Earlier, it was moving due west, and it has since corrected itself to move northwestwards. And it's probably going to curve more towards the west-northwestwards. We'll see. Of course, this will have impacts on the storm. It's likely going to undergo another peak, potentially, before impacting Aurora. May become another Category 5 again. So just something to look out for. Let's see, so Shelby is, alright. Is that going upwards from Karamoran? Let's see, I don't know what that is. Thank you all for those who are just tuning in the stream. Remember, if you all have any questions, be sure to just type them in chat and I'll get to you as soon as I can. I treat everyone with equal respect, but I just go in an order. Alright, Karamoran, there is, the storm is moving west-northwestwards now from Karamoran, so it is leaving the area. Let's see what else there is. Be prepared, yep. Baylor direct landfall, essentially. There's a decent chance the center can go right over there, yep. Let's see. Give me the ace. I don't know what the ace are in the storm yet. And prepare for the hope for the best, prepare for the worst always. Okay, I don't know what that means, Winston, sorry. Alright. Now, yep, again, thank you all so much for tuning in the stream. If you're finding this stuff informative, be sure to like and subscribe. Really helps the channel out. Western side, okay, what's the eye temperature? Let's take a look at the eye temperature. Good question. I mean, it's getting better right now. The eye temperature is, of course, cooling now at minus 24 Celsius. But, I mean, the eye is going back over water. Water's going to intensify things, so it does have a decent shot at intensifying once again. But here's a good area that I can show you all. These areas have likely already experienced the worst conditions down below this line. Conditions will begin to improve. Conditions over here have yet to become the worst, yet especially in here. They haven't even gotten rain from the storm yet, so just a reminder though that there's a whole bunch of areas that have yet to get the worst impacts. My God, I was just looking at chat. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it. Can you check the storm surge? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's pull it up here. Alright, here's a look at the forecasted storm surge from the... Oh yeah, we're gonna get a new update. I think we just got one, right? Any moment now, Pagasa is going to update. Alright, let's pull it up. Here we go. Sorry guys, I'm just going to interrupt all the questioning real quick and let's pull up the the new forecast cone right now does call for it to still be a super typhoon by the time it makes landfall in Aurora. And then, of course, gliding through the Luzon as a powerful typhoon, still as a typhoon by the time it exits the PAR. And yeah, you can see the area that the at least storm force winds are occurring and the at least strong winds are occurring at. Large area. And then we can take a look at signal warnings right now in front of the storm. This is going to be an update from prior. Here's the difference. We have, let's see. Alright, so we now have a signal 4 warning for Pepito Islands, and the signal 3 warning for the entirety of Aurora, Carino, Nueva Vizcaya, Nueva Ecija, Bulacan, Rizal, Laguna. That whole area is now under signal 3 warning because the system is forecast to plow through there as a potential super typhoon and then exit into the Philippine Sea. These signal 3 warnings are going to be extended further as we go in with time up to the coastline, and signal 4 warnings will be eventually issued for parts of Aurora. I don't know, but I mean, it's pretty much a guarantee. Now, if we see any changes that have occurred, signal 1 warnings have been extended northwards now for the entirety of Isabela, Cagayan, Apayao, not Locos Norte. What else has happened? Parts of Batangas is now under a signal 2 warning. Let's see any updates from that. Alright, parts of Leyte and parts of Samar are no longer under a signal 1 warning. Remember, if you're basically in here, you've already experienced the worst of it. It's going to be gradually calming down over time, over the next several hours. This area still has not experienced the worst of it yet. Whoa, so many questions. Okay, let's see. So, can you check on the storm surge? Let's take a look at that. I don't know if this is updated yet. Alright, this is still from a while ago, so this is still a rough idea on the storm surge it's going to bring. The red color, yep, same thing. The red color is over 3 meters of sea level rise that is going to occur from this storm, which is forecasted from Pagasa, the official government agency there. The orange color is around 2 to 3 meters, or 1 to 2 meters. Hold on, let me just double check. Alright, it's 2 to 3 meters there. And then the yellow colors are areas forecast to get above 1 meter of storm surge. But you can see the amount of areas that are expected to get at least 2 meters of storm surge is quite expansive. Even though the center may just go right over here, impacts will be felt well outside the center. Yeah, ManYi Boy says, yeah, I'm still hearing crickets. No sign of storm coming. It's kind of eerie, to be honest. Yep. You guys will be getting impacts from the storm, but it will take time. Yeah, tomorrow the storm is going to hit you all. But yes, is expecting ManYi to go to the... no, that's not what they're doing. Shelby, don't lie, please. ManYi, people were confused with them going that for it's not a typo. Where do they say it's not a typo? I'm interested to know. Okay, we have a new rainfall forecast as well that just came out. Alright, this is going to be tonight to tomorrow evening. You can see how expansive the intense to torrential rainfall is expected to be. Includes the Camarines, includes the Catuandas, includes Quezon, and includes the islands there, Aurora, Nueve, all throughout there. Those areas are expected to get widespread incidents of severe flooding, and landslides are expected. Areas in the orange color mean heavy to intense rainfall, around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. Includes mostly, like, the outer reaches of the storm. Still, Numerous flooding events are likely, especially in areas that are urbanized, low-lying, or near rivers. Landslides likely in moderate or highly susceptible areas. And of course, moderate to heavy rainfall is going to be occurring just outside that, and it does include Metro Manila and mostly the rest of Luzon and the Babuin group of islands. And that's where areas are like flooding is possible, mainly in areas that are urbanized, low-lying or near rivers. Manila is a very urbanized area, so even a light shower can cause some flooding. Now let's take a look at tomorrow evening to Monday evening. We can see areas that are still expected to get additional amounts of heavy to intense rainfall. Keep in mind, these are additional amounts. So this is upwards of over 200 millimeters. Then some areas are going to get an additional at least 100 millimeters. So some areas are forecast to get at least 300 millimeters of rainfall. That's no joke, the amount of rainfall there. Say a heavy to intense rainfall still over here, 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, and then 50 to 100 in a more expansive area. And then it should be over by Monday evening, hopefully. Let's see. Tom says that my boat is underwater. I'm sorry to hear that. I just noticed Metro Manila has been going back and forth with yellow and orange rainfall warning. Watch it get back to orange in the next update. Maybe. Ryan says, I'm asking what location of the super typhoon. Okay, let's go back to show it. Currently, the location is right around here. Well, that doesn't show where it is. Currently, it's over here. Here's Manila for a comparison. Center of it is expected to go right around here and hit Aurora as a powerful Category 4 or potentially Category 5 super typhoon. And we're going to have to watch very closely. Is now exiting the Catanduanes Islands. I'm going to try and pull up the new bulletin. Oh, Eyewall has dissipated. That's nice. Alright, I'm going to read this for you all. And it's expected to be a 195 kilometer per hour super typhoon, so it's expected to maintain intensity. Alright, track and intensity outlook. Let's pull this up. Alright, Pepito has made landfall in the vicinity of Panganiban, Catanduanes at 9:40 p.m. today. Pepito will continue moving west-northwestward over the waters north of Camarines provinces, with a landfall or close approach over Calaguas Islands not ruled out until tomorrow, 17th of November, early morning. It will then pass closer over Polillo Island tomorrow morning and noon, before making landfall over northern Quezon or central or southern Aurora between tomorrow noon and afternoon. Afterwards, Pepito will cross the northern portion of central Luzon and the southern portion of northern Luzon along the upland areas of Sierra Madre, Caraballo, and Cordillera Central between tomorrow afternoon and evening. That's when it's expected to hit. Pepito will emerge over the coastal waters of Pangasinan or La Union tomorrow late evening or on Monday, the 18th of November, early morning. Over the western Philippine Sea, Pepito will continue moving west-northwestward for the rest of Monday. It may exit the Philippine Area Responsibility, PAR, on Monday afternoon, or Monday morning or afternoon. Outside the PAR region, the tropical cyclone will turn more westward or west-southwestward on Tuesday, November 19th. Now remember, everyone, it must be emphasized that heavy rainfall, severe winds, and storm surge may still be experienced in localities outside the landfall point and the forecast confidence cone. Refer to other hazards. I showed you all that in the signal warnings. Furthermore, the track may still shift within the limit of the forecast confidence cone. Alright, and then we have Pepito will either remain as a super typhoon or slightly weaken as a typhoon over Aurora. Significant weakening will occur during the passage of Pepito over mainland Luzon tomorrow, but it will likely remain as a typhoon throughout the passage over mainland Luzon. So still as a typhoon after it passes Luzon. Significant weakening, but it's still going to be quite powerful. Alright, let's see what other questions are there. Again, if you all have any questions about your local area, be sure to just type them down below and I'll be happy to answer. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe and like the stream, really helps out a lot. I did want to give you all some good news. Well, I mean, just, at least for me, I mean, something I'm proud of. This is now my fifth most popular live stream, beating out Taraji Nika just 5 days ago. We're around, let's see. We're only around 40 views from being the fourth most popular live stream, I think. No worries, Shelby. What are you saying, Cyclone Winston? I don't see what that says. Alright, but yeah, thank you all so much for tuning into the stream. Be sure to vote on the poll if you haven't already. What signal warning are you under? Again, if you all are curious about your signal warnings, you can always just find them right up here. I'm going to do something with this, actually. I'm going to save this. Wait, no, that's old. That's old. This is the proper one. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay, I'm going to add this onto the stream, I think, as like a little short window. Let me just grab this. Sorry, everyone, I'm just trying to pull it up. I saved it. I could have sworn I did. Oh, okay, it saved it as not a correct image. I'll go back and do this again. Alright, sorry guys, I'm just adding this on stream. I don't know how it's too large. I feel like if I do something like this and then I'm gonna zoom in something like this. Whoops, did not mean to do that. Okay. Those islands right there, and then I'm going to add another image just to top it all off. Same thing again, but I'm just going to have the signal warnings up again. Yep, right there. So those are all the signal warnings that are currently going on right now. But the main thing, though, is the Catuandas Islands, because they are under a Signal 5 warning. And I would not be surprised if Polillo Island is also upgraded to a Signal 5 warning. And Aurora, though, I feel like should be upgraded to a Signal 4 warning eventually. Quirino, Nueva, all this whole area should be upgraded to a at least Signal 4 warning. How are you liking the graphic on the bottom left? I don't know if it's helpful or not. Trying to do my best to help. Wow, thank you all so much for all those who are tuning in. I'm lagging? No, I'm not. I can't be. That has to be a lie. Others would have mentioned it. Alright, those who are just tuning in, if you have any questions about your local area, be sure to send it in the chat and I'll be happy to answer. How do we set it to... I know that there's a setting to do something. Has it reached Kaigon? Hold on. Just trying to see how I do the chatting. Because I know that there's a way to do subscribers only. I don't know how to do that. Oh, there we go. I found it. I don't know how to deal with this. This is a lot of people watching. 111 or whatever. What was the peak? 117 people watching at once. That's insane. I was planning on ending the stream earlier. I'm glad I didn't. How does it be able to reach Cagayan? Even it's now in the Katanawanas Islands. Cagayan? Where is that? Oh yeah, up there. I mean, it's going to be moving northwest, so I mean the impacts are going to be occurring well outside of the center. That's why they're under that. It is moving northwest, keep that in mind. Okay, now the screens are flashing everywhere right now. But yeah, we can see it. It did move northwest, and now it's trying to correct itself, potentially moving just west-northwest wards. Should be a while until its landfall, though. 13 and a half hours at least. Eye temperature, let's take a look at that. Eye temperature is still cooling. It's minus 27 Celsius, but we can still see... Oh, sorry. I didn't know that I added something that obstructs the view. We can still see the eye over there. I'm going to move this, actually. Hopefully that's helpful. I'm trying not to make it too obscured. The view. Yeah, this is where the storm has been going over the past couple hours or so. I'm going to change the thing on the top. Shoot, I made a mistake. There we go. I was going to say Super Typhoon. There we go. Fix the text. Signal number 2 on there. Yep. Alright. Signal number 2. No, or signal 2. You know, bro. Like, oh my god. Yeah, I hate how easily people are able to fall for things, sadly. I do have on my screen there that signal 5 is the highest. What's the distance in Camarines Norte? Let's pull that up. First off, I need to figure out where that is. That is going to be there. Okay, let's pull that up. Okay, I'm going to use this tool instead, actually. Its center is around 120 kilometers or 150, 160 kilometers from its closest pass. Well, I mean, it needs to move another 150 kilometers until it gets to its closest area. Distance of one of the typhoon, yeah. The distance from the center of the typhoon to the province. And remember, I know that there's a lot of you watching the stream. If you haven't already and you're curious about a certain location or family who lives in a certain area, you can always just type it in the chat. I'll be happy to answer. Yeah, of course, I know there will be a lot of chat, so I will get to your question, though. And if I don't answer it, you can always ask me again. Shelby, that's something not to be proud of. Alright, Athon Dilator says, what time will we experience worse weather in Aurora? Let's pull that up. So let's do a wind forecast. This may or may not be accurate. Let's see. Okay, I don't like how much it's lagging. There we go. So in Aurora, the wind should start to begin to pick up at around 10 a.m. This is my time down here, but 10 a.m. for all of you. And then it should get worse over time, and then its peak should be at around noon-ish, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., but it should begin tomorrow morning, is what it looks like. Yeah, at least for when impacts will begin. At 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Ate Lisa says, "Is the next landfall in Aurora, or that can still change?" It seems like it's Aurora. I'll give it around a 90% chance that it makes landfall in Aurora. There's still like a 10% chance it wobbles to the south and makes landfall in Quezon instead. Too early to say though. It's still going to be plowing through other areas, not just Aurora, but Aurora is going to likely get the worst impacts. Oh, and also those who have been watching the stream for a while and you find what I'm doing informative and you like the commentary, you can always like the stream. Click the like button and subscribe. Athom says, "Good thing it is in daytime." Yep, when it makes landfall in Aurora. I certainly agree on that. Just don't be going out and about. Fen says that's what I mean. Okay. Antipolar Rizzle is affected. Yep, Rizzle is expected to get impacts. Oh, thank you all so much for now. Let's see, how many subscribers did we get today? Nearly 50 or so. Thank you all so much. Typically I don't do a live stream until 3 hours until landfall, but we're at our 3 times our viewer per hour threshold, so I'll keep going. Keep going as long as there's a demand. Real quick, I want to see how this compares to my most popular live stream real quick. This is now my 3rd most popular live stream, beating out Eyewall of 2 days ago, and now beating Cyclone Freddy of over a year ago. So thank you all so much for that. Need another 1,000 views to become the 2nd most popular. How is the wind going to be in western Laguana? Let's pull that up. The signal map. Laguana right over there. Should get around signal 2, signal 3 conditions. Oh wait, no, wrong map. Yeah, signal 2, signal 3 conditions. If we pull that up on the signal map here, impacts are likely going to be, prepare flashlights, batteries, matches, all that stuff in case power failure occurs. Keep your cell phones fully charged for fishing folks, secure fishing boats in safe areas. And then signal 3 would mean if your house is not strong enough to sustain the winds, you just go to a friend's house who can stay in safe area until it passes. Make sure you're not in a low-lying area. That's something important. And just try not to be outdoors. It should be around 80, 90 kilometers per hour. I'm just trying to read what the signal warnings mean. Right. Still going a little bit more northwest than it was earlier, so it is going. It's trying to correct its track now. Now it's back over water. I don't know why it just wanted to make a landfall so badly. It could have just done this. Instead, it wanted to curve west at the last moment. Which that can make it worse because the storm may re-intensify back into a Category 5 super typhoon if it plays its cards right. Alright, let's see. The Eye has actually warmed slightly, 26.6 degrees Celsius. That's that little green color in there. We still have an eye. You can see it on its chart. This is where the warmest area is, and then these are the surrounding cloud tops. So there's a large difference between them. At Lisa says, what's the diameter of the storm? Let's take a look at that. Now, in terms of like the overall cloud size, mainly around 600 kilometers, but the main impact's mainly around 300 kilometers. Speaking of that, I'd like to show you all the typhoon force winds, like the wind field of the storm. This is where the storm was located. Nope, it has not updated yet. It will update pretty soon, I think. Here we go. Here's the update. Well, it positions it northwest of the island now. And this is a rough idea of where the winds are likely occurring. This area right here is going to be Category 4 or stronger winds, your super typhoon winds. Thankfully not impacting land right now. This is our Category 3 major typhoon winds, or very strong typhoon winds, occurring over there. Not really impacting land, thankfully. The Category 2 force winds are greater, are going to be right in here. Typhoon force winds, and they are occurring for parts of land right in here. And the Bicol region. Typhoon force winds, this is how far out they extend. Again, further into the Bicol region, we have our damaging winds in this orange color. And we have our tropical storm force winds in this yellow color, also impacting land. So we can see how broad the impacts are right now. There are typhoon force winds still occurring on the Catanduanes Islands, but the conditions are relaxing. We got 20-knot winds approaching a good chunk of Luzon. Now, but there is still a good distance before they reach the typhoon winds. Let's see what other questions there are. What about NCR, especially Metro Manila? Manila should get around, let's see. Metro Manila is under a Signal 2 warning, I believe. Yep, so just be prepared for around, or like, have flashlights already. Be prepared for the power to go out. Just be ready in case flooding occurs, stuff like that. Not much to be prepared for. I mean, it's just going to be around 60, 70 kilometer an hour winds Maybe slightly higher than that. Uh, Wait, a small direction can change all of that for Manila. Yep. If it shifts just slightly south of the slightly south, they will be getting a lot worse winds. If it goes right over here, Metro Manila is closer. If it goes up over here, they will likely get spared. So it's hard to tell the exact impacts. Oh, plus 50. Yep. Thank you, members. 8-hour live stream. Be like, yeah, I'm getting close to that. There's someone in Washington. All right. Which is stronger, Haiyan or ManYi in terms of winds? Haiyan. Now, of course, all of you who are just tuning in, if you have any additional questions, you can always just let me know and I'll be happy to answer. I do my best to answer every question. I believe I've answered them all as long as they're in English. Wow, 135 people watching at once. That's, I think, a record for me. Thank you all so much. Okay, we can see now the entirety of the eye is back over water. The Catanawanas Island is now have experienced the worst, and that things will gradually improve for them, thankfully. But yeah, parts of mainland Luzon, especially eastern mainland Luzon, or far eastern Luzon, have experienced the worst conditions. It's mainly this. It's mainly just Luzon now that hasn't yet to experience the worst conditions, and then some of the outlying islands. $143. Wow. Remember, if you all have any questions, again, I know that there's a lot of people coming in and out. If you have any questions, about an area, even if I've already covered it, I'll be glad to go over it again. Just, type it in chat and I'll answer it as quickly as I can. Ati Lisa says your live stream is very helpful. Thank you so much. Remember, guys, I have super chats available there if you want to donate or all. Really appreciate it. I've been going on for 6 hours now almost. We're around 600 views away from this becoming my second most popular live stream. I feel like we're going to reach that pretty soon. And then also, if you all are, liking the stream, you can all, click the like button and subscribe. Really helps out the channel. Really, really does. Wow, we've gained, let's see, we've gained 55 subscribers? No, 65 subscribers, I think, roughly. Yeah, 55 subscribers, my fault. Yep, thank you all so much. Let's see if we can hit 100 in one stream. That'd be crazy. Well, I just gained 2 subscribers from that. Well, if you think you are and you just don't want to double check, you all can do that. Shelby, or no, let's see. Ray Capri says your info is very helpful. Thank you, thank you. You are welcome. Just hit 4,000 views. I'm really glad that this is helping all of you. Jonathan says new sub. Thank you so much for subscribing. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we are currently around nearing the. Whoops, that's like 10 minutes extra, I think. I don't know. We're around 13 hours away from it making landfall. Of course, the stream will potentially end before that if the viewership drops quite a bit. Because, eventually I need to get some sleep, just just prepare for the long stream ahead. So, all right, so Camacho says, "Don't worry, guys. Here in the Philippines, we have a flood control engineering project. That's great." Athom says, "Is there any developing weather disturbance in the Western Pacific in the next 2 weeks' time? I hope none. Doesn't seem like it. There's nothing really out behind it, fortunately. Hopefully, this basin can just, shut down entirely up until next year. That's the goal. We'll see. They could very well get additional impacts, um, but I see it unlikely. I think there could always be like a wave like this that just pops up out of nowhere and develops as a weak tropical storm, but yeah, I don't really expect anything. There's stuff over by the Marshall Islands, but that's by Hawaii. Not really doing much. Alright, Sarah is still 45 miles an hour, and it is still, nope, it's forecast to maintain intensity and reach the Bay of Campeche as a tropical depression. We'll see how that fares. Oh, look at the fire. I think that's what that is, I don't know. Alright, back to our main typhoon. We can see that it is moving slower than forecasted. Its center is right around here. It's because it was just spending so much time stalling. It's around 20 kilometers slower than where it's supposed to go, so it may make landfall, again, slower than forecasted. We'll see. Shell says how the president here in the Philippines is, I don't know how to pronounce all that, sorry. I don't know if 1250 will be the exact landfall timing. We'll see. It may be a little bit pushed back. I'd say give it or take 3 hours. Of course, the timing will get more and more confident as we get closer to it. Alright. I'll teach you the Filipino language. Yeah, thank you. Oh, and also, I did want to advertise this. If you all have Discord, I do have a server that you all can join if you want. I'll link it for you all. And just say, for those who have Discord. Oh, whoops. I keep forgetting I can't do a shift thingy. The gas equals hope, yep. We're hoping that this thing doesn't intensify too much before it makes its landfall. Alright, yep, I've been streaming for 6 hours. That's typically my normal length, but I'll keep going on. As long as there's over 500 views an hour, that's typically my threshold. Um, Unless it's making landfall. Right now we've got an 1800, so I'm going to keep it going. I am going to take a 5-minute break real quick. Let me just try and pull up the thing again. Let's pull up, I say, taking a 5-minute break. Till, just do 12. There we go, I'll be right back. Sorry, guys, I thought that sign was showing. Alright, give me just one more minute. Alright, I am back now. Sorry, I thought I had that sign up. Didn't want to make you all think I was dozing off or whatnot. I just took a break there, you know. Thank you all so much for waiting. I'm gonna just do this. I forgot to click that button. I don't know if this shows up anything. But yeah, I am back. If you have any questions, be sure to let me know. Strong winds are starting in Camarines Norte. Hold tight, if that makes sense. Conditions are going to be deteriorating here over the next... I mean, they're likely almost peaking at this point. Okay, now that the eye is moving away from land, the core impacts are going to be, tucked into the center, not really impacting land. So since they're over the waters and not having land interaction, they're able to intensify again. So we'll see how this storm can get its structure back together. This stuff is very unpredictable, so we could be looking at a Category 3, we could be looking at a Category 5, depending on if it wants to intensify or not. Super Typhoon Hyon says, hey Chase. Hey Hyon, how are you doing? Shelby says, I've been here since 6 hours, guys. Yep, I can confirm. I can confirm that. It's hard to believe it's been 6 hours. The first couple hours were like super slow for me. I mean, because there wasn't much going on in terms of chatting. Now everything's going by super quick. I remember ManYi was expected to be a TS and die due to shear. Yep, it survived the shear, and because of that, we're looking at a very powerful typhoon impacting the central Philippines. It was able to survive, and now it's going all the way through here. It's going to enter the South China Sea. I mean, it's going to be lasting on for around another 5 days, so you'll hear that name quite a lot. Of course, like, oh, it's still churning out in the South China Sea, stuff like that. Alright, let's take a look at more satellite imagery of the storm. Yep, look at its jog now to the northwest. It has corrected itself. It's no longer going to be plowing in towards Camarines. Alright, now I will have to move this a little bit more to the north. I'm going to zoom out slightly. Try not to zoom out too far. There you go, you all can still see the storm. Alright, just loading up all the frames. There we go. We can see that northwestern jog at the last few moments. I'm going to up the frame count. Just because I can. I'm going to do it to 20. I'd like to see more of it. I'm going to do 30, I think. Or no, let me do... I'm going for 30, so I'm going to go 36. Because why not? This would be from when I started my stream to now. Someone says, look at Becky. Yeah, how about let's do that? Becky is... How is it faring right now? Ooh, that is looking good. That thing is trying to get its whole eye together now. Not bad. Trying to go for major cyclone status. Trying to get towards category 3. Eye temperature is nearing the positives. Not bad. Thanks for reminding me of that. See what else people are saying. Super Typhoon Sahayan says, I bet ManYi, Gaimi, Yagi, and Usagi will be retired. I don't know. We'll see. It will not landfall in Karma Norte. Nope, doesn't seem to be not going to do that. You'll see at the end of the track how it moved west and then it curved right back up to the northwest. So it's not going to touch these areas. Landfall, again, as a reminder, means the center of the storm touches land. Doesn't mean the Eyewall will not touch land. The landfall counter is for 13 hours for the next system. Or for the, sorry, no, not next system. For the next landfall in Aurora. Sierra Madre will protect, I don't know who that is. What is the status of a strong typhoon? What does that mean? Stella, what does that mean? Oh, Sierra Madre, the mountains. Okay, now I remember that. I have a question Chase hasn't answered. What's the question? Can we check if it will affect Locos Norte? Let's pull that up on signal warnings. Locos Norte is under a what? Okay, am I really that fatigued, or can I not see Locos Norte on here? I see Locos Sur. Loco, there we go, okay. All the way up here. They're under Signal 1 warning, meaning not much is expected out of them. Could get up to Signal 2. That's the highest I see happening. So it says the gustiness. If we pull up the gustiness on Pagasa, gustiness is as high as 325 kilometers per hour, so this is no joke. This is a very strong storm. Steven Weather, you just got here, but okay, I'm gonna head off. Good night. Alright, and Shane files for Locos Norte. If we pull up the rainfall that's expected to fall, there not much today, but tomorrow, yeah, still nothing. Not over really moderate rainfall. You could get some light showers, but nothing much. Now remember guys, if you have any questions about your local area, like your local province, you can always just leave them down in the chat. I'll be happy to answer. This is what I try to do. How are jet streams related to low or high wind shears? If I pull that up on here, where is it? There we go. If I go to 8 kilometers. So the jet stream is going to be the shear. Shear is basically here. I'm going to draw the eye. Here's the waters, okay? Again. And then this is deeper waters. This is higher up in the air, okay? If that makes sense. So this is the surface of the water, okay? And then this is up like so many kilometers up in the air, okay? So here's a little bit of an eye, okay? Now you have your eye of your storm that you can clearly see down, and you can see the ocean. Sorry, I know that there's a lot of imagination in this. So wind shear is the change of wind in direction. So let's say the winds are blowing like this here, not too much, not bad, and then suddenly there's a huge shift right like this. That's going to cause the winds to dip down like this and start covering up the eye, causing the thing to collapse. So that's what wind shear is, okay? A change in wind with the direction. Now jet stream, if I pull that up, jet stream is winds that are up very high in the atmosphere, like that are moving at 300 kilometers per hour or greater, that you're not feeling, because you're at the surface. But the hurricanes or typhoons will feel them. So the jet stream you can see right up here. It's blowing very quickly. There's very strong winds that change with direction, and so all the wind shear is at where the jet is. So in areas that aren't the jet, they don't have as high of wind shear, if that makes sense. Is there anyone from Pampanga now? What's the status? I don't know where that is. I'll search that up. Okay, I'm assuming it's going to be this area. Alright, currently you all seem to be fine. Let me pull up the conditions, though, that you will be experiencing over time. Alright, you all are under a signal. You're at like roughly a signal 2 to 3 warning, so just be prepared for some pretty gusty winds from it. You all will experience it worse than Manila will. And then if we pull up the kind of rainfall you all are going to get. Tonight until tomorrow, you all are expected to get heavy to intense rainfall, around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. Numerous flooding events are likely, especially in areas that are urbanized, low-lying, or near rivers. Landslides likely in moderate to highly susceptible areas. And then the following day, you all should be clear, like get just some light showers. Yeah, you should be good for this. 5,000 views, thank you all so much. Good night, guys, from Dubai. Well, thank you so much for watching from Dubai. Really appreciate it. Someone says I'm from Calamba, Laguana. Looks like we're going to miss the worst of it. Let's see. I think you all might. I don't know. Laguana. And you guys should still get, some gusty winds, but yeah, you should all miss the most of it. 100 Residence Tower, you are welcome. Jesse George says, I'm from Pampanga. Let's pull that up. Again, you all are under a roughly signal 2 to 3 warning. Again, I just covered it. Should get around heavy to intense rainfall from tonight until tomorrow evening. 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, and then the next day you could just get a couple showers, nothing much. Kupol, is that a question or what? Thank you all so much for making this the second most popular live stream. Let's see if we can beat Christine. Jonathan says, thanks, man. Need my sleep now. You are more than welcome. I did want to say though, for those who've been watching for a while, and if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. Just want to point that out. What the heck? Okay. But I did want to point out though that I do animations on YouTube. If I can show that to you all real quick. Let me just make sure that this isn't showing anything it shouldn't. So yeah, it's like I do some good animations. I'd say, if you want to see what storms have done, all that kind of stuff, you all can check them out. I have storms like Yagi, also known as Enteng. Storms like Trami Christine, which is a pretty powerful storm, or pretty damaging and destructive storm. I have a hypothetical Western Pacific season if you all want to see that. And just some interesting animations if you all like that. Have some pretty historical storms as well. ManYi, U2, stuff like that. There's something if you're all curious and checking out. When you have the time, of course. It's free, it's all entertainment. David UWP says we're still doing repairs from Christine. Yeah, exactly. Such a damaging storm there. Alright. And now that the eye is back over water, it's trying to organize a bit better. The eye temperature is warming, I think. Yeah, minus 26 Celsius. Of course, now it's pulling away. Major typhoon, like Category 2 force winds, are likely almost occurring nowhere now on land. Maybe parts of the Katanawanas on the northwestern part, but that's about it. I'm curious though, I want to check another storm. No, I can't pull it up there, okay. Worth a shot, I forgot that it's not an invest. That Eastern Pacific disturbance. And take a look at this storm though, Becky. Really trying to get its act together. This is a southern hemisphere cyclone that spins in the opposite direction. See how the winds are blowing around this way rather than blowing around, in the northern hemisphere they turn this way. Makes it complicated for tornadoes, storm surge, stuff like that, flooding, the dirty side, all that things. Chris T says, subbed up, thanks for your great info from Karkar Cebu. Well, thank you so much for subscribing, I really appreciate it. We are around, let's see, we were around like 30 subscribers or so away from getting 100 in one day. So if you all could subscribe, that'd mean a lot to me. Thank you all so much for all the support. It says that so far, 76% of the watch time are from people who are not subscribed. So, I can track that. I can track that. So if you aren't subscribed, consider doing so. But I am very thankful for the 23% of you who are. And really supports what I do. So many watermarks everywhere. Just gained 2 subscribers from that. Thank you all so much. David UWP said I just subscribed. Thank you. Shelby says you'll think I was done watching. I'm gonna make it 7 hours of watching Chase. My #1 fan. I swear. Really appreciate it. Yeah, of course I'm probably gonna end the stream in like I don't know how long. I would like this to be my most popular though. And to become my most popular, it only needs around another around another 1.1 thousand views. No, 2.1 thousand views, sorry. 2.1, 2.2 thousand views. So at this rate, it would only take another hour. But it may take 2 hours or so. Shelby says, bro, make it 7 hours. If you can't, it's okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm going to go on until as much as there's a need for it. I was streaming for like 3 hours with less than 20 viewers that whole time, so now having 80 is showing that there's a good demand of it. Anyways, on this imagery, you can see that the storm has corrected itself, finally making a jog back to the northwest. And it's been continuing to do that, so there's a lot of areas that are not going to receive a landfall. Like, we can rule out a landfall at this point. Oh, wait, we have a radar frame. We have a radar image. Let's go. Okay, hold on. I need to shout this from the rooftops here, just showing everyone. So yeah, we do have radar here, and we can see the fact that showers are approaching Aurora right now. They do have quite a bit of distance to take. They're like around 90 kilometers offshore. These are just some of the outer bands. Nothing too bad. You can see them on this satellite imagery. That is very laggy. I'm going to refresh it. You can see them all throughout. Okay, please work. There we go. You can see them all throughout here, approaching land. And if I pull up radar imagery, if it pops up properly, there we go. Let's go. They somehow got it functioning again, which is what? This is wow. They made it so quick to update. Wow. Earlier it was once every 30 minutes. This is pretty quick updates. Yeah, we're now able to give you all a good look at some of the on the raininess that's going on around here. Everywhere else, though, I can't, sadly. Yeah, we can see that some areas in Polio Islands, Burdeos, they're starting to get some gusty showers in the outer bands. But as they continue to propagate south, westward-ish, south-southwestwards, and you know the problem becomes when this sets start to trail over one another. And then we have a bunch of other stuff happening on the Camarines right over here. We can't see much, but we can see that there is a good amount of moderate to heavy rain occurring throughout. Whoops. Right here. And then if I pull up actual satellite imagery, and we can see how much of that is rain now appearing on here. And we can see the core right over here, just starting to appear on radar. Yep, right in there. The eye still has quite a distance to get over there. Roughly around another, let's see, distance in planning. roughly around another 80 kilometers to go, so a couple hours until we can finally see what it looks like on radar. Of course, that's extremely helpful in determining where the conditions are deteriorating. David UWP said most people would be sleeping around here after since it's after midnight. Surprisingly, that isn't the case in my streams. There's so many people who join up in here at this time. What are they saying? Oh yeah, thanks for answering the question, Ian or Lan. Athom, what do you mean by what's yellow indicates? Oh, in radar. Okay, let me go back to that. All right, so in this radar imagery, it basically reflects on how heavy the rain is. So in this thing, like, this grayish color isn't much at all. Keep in mind they will miss a bunch of rain. Like, you can clearly see there's rain going on here where the radar ends. We can't see anything here. We can't see anything here. It's just a complete disaster. We only have one that's on. But, bluish means, like a drizzle, nothing much. Green, same thing, light rain. Yellow means you're starting to get to heavy rain. And orange is, you're starting to get to heavy rain close to downpours. Red would mean just incredibly intense rain. It's different for every radar station, but that's how I explain it off of Pagasa's radar. So yeah, we can see, though, the amount of heavy rain starting to approach Luzon. It mainly becomes a concern when the storms start trailing over one another. Jeff Santiago says, "Where's the next landfall?" I'm guessing you live in Santiago. I'm just gonna guess that right now. You can tell me if I'm correct or not. But next landfall should be somewhere in just north of Infanta or just south of Kasingaran or Kasingaran. Somewhere there as a possible Category 3, possible Category 5 super typhoon. 90% chance I'd give it about it striking Aurora. We'll see. Alright, let's see. Ryan Kajan says, Hurricane Chase, what is the exact distance now of Typhoon to Camarines Norte, kindly? I will happily answer that. I just need to figure out where that is. Keep in mind, I don't live in the Philippines, so I just have to figure this out. Alright, so if I pull up satellite on there, okay, they're right around here. So the storm is around 120 kilometers away, maybe 100 from its closest point right now, and around 135 kilometers-ish until it gets to its closest approach. Yeah, it's not, it's gonna go like this. Here's where it's gonna deliver the worst impacts, even though it's, not a direct landfall. But yeah, it's around 100 to 135 kilometers away. Shelby, sorry, I'm not going to show the color scale. I don't need to be stolen all that stuff. That's something I spent a lot of time on customizing. The thing that I was fine with, though, was the satellite imagery, because that's not... like, someone helped me make that. Atom says offshore rain, because no rain here in Butler at this moment. Yep. Yep, the rain is going to be coming to you all tomorrow. Oh wow, I didn't know that, Leon, about the jet stream. That's cool. But yeah, rain's going to be happening lots tomorrow. Just be prepared for that. We can see new thunderstorms, or new storms bubbling up over here. Yep, and you can watch it right over here. You'll watch the, this is satellite. showing them bubbling up. This shows the tops of the clouds, so, you know, whenever you see those clouds and those puffiness go up very high up, that's what this shows, roughly. And then we can look at radar to see what that's showing. Yep, you can see those showers right here. They're likely not in this exact place, maybe a little bit more to the west. Those will be headed towards Dena Pigu and Dilasag. We'll see. I don't know how accurate this is. I hope it's accurate. Yeah, we can see showers now approaching Buenos. You know, the Palulo Island. Forget how to pronounce it. Understandable, Chase. Thank you very much. You're welcome. All right, let's see. How fast is the Typhoon moving, and is there an average speed that Typhoons move? I can't answer the latter question, but I can answer how fast it's moving. Let's take a look at that. Whoops, wrong thing. Alright, so it was around here. Let me go back another hour. So it's moving at around 20 kilometers per hour. There isn't really a average motion. I don't know. So it's like these are all estimates and whatnot. Yeah, so I think it's moving relatively quickly. That's why only the tops of water matter, not, depth. Shelby, I doubt that you're leaving, but oh man, if you are, thank you so much for attending. Almost 7 hours of live coverage. Ryan Kajan says, thank you, you are welcome. The Typhoon is arriving, the house of wherever that is. Had a good Christmas gift. So it says, how come you do not... Well, I mean, keep in mind, it changes with time. The forward speed changes, He was just asking you, like, the latest hour. How far has it moved? And to be honest, I didn't even know either. I wasn't really looking at that. Because, yeah, I don't really trust them with that. I always like to look at up-to-date information. That information was around 90 minutes old, the one from Pagasa showing it's 25. Ah, okay, I see what's happening here. Alright. Ooh, we could see some pretty intense rainfall right near, that would be headed towards Dilasag. Something to watch out for. Of course, these outer bands are not going to be helping with the storm. It's going to further saturate the grounds, possibly cause some, isolated flooding. And then the main core of itself, the core of the storm itself will be arriving. That's going to be pretty bad. Petro Sacramento says, I got a friend who's in the Philippines and his home is in the direction of the typhoon. Do you know where they are? And if you want to know, like, certain impacts that they could get, you can always ask, and I'll be happy to answer. Uh, let's see. Mitchy Boy says, "What's the best imagery to see an ongoing Eyewall replacement cycle? And is it going on one right now?" It's hard to tell, but I mean, the best imagery would be microwave, and this is something we get rarely. Pull that up. Sorry guys, I'm just loading through a whole bunch of images real quick. We did get a new pass, but not really helping us much. I don't see it there. Yeah, this is what a microwave imagery looks like. You could see storms developing, stuff like that. It shows us like an under the hood kind of analysis of the storm. There isn't really a great satellite imagery to show it because it's all under the hood kind of stuff. It doesn't appear until much later in the cycle. Jeff Santiago says, you're a big help tracking the storm. Thank you so much for the kind words. I do my best. What is your nationality? Don't trust up, I guess. It's, I am Americanian. I am America. United States. Typhoon arrived. Okay, I don't know what that is. David UWP says, nice meeting you, Chase. I have to sleep now. You get well rested when the storm gets here. I 100% understand that. Have a great night, and I hope everything fares well. I will be doing live coverage again, so you can always pop back in during that. Pedro Sacramento says, it's on the coast area around north, not sure where. Well, I'm sorry, I can't really tell you exactly what impacts that would be getting. Okay, some dude with an interesting name says, do you think it will complete the eye cycle before landing again? It has a chance. It has a good like 12 hours until it makes its landfall. So I'd like to see radar imagery first to determine that assumption. It could try and re-intensify again. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just completely collapses. We'll see. Christy says, thanks for answering the questions. Time for bed now. Prayers for all those in the path of this typhoon. Good night, all. Good night, Chris. Hope you all are okay with this. Okay, let's see. You're American big guy better than the. Yeah, well, I know my knowledge with tropical cyclones, so I just try to do my best to help those internationally. Richard Smith says, Laguna Bay is right next to Manila. It is a freshwater lake. Do you know how much water it'll be impacted with? My house is on the edge of the lake and currently still has 4 inches of water. Wow. Let's see. So Manila, in terms of rainfall impacts, they're under signal 2 for wind. They are expected to get around 50 to 100 millimeters of rainfall from up until this evening. So yeah, just expect maybe another 2 to 4 inches possible in a rise. I don't know, maybe more than that. Just be prepared for that. Yep, I see you, Shelby. Yeah. It's an old name, changing it, no worries. Is that Zoom Earth? Yes, it is. Let me pull that up again. Zoom Earth right over here. Let's see, I don't think anyone has sent anything on Twitter. Nope, I'm doing live coverage on Twitter as well, but no one says anything there. That's fine. I look at YouTube more. I mean, I would love to work at Pagasa, just help the thing work out. But the thing is, they're all the way in the Philippines. That's quite a distance. So, we can see new radar imagery of the shower starting to approach over the area of Polillo Island. Right in here, we got a good amount of showers. And the problem with this is when they train over one another, it's just going to be a non-stop trail of it. So that's what would lead to localized flooding, potentially even flash flooding once it's non-stop rain. And this is before the storm itself actually arrives, so we don't know what's going to happen. We just take it as we go. We're starting to be able to see more of the core right in here. Not bad. Can't tell much with it yet. There is a little bit of a gap opening up here, which could indicate, potential eyewall replacement cycle, eye appearing there. We can't see it though on radar yet. You can see it's a little bit just out of reach. Of course, this will help quite a bit. Dude, the wind is actually quite strong. Where are you? I don't know how to pronounce that name, sorry. Athon Delator says, I'm sleepy, be back tomorrow, night. Have a good night. Yeah, David UWP says, since Pagasa is a Philippine government, it would be very difficult for a non-Filipino to get a job there. Yep, unfortunately. I'm planning on working on my local government's weather service. Alright, so, those who are just tuning in the live stream, be sure to like and subscribe if you find it informative, and then you can always ask questions in the chat, and I'll be happy to answer. If you want, I have a Discord server. No one has joined yet, at least on this chat, but with around almost 900 people. So if you want up-to-date information on the tropics, you can join this. Let me just do it. 900. Yeah, I know that not everyone has this Discord, but if you have it, you can always certainly pop in the chat. The stream's still going well, so I'm gonna keep going for another at least an hour. And then, of course, I will be doing another stream for when it hits Aurora. This is just a predecessor live stream, kind of for the I forget the island name again already, but it's landfall impact. So I will likely begin the stream roughly 2 to 3 hours before its landfall. And then, of course, I'll do another. I'll keep streaming as much as people want. Like, right now I would typically end it after it makes its landfall. But since there are people who want to watch the stream, I'm going to keep going. Alright, so any questions that I can answer? Any terminologies you want to know about? Okay, that's not new. Is that in around an hour and 15 minutes we'll get a new update from Pagasa? Seti, okay, thank you for updating the thing there. Look at the latest image of Zoom, but live is pretty low-key horrible. Yeah, I mean HD, not live. Well, I mean, I don't like to look at HD because that's a little bit long ago. Yeah, we can see how much of a monster the storm was earlier. Absolute beast. Still is one, just not as much. You can see the remnants of it from before to now. And the storm is still impacting the Camarines right now. You can see the amounts of moderate to heavy rainfall that's falling everywhere there. Again, they are forecasted to receive around Yeah, over 200 millimeters of rain, so intense to torrential rainfall is expected. Just a reminder on there. And let's take a look at more of the satellite imagery right here. Sorry for this, but we can take a look at the overall track that's taken. No, I moved it. Oh, dang it. Okay.
Jace?
Yo, hello, crazy.
Hello.
Oh my god, someone else that scared me. This I've been going on for a live stream for, let's see, do you know how long?
I think it just said 57 minutes or something.
I've been on a live stream for 7 hours now and I'm still live.
Wait,
5.9,
what?
I'm still live. 7 hours live stream.
Oh my god, I'm sitting down. Forgot.
Okay,
There we go.
alright, I've been doing a live stream for 7 hours so far.
Oh my god.
5.9 thousand views so far, and I currently have 107 people watching, so.
Holy.
Yes, so this is likely going to be my best stream. Had 143 people watching at one point. Or at one point it was 160,
Yeah.
but
How'd the live stream go overall?
I'm still live, but it's going pretty good. It was
Yeah.
pretty epic to see the system move westwards all of a sudden and slam into the island there.
Yeah.
We thought it was going to
that
be
was
like a
kind of my
50-50.
concern. That is,
Hmm?
yeah. I had a suspicion it was probably gonna, like, I had a suspicion that there was kind of no way it'd miss.
Why though?
So, if it's already really strong, as I said,
Mm-hmm.
the stronger systems are going to move west more. And also, I'd been looking at halves, and the halves runs have been trending a little south. So I was thinking that it would probably.
Yeah. So you think it's going to try and re-intensify before
Now, what
its
I will
landfall?
say is I don't think it's going to try and rebound
You don't think it
that
will?
much. Well, I mean, it may be, but it's probably going to look similar to how other systems in this area usually look.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of busted Cat 4 kind of look.
Yep.
I think is probably what we're going to maintain. Maybe we'll get some eye clearing and back up to like Super Typhoon, but we're probably not going to get Cat 5 again.
How's the Eyewall replacement cycle going?
It's almost completed, but land might have interrupted it a little bit.
Okay, I was wondering if land helped it at all.
Land usually interrupts
Okay.
Eyewall replacement cycles. Usually.
Alright.
Especially direct landfalls like that, usually it's not good. Like, remember Yagi?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yagi's replacement cycle got badly interrupted by Hainan until it reemerged, and then once it reemerged, it finished completing.
Yep.
So that's kind of what probably happened here. So we should see it complete over the next 6 to 8 hours, but then it's not going to have much time to rebound before land, I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, it has around
And
another 12 hours until it strikes land.
yeah, I mean 12 hours, I guess. If it's really quick, it can probably do it. But
Yep.
you know, another thing I'll say is this system has always had a very resilient inner eyewall.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we saw, obviously, it had banding that was already trying to form on secondary eyewall, but you noticed even when the structure started to degrade, the
Mm-hmm.
metrics in the eye were almost unbelievable. Like,
Well,
remember Mawar? Remember
yes.
how dry and warm Mawar's eye was?
Yep.
It was trying to get into that level of conversation.
Wow.
It wasn't quite there, but it was getting very, very, very dry and very warm.
Yeah.
It was... It maintained 22.5 to 23 Celsius on Geo for like 6 hours.
Wow. Yeah. How strong do you think it
That's
peaked as?
ridiculous. I think 150 knots.
Wow. Okay.
145, 150 knots is
Mm-hmm.
somewhere in the range.
And then what
Which
time
is
would it have peaked?
definitely... maybe like a 1Z, or 2Z,
Okay.
somewhere in that range. it peaked right before the structure started to degrade.
Yep.
After that, it slowly started to diminish, but it was a pretty short, real peak before it just kind of slowly waned.
And what do you think the landfall intensity was? I saw IPC, WCC, or whatever, went with 150 knots.
150 knot? No, they were on 150 miles an hour, 130 knots.
They went with, or wait, sorry, not 150 knots. Yeah, 130 knots. That's
Yeah,
what I
that
meant.
makes sense. That makes sense.
Whoops.
That
Mhm.
that makes total sense. And probably right now, reemerging, I think it's probably like 120 knots.
Yep.
We probably knocked it down another 10 knots, and then it'll probably be pushing for STY again.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is definitely the monster of the season for the Philippines here. This is definitely the beast.
Can't believe they've gone through so many, and now the final one is going to be the worst. Last but certainly not least.
Yeah, that's the way it works in storm trains usually.
Mm-hmm.
Remember 1995?
Nope, I don't remember
You know what
that.
You know what the last storm was in that train?
What?
Angela.
Okay.
that kind of should give you a clue.
Mm-hmm.
2013 storm train, the last storm was Haiyan.
Yep.
So usually in these big storm trains, the last one has the best setup and therefore be the biggest impact.
And why is that though?
We usually there's basically everything else is already cleared out. A lot of the other systems this year you noticed were they didn't really have a lot of time. They just kind of blew up right before landfall kind of things. Yep. Or their setup didn't feature the strongest ridge. ManYi had both a very strong ridge to keep it south and was tracking further south than the rest, and it developed way earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was developed when Taraji was booming.
Yes.
Or Taraji was trying to, failed.
Yep.
But then you had Usagi days after that, which then did its thing, blew up and became a beast. And then this, in terms of overall, maybe, Usagi and this are probably right about the same strength. They're probably almost identical strength systems.
Mm-hmm.
But this system, in comparison, maybe slightly weaker pressure, but as a system is way more impressive.
Yeah.
Way more potent. So
why didn't it go farther south? Because I thought it was going to go much farther south than that. In the island.
I think Usagi might have played a role a little bit in eroding a little bit of the ridge further west.
All right.
Because the ridge was placed a little further east this year than some other years, like for Haiyan, and also seemed to be a little bit different in orientation, where it dipped further south in the over the Philippine Sea, but then as you got closer to the Philippines, it allowed systems to kind of move northwest more.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't quite as potent, but it didn't allow a recurve like something like a
Surrogate.
A Gaimi.
Or whatever, or yeah.
Yeah, Gaimi or Surrogate or any of those. So this year is basically the culmination of everything. Usually the last storm in the sequence is this, early mid-November time frame, and that's when everything gets put together.
Yep. So
notice that Usagi did it very well, and this system absolutely did it very well. So yeah, and then after this, finally, Philippines, I can say that you guys will get a break of some sort.
All right, yes.
You guys will get a decent break.
Mm-hmm. They really need
it. Yeah, during a La Nina year. This is a record negative PDO, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought I'd mention that.
Right.
This is a record negative PDO season.
And what does that mean?
Usually in those, basically Pacific Decadal oscillation. So, I'll explain it. If you have warm waters in the west and cool waters in the eastern part of the temperate Pacific, so getting close to the Bering Sea. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But just south of that, if you have warm in the west and cool in the east, it's negative, and if you have the opposite, it's positive.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the best way I'll explain it. But But yeah,
Yeah.
we had record negative this year, by the way, which is really favorable for getting systems in late. And we had 6 of them hit the Philippines in like a month and a
Yeah,
half.
that's just insane. I mean, also the amount of the
Like,
streams
that
I've had to
doesn't make
do.
any sense.
Stuff. I'm so used to having such a long
You know what
break.
I'm saying?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Chase?
Can you hear me? No. I heard you. I heard you. He's not gonna be able to hear me though.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
I don't know what the heck just happened.
I could
but yeah.
hear you though the entire time, just a reminder on that.
So weird. I don't know why I can't hear you.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I just hear you going hello, hello. Oh, by the way, this month
Oh, no.
I've gained 390 subscribers, which is just insane. I
That's
never
pretty
thought
crazy.
it.
Yeah.
Typically a month I get around 30, so getting 10 times that. The amount of streams I've done, insane.
The Philippines as well. That's like that kind of spot makes sense because usually they're so aware. Like
Yeah, they're
they're
so
very
active in the weather.
in tune
Yep,
with this stuff.
exactly.
Yeah.
I was not expecting to get
So
this many views.
it's a good
It's a good what?
I said it's a really important place to live stream because there's a huge viewer power valid.
Exactly. I was
And
about to
it's
end the stream. I don't know if you can see my screen share. I know it kind of glitches out. But yeah, I
I
was
saw you
about.
had the statistics screen up.
Yep, right
Like you were
here.
about to end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right over here. It looks like it was about to. I wasn't getting that much. I was getting around 10 or so, 20 or so. Then it kept dipping down, and I was like, I'll hold off. And then it finally peaked out, like 5 hours after
That makes sense
starting the
though. As
stream.
you get closer to landfall.
Well, no, this was landfall over here-ish.
Oh.
And then afterwards, because then it started becoming around midnight, and everyone wanted to be on their phones and stuff like that. Watch YouTube.
Yeah.
Because most of the viewers are from the from like Aurora or Manila, that general area.
Ah.
I did
So
a
yeah, then
poll.
that means your lose on stream will be very important.
Exactly. Yep. If it happened at the same time, like if Luzon was getting impact or Manila was getting impacts at the same time that I peaked out here, it probably would have been much more than that. Because
Oh yeah.
people in Manila here are just
I mean,
watching, wondering about it. They're not even getting any rain or anything like that. They're currently
Yeah,
getting nothing.
for those in Manila, by the way, I'll quickly say one thing is I would be definitely cautious. I think you're going to get tropical storm force. Maybe if it slips south of forecast, you'll get some typhoon forecast or force winds in the northern part of the city. But looking at it, you're not going to get a huge core impact. This isn't going to be one of those systems where you get a direct impact by a strong typhoon. I don't think that'll be the case. For those north of Manila, though, heading towards central Luzon, maybe a little bit on the east coast of Luzon, a little east of places like
San Jose.
Tarlac City,
Yep.
San Jose, yeah, that region. Now that you need to be very, very cautious. That area needs to be very cautious from this, and should be preparing, or should be doing their final preparations for a significant impact here.
Yep. Conditions will begin to deteriorate in the morning and then towards the afternoon hours, and then just continues to get worse throughout the evening and night.
Yeah, and this is not going to be like Usagi, where basically with Usagi it collapsed on landfall. Like,
Yep.
if you remember what people said about Usagi, is literally they're like, "Where's the typhoon?" It literally died on landfall
Yeah.
because it was a pinhole. But this system, because it's a stadium eye, is a lot more resilient to things like land interaction. So it's not just going to die; it's going to be a significant impact, probably a little bit deeper inland than what you're used to here, and it's going to be significant. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep. It's still forecast to be a typhoon as it reemerges.
That makes sense, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Someone says they're in Pangasinan. I'm gonna type in that location real quick. Looking at my phone for chat. Um, or Pangasinan, about 7 kilometers away from. Okay, so this would be. Is it this area? Oh, where they are right now. Okay, to the eye of the storm right now. I mean, relatively speaking. Yep, right there. Getting hammered
Yeah,
with the outer Eyewall, I'd say. Just the core of the storm
well,
itself.
not really. Probably not the outer eye wall. They're probably outside of it still,
Yeah,
but
the main core though of the rain shield or whatnot.
yeah, probably significant tropical storm typhoon force winds for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hold on. He said no,
And
not there. Okay, hold on. I typed in the wrong location then. San Nicolas. Would it be there or I don't know where? There's
no,
multiple areas.
Philippines below.
Oh
Look
yeah,
below. Look below.
right there. Let's see. These will pop up. I guess it would be this one then, maybe?
Okay, so that would
Okay,
be on
that
the
would make
west
more
side of
sense, yep.
Luzon.
Alright. So they could still get a core impact from that. So they're just northwest of San Jose. So they would, yep, basically be in the direct
I would
impact
expect
zone.
there.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect there because it's deep inland. Is you're probably not going to get typhoon sustained. So when you get deep inland like that, that sustained winds will die off because of friction. But occasionally, you're going to get those stronger winds from aloft to mix down. So you're going to get very strong gusts,
Yep.
well in excess of typhoon force. So that's kind of the important thing to note there is very strong gusts deeper inland, but not exactly sustained winds. A little bit different than what you're going to see along the coast.
Yeah. Someone says, or one of the viewers from Portugal was saying that their friend is in Luzon. It's like, well, they just found out where their friend is, and then their friend is in Luzon. So it's like, well, yeah, they're definitely going to get some impacts from it in somewhere in Luzon,
Yeah,
wherever they live.
because it is a huge. This is a huge system as well. I want to note that it's closer. It's not quite a Kongre, but it's also not quite a Usagi. It's somewhere in the
Yep.
middle. So, a lot of areas are going to get impacts, but it's not going to be the thing like Kongre where everybody got a typhoon, because that's what
Yes.
happened during Kongre. Is literally everybody got a typhoon because it was so big.
Mm-hmm.
This is not going to be like that. It's going to be more concentrated to the landfall site, but it's still going to be a pretty wide-reaching impact.
Yeah. Here's a look at the signal warnings right now, in effect. The entirety of Luzon getting at least a signal 1.
I'm surprised they still only have signal 3 in eastern Luzon.
I think signal 4 is going to be 12 hours. Let me just see what the requirement is.
Okay, so signal 4
hours,
should
yep.
be coming very soon.
Yep, the next update will be in an hour, and then we should see signal 4s pop up. Because they just recently upgraded them to signal 3. And since I've been here from the beginning, they made a mistake. They forgot to color this in. Then this was signal 3. And now, as of the latest update, they've added all of these areas into the signal 3. So as we go in with time, they should upgrade the rest of the coast into signal 3 and then upgrade Aurora to signal 4. Since they did upgrade this island to signal 4, so it only makes sense for them to upgrade Aurora to signal 4 or potentially 5. We'll see. I feel like they'll do 4 for right now and then potentially consider an upgrade to 5.
Yeah,
Right.
That's probably what I'd think as well.
Someone says, or Prince Luffy, official vlog, says, hello, I'm from northern Luzon, La Union, Locos region. Let me pull that up. I have it. Oh, yeah, right here. La Union, Locos region, somewhere right around here, I believe. They are currently in a Signal 2 warning, but that should be upgraded pretty soon to a Signal 3. Rainfall threats would be around, for until tomorrow evening, or until this evening, should be around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, and then the following day, an additional 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. So that's your general impacts. Oh, crazy, we do have radar, by the way. Not on the storm, but the radar that was for Luzon is back up. It's updating pretty quickly. Instead of every 30 minutes, it was.
Nice.
Or wait, did it go down? Oh, come on. I'm gonna check.
Okay, so we're not quite able to see the core yet, but
It's gone! No! No! It's so over. It's gone. We had it.
oh no.
And then it shuts down. No. We were so close. You see this? We'd see all the way up to here, and I'll
Yeah.
compare that to the eye itself on a satellite. We were so close. We were so close to the eye wall, and then it's just everything came down. Prince Luffy, yep, I did check that for you. The area should be fine there.
Wait, they shouldn't even be getting anything.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. This had a. Can you check it,
Why
please?
is
They're fine right now, don't worry. You all are fine right now.
I
The
don't think
conditions
it's going to
will.
be permanently down.
What? Oh, the radar?
I don't think it's permanent, by the way. I think you should be able to get the Eyewall. Yeah, I think you should be able to
Yeah,
get
no,
it.
I mean, I feel like they're just.
Because they're only getting 15 knot winds.
They
They're only
just
getting
love to shut
15
it
knot
down.
winds. And if you remember, during Samar, they had the radar up during Haiyan. So I think
Yes.
we should be able to get the radar off the system. So
The big thing with this though was during the first stream, there were 30-minute updates. For some reason now we were getting updates every 5 minutes. I was like, wow, that's great, and then it just shuts down.
yeah,
Not even during the most.
but it'll come back
important
on.
time. Yep. Hopefully they do. Let's not jinx it.
Well, yeah, but it could also just be they're doing some maintenance or something to try to keep it going before
Yep.
the storm impacts, because I know they're going to want the data. So
Why don't they have their like Pagasa radar things public? The one that's currently showing the eye.
not sure.
Is we were able to see. I don't know if you saw it. Right here. Radar imagery of its landfall.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay.
Very clear double eyewall.
Mm-hmm. I remembered looking at this and Riley was saying that its eyewall replacement cycle is nearly completed. I don't know if that was correct or not.
Not
It looked like
really.
it still has a lot of time to go.
Yeah, no, that looks only like 40% complete on the imagery.
Yep.
Yagi's was almost complete at landfall. If you want to see what an almost complete one looks like.
Yep, I remember that. Someone says, can you compare 2008 severe tropical storm Halong and ManYi? Let's pull that up. 2008 typhoon season. Just pulling up a random storm. Time to see what.
I mean,
this
that's comparable in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. It was. Let me see what storm he said. Halong. Okay. Right over here.
Wait, that went the other way. That's an interesting track, actually.
Yeah.
No, that's completely uncomparable.
Yep. This storm is going this. Oh, okay. Let me grab the correct drawing tool. It's going this way instead. Like,
Yeah,
well,
it's going the complete opposite direction.
That general direction. So, I mean, winds probably are going to be stronger. Rain, I don't know how much of a difference it's going to be.
The difference is with a very strong system like this compared to something like a severe tropical storm.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me, Chase?
Yes.
Is, well, during a severe tropical storm or Cat 1, like Halong was,
Mm-hmm.
it also looks like it was a smaller system.
And moving slower.
Yeah, so you'll get a concentrated area of impact for a long time, but it's not really, because it's not really going to be a huge impact that's widespread. It'll have some wind. I mean, obviously it's a Cat 1, but
Yep.
for the Philippines, definitely not the same caliber. Like, this is, keep in mind, the opposite side will probably get similar winds, but this is a system probably double or triple the size of Halong.
Yeah.
So the impact, the time of impact is going to be very much so longer here.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is just a naturally larger system that's already, it's undergoing an hour replacement cycle as well, so it's even expanding more.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a pretty large system at landfall here.
Someone gave a better suggestion and said 1981 Irma.
Interesting.
I'll pull that up.
The closest comparison I can give is probably Babs 1998. If you're looking for a typhoon,
Wait, here's Irma, by the way.
kinda,
Oh wait,
but
not that. There we go.
I guess a little bit. But Irma looks even a little bit smaller.
Yep.
The closest comparison that can be really given in terms of intensity and track is Babs 1998, even though it's a very different system.
Babs. Oops, wrong thing. 1998.
Babs was closer to a Gyami than this was, but the track and overall, like,
This one. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
But I feel like it was moving. This one was moving faster. Much faster.
it was. This is, if you look at Babs, it was more like a Gyami kind of situation.
Yep.
Not exactly, obviously not like a 150 knot under the hood, but you get my point.
Yes, yeah. That's the only thing that I remember from Kaimi was the under the hood structure.
Yeah.
Was Gaimi this? Yeah, I think Gaimi was the storm that did that loop, right? Near
It
Taiwan.
was.
Wow.
But
Okay.
that's kind of something most storms do that go in
I
that
thought that they
area.
were two separate storms. Okay. Us, the person, Chester says, Halong beaten Pangasinan very bad in 2008. I guess they're just saying that how bad
Very bad.
Halong was. I feel like that was more so slower movement and that was more so flooding than it was the winds. Wind should be
And it
the
also
primary
came
concern.
from the opposite direction, which,
Yep.
keep in mind, Philippine landfalls from moving from west to east are always very rare.
Mm-hmm.
So, considering that fact, you got an intact core instead of a really damaged or destroyed core like you're going to get with this.
Yep.
So it's also different in that regard. And, like, just overall, the system will be a lot more intact and mature.
Yeah.
Or,
I have a
or
question
was
for you,
more
Crazy.
intact.
Why is this
Yeah.
thing fizzling out right in here, like where I draw my line?
That's the moat between the two eyewalls showing, probably.
Okay, so is the eyewall like I don't know if the secondary eyewall is gonna be that large though. I don't think
Sometimes
so.
what you'll also see,
Mm-hmm.
this could just be a case of, like, earlier, you'll just see fractures before you'll see the actual moat begin to really show itself.
Okay.
Because usually what you'll see is you'll see the areas, like, of warming where the moat
Mhm.
would be, and then it radiates out because, obviously, it gets to the upper levels and then it gets carried outwards by the storm's
Yes.
outflow.
Yep.
So you'll see it radiate out in the
Mhm.
CDO. Like, watch loops, you'll see what happens.
Yep. The eye
That actually
temperature.
does look like a moat.
Okay. The eye temperature
Yeah,
has
that is.
warmed to minus 19 degrees Celsius. It's still stabilizing at around that.
Yeah, we should see it warm a bit further. The only reason it really dropped was just because of landfall. Like, this was actually, if this didn't have this landfall, we would have probably seen similar to like a main cut EWRC.
Okay.
So if you remember during main cut, the eye literally never disappeared during main cut's EWRC.
Yes. Wow.
So it went through an entire RO flipping cycle, and during the middle of it, the eye was still almost perfectly clear.
Mm-hmm. I remembered Barrel is the complete opposite. It completely fizzled out and then came right back.
Yeah. Well, that depends a lot on shear as well.
Yeah.
You'll see that with sheared systems. So systems like this that are already deeply embedded in their environment have very good, I mean, like almost no wind shear. Like,
Yeah.
think of Irma as well. Irma's another good example. It went through like 3 merger auto placement cycles, and literally you could never even tell it went through one off a satellite.
Yep.
So when that happens, basically when something like that happens is the system is just deeply entrenched in its upper level environment. It's gotten rid of a lot of the factors around it that could shear it, like differences in the ridge or whatever. It's pumped the ridge to be very stable. The system itself is encountering almost no wind shear. So you'll see in those very highly just entrenched systems, you will see their auto clicking cycles overall be a lot more smooth, I guess you'd say, even though they take a long time. Like this system, for example, this hour placement cycle would have never completed in 12 to 18 hours.
Yeah.
Like some of the smaller eyes, you'll see like a Milton. Remember how fast Milton's
Yes.
completed? No. you would never even see anything like that with this system. It would take 24 to 36 hours to complete a full hour cycle.
All right, and I do have
So,
a question here that says, is ManYi gustiness really 325 kilometers per hour? That's 200 miles an hour, by the way. Pagasa went that's how strong the gusts are.
slightly under that.
All right.
Slightly under that. I would say probably like 180, 190, but
Mhm.
same concept. Um, at landfall in the northern Eyewall, you will experience that.
Yeah.
That's the only location you will experience that at. Everywhere else does not get gusts even close.
Mhm.
So it also must be noted that that's immediately at the coast. Because of friction, that does die off pretty quick in these higher end
Yep.
typhoons. So, yes, the winds will still be dangerous. You could still see widespread 100 to 150 mile an hour gusts, but not to like 200.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, I think that's something to note about the max sustained wind as well. Is like max sustained wind does not mean the wind that everybody experiences. It just means the wind that the absolute immediate landfall site in the strongest part of the eye wall will experience.
Yeah. Uh, Chuo says, I'm here now live in Central Luzon, Pepito, Slam Mountain, Sierra Madre. I don't know what they're trying to say. I guess they're in the Sierra Madre Mountains.
Okay, so they're basically at the strongest part of the landfall of this system, where it's expected
So, yeah.
to be. Santa Madre. I'm looking for the location. What did they say?
Sierra Madre. I'm here now live
Sierra.
in Central Luzon, Pepito, Slam Mountain, Sierra Madre.
Okay. That's a little bit further north than I want to say. Okay. You should be, in theory, north of the absolute worst impacts of the Sierra Madres.
Yep. Oh, Mark D. Latour says 325 kilometers per hour. Is that a typo? Pagasa confirmed it was not a typo. I don't know why they were so adamant about keeping 325.
It's just, I would say probably expect something like 280 to 300 for max.
Yep. That's just the max stuff, not
Yeah.
what you're going to be getting continuously.
Yeah.
That's only in a specific area.
I mean, the only time you could really, I guess, use the max as like a true indicator is Dorian.
Yeah.
Because remember, Dorian's eyewall, pretty much the entire eyewall had that sustained wind, and it was ridiculously consistent.
Exactly. Yep.
But like that is such a rare case that not this system definitely not because its structure is all busted anyway from all places.
Mhm.
But like it takes something like that to get that consistent of extreme wind or like a high end or just something very stable like that. But those are so high end and rare that you know
Yep.
it goes deeper than what's really necessary here.
Mhm. Mitchie Boy said the Sierra Mountain or the Sierra Madre is a mountain range, I believe, from Rizal to the northern Luzon. It's usually
Yeah.
Luzon's best defense against storms. I remembered Sierra Madre killed Mangcut.
See, yeah, Sierra Madre is
Mhm.
historically very, very important in killing off typhoons that landfall there. But yeah, so what I'll say for that area is if you're east of the mountains, you have absolute reason to be concerned about the system, especially if you're just north of the landfall site. You definitely have reason to be concerned.
Mhm.
Um, but if you're on the opposite side, if you're on the west side of the mountains, rainfall will be a significant risk still. I want to clarify that. This will still dump a ton of rainfall, but the wind impact will be drastically less on the other side of those mountains.
Yep.
The vortex will get shredded on the other side of the mountains. So just remember that.
Mhm. Still expect to be a typhoon after it hits. You think that's likely?
I mean, yeah, it'll pretty quickly rebound after it reemerges, but the winds itself will drastically fall off on
Yeah.
the other side of the mountains either way.
Yep. Anything else you want to mention about the storm right now? Oh, I have something. A surge. Right here. Let me pull up the storm surge
Surge,
graph.
yes. So
Let me find it. Here we go. This is the area. Red is red is more than 3 meters. Orange is 2 to 3, and then yellow is less than 2.
Okay. What I'll say about surge, anywhere along a beach or anywhere along a river delta, any very low-lying city will have to worry about surge, especially north of the landfall site.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on the flip side, areas south of the landfall will actually have the water drained. They'll have
Yep.
reverse surge. So in those areas, you don't have to worry about the surge at all, pretty much, south of the landfall site.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting
Now,
though to show them highlight nearly everything there as more than 3 meters, even though they're south of the landfall.
I mean, they'll see. So some areas will have different oriented coastlines, and therefore will
Yep.
still see surge, but they're not going to see like the probably 20 plus feet that the main landfall site will see here.
Yeah.
Because consider this is a system undergoing an replacement cycle that was just a Category 5
Mm-hmm.
and did not have a small core, very very large core. So you mix those three things together, you're going to get a monster storm surge.
Mm-hmm.
So north of this system absolutely will get a strong storm surge, and like any river delta, any little low-lying coastline, low-lying town. Yes, you guys have very, very substantial reason to be concerned about the surge.
Yep. It's also
So,
just going to be right around here where I'm highlighting would be the
but
worst surge.
historically, histor- historically speaking, the east coast of Luzon very rarely gets big surge impacts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, because obviously the east coast of Luzon is basically just a huge mountain. So
Yeah.
it's it's very hard to actually just get proper surge impacts there.
If I mean, you have the positive of less surge, the negative of stronger winds and worst flooding, like mudslides, stuff like that.
On the southern part of the track, you mean?
Well, no. I'm saying that those mountains, since they're more resistant against storm surge, it's a trade-off
Yeah.
for worse winds and worse rain impacts.
Also, very complicated impacts, I guess is a better way to put
Yeah.
it. So, yeah. It's kind of the most important things to note about it right now, I guess, because I'll say after this system, for you guys in the Philippines, you guys will experience a significant break.
Yes.
And the main season of this year, you guys could. I wouldn't let your guard down for December. There could be another system in December that forms. Maybe one last system that kind of moves through. It would probably be south of northern Luzon, so probably areas like middle of Luzon south would probably have to worry about it. But very low probability of forming anyway. And then after that, it's on to the next Westpac season, which, you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's the Western Pacific. The Western Pacific can always get a typhoon impact. It's just that this rate of impacts where you get 6 typhoons in 8 weeks or something.
Yeah.
No, just no. That's not. Do not worry about anything like that. If there was a system, it's one system probably that
Yep. I've done, let's see, about the total
that we
typhoon
would know about well ahead of time.
threats.
So
I've done 6 live streams in the past 3 weeks. Just insane.
yeah,
So many systems
Usagi,
impacting.
Taraji, Kongray, Trami.
Yinzing.
I couldn't. By the way,
Mm-hmm.
I want to mention this. I couldn't even imagine what would happen if Kongray was in the Bay of Bengal.
Oh, yeah. The amount of surge
I
and stuff like that.
fathom that.
Mm-hmm.
Like we talk about surge with this system. Could you even fathom the storm surge that
Yeah.
Kongray would bring to Bengal?
Insane.
Yeah, like. Oh, yeah, is that Krathon as well? Where did Oh yeah, Krathon was Taiwan, and
That
then
was a month ago. Then we have Babinka 2 months ago. So 8 live streams. The 8 most recent ones were in the Western Pacific because the Atlantic ones I was chasing.
it's Francine, Yagi.
And Gaime's down here. 2 live streams on Yagi.
Well, yeah, because Yagi was ridiculous.
Okay, then 4 on Barrel.
I thought briefly yesterday that Yagi wasn't a Cat 5 looking at this stuff, and then I figured out that I was just looking at the wrong time.
Oh, okay, that's weird. Alright. I mean,
Because before it was.
I like my new thumbnails here. How I blend in the satellite with the cone and then the text and color.
Yeah, those thumbnails are good.
Yep. Kongray is the only exception of the recent ones, just because I wanted to show the overall storm against Taiwan.
Yeah, makes sense. Because Kongray was just that large. By the way, I have true color imagery of Kongray compared to this at peak if you want to show it.
Sure.
Give me a second, hold on.
High temperature's now up to minus 13.9 Celsius, so it's warmed by another 5 degrees.
This was a system at peak. To kind of show on true color.
Yep, I will pull this up on stream.
The absolute monster Kongray was in comparison. Both of these are at the same scale, what I'm going to show you, by the way.
Alright, hold on. First, I got 2 questions.
These are
or 2 things.
both at the same scale.
Hold on, give me one moment. I have 2 questions to answer here. First one is, how's the surge going to affect if someone's living near the lake? Because it's not even highlighted. I'm talking about Laguna de Bay. I'm going to pull up where that is. Laguna de Bay. Okay, that'd have to be Santa Rosa, Philippines, right down here. What would you expect for this crazy? This area.
Ooh. I would say, is this south of the cone? Yeah, it's south of the cone.
Yep. They're right in here, this bay.
East parts of the lake will experience a minor surge. That's the way I'll answer that. Eastern parts of that lake will experience a minor 3 to probably, I won't say 3 to 5. I'd say 2 to 4, maybe at most 5 foot storm surge.
So maybe a
which
1
is still
to 2
significant,
meter
but
surge.
Yeah, 1 to 2 meters, 3 to 6 feet. I think 1 meter around surge.
Wait, hold on. How many feet is a meter again? Isn't it 3?
A little over 3, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Somewhere around, give or take, like a third of a meter. But 1 meter surge is the best estimate I could probably give.
And then Jet D says, where is the eye now? Can you give us an update? So the eye's around here, just north of...
Tracking perfectly with the forecast one.
Yep. Huh? Sorry, repeat that again?
I said it is perfectly on that forecast cone.
Yeah, the thing is, it wobbled westward away from it, almost exited the cone entirely. Then it wobbled right back up to the north. It is moving slower than forecasted. Though,
That's for quite a wobbling, probably.
Yep, exactly.
What you're seeing there is probably really big turquoise wobbles.
Yep, it is around 24 kilometers slower than where it should be. It is around, I'm going to try and bring some locations up. The center is around 100 kilometers away from Camarines Sur, I believe, and around 310 kilometers away from Manila, and around 370 from Santiago, and 290 from its landfall location. So that's its current location. Alright, Crazy, you wanted to show me the imagery? Wow, okay. Can't wait to pull this up on stream. Comparison between 2 monsters. So this is our current storm, earlier, ManYi, at its peak intensity. And then we have Kongray, an absolute monster. Beast, nearly Category 5 there. And the size comparison is just... wow.
And to think, Kongray still grew even larger after that.
Yeah.
Which is the hard part to fathom.
The Eyewall replacement cycle. Just forming another Eyewall.
It was so big at one point, that it couldn't even really fit properly in the satellite zooms.
Oh, wow, yeah. Yep, that would
This
make
was
sense.
this was it during the hour replacement cycle. It couldn't even fit.
Yeah.
Like, look at that.
Alright, here, I'm gonna pull this up on stream. An imagery right there. Yeah, here, I'm gonna pull up the current imagery of
I
this
mean, that is a
storm
little
for
bit more
comparison.
zoomed in.
Whoops.
But, like,
Yep, hold on, I'm gonna
you
pull
can
up
see they're
here.
on completely different scales.
Yep, here's what ManYi looks like on satellite imagery right now. Once it loads. Yep, this big
Delayed.
right here. The whole storm fits in that imagery versus Kong Ray. Wow. It's the size comparison of the eye.
Yeah.
And then just the whole entire storm. Wolf3 asks, how are you still live? I've been live streaming for 7.5 hours now. I'm gonna keep going. Let's see how many
So
views
that's
there
pretty
are.
crazy. It's 5 a.m.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. I typically will keep
Then you have
streaming
to
until
feel like
I like to stream until I drop below 500 views an hour. Right now I'm around 1350. So I'm gonna keep going for at least another hour.
eventually, if you're really like not feeling great or you need to do something, like don't hesitate to hop off, man.
Yep, I
Trust
know.
me.
I'm taking
It's for
breaks every
even if it's
so
for an
often.
hour or two. Like,
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna be taking a long
okay,
break, and then I'll be back again for the live stream in the mainland areas.
okay, good.
I'm trying to get this to the most popular stream. It's at nearly 7,000 views, and my most popular stream was Trammy, which that one has 7.4 thousand views. So it's going to be like within the next 30 minutes or so. This will become the most popular stream I've ever done.
Nice.
There are still, let's see, 72 people watching right now, which is just insane. You can see what my average looks like at around below 20 compared to right now. Just insane. And then after tonight, everything's done. Okay, I'm finally going to be back to my normal routine. Well, without having to worry about another typhoon hitting the Philippines. So I'm excited for that, and I know that the Philippines are going to be excited for that, going back to a normal routine.
Yeah.
Curious how many days of school has been canceled for those who live in Luzon. Oh, in a poll I have, whoa, that has 542 votes on what signal warning you are under. 20% were under the signal 5, 21% were under signals 3 to 4, 35% from signals 1 through 2, 25% were not under any signal. So we can see that a good chunk of our viewers are in the impact zone.
Yeah.
And in around 26 minutes, we'll get a new Pagasa update that should show a new signal 4 warning being issued for parts of Aurora. Or pretty much potentially all of Aurora. We'll see though. Pagasa forecasts it to a maintained strength up until it makes landfall. I think roughly. I mean, they predict in 12 hours it should be the same intensity. What time, Crazy, do you think it will make landfall?
Um. What time? I mean, if it's moving it's probably looking at the imagery. Okay. Let me check halves and see.
I set the landfall timing in 11.5 hours, so that would be around 12:50 a.m. our time.
Yeah. I'd go with like 12 to 12:30, I think.
All
A
right.
little earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It could be give or take an hour, I think, between about 1:30 and 11:45, like 11:30 is
Mm-hmm.
probably your range.
All right. And do you think it will make landfall on these southern islands? You see the ones I'm
What?
talking about? Do you think it will make landfall in these southern islands?
Yeah.
You do or no?
No. Considering it's already bang on the forecast, I'd be pretty surprised to
Yep.
see him make landfall there.
I was wondering if it was going to make landfall all the way down here, the way that it
Although
shifted
I could
south or westwards. I was just waiting on it to curve back. And now it has. Also, I
with
believe
large
it's.
systems, you
Hmm.
can put
Yes?
with large systems and relatively stable steering currents, you can put a lot of trust into forecast tracks.
Hmm. The thing is, though, the
So
system.
you'll usually with
Hmm.
something like with a system like ManYi, you can
Hmm.
put a lot of faith into forecast tracks that are in relatively stable steering currents. Like if you have something like it's stuck or stalled or something, then obviously you can't put trust in the forecast track. But
Yeah.
when it's like this, where it's moving in a pretty stable direction at a pretty stable speed and not really much is expected to change, you can put a lot of faith into the forecast cone knowing it'll probably be close to correct.
Yeah. The thing I wanted to mention,
So
though, is the fact that it is moving more northwest than the cone forecasted because it's trying to correct itself. It may be trying to stabilize now in its direction, going straight towards the cone, but I mean, it was moving fast northwest. Like,
it's not gonna.
initially,
This is trochoidal wobbling.
yep,
So
it
I'm
moved
gonna I'm
this
gonna
way and
explain some
then
physics
this way.
here.
Hmm.
I want to explain some physics here. So you have the outer eye wall and you have the inner eye wall,
Yep.
and basically think of it like there's a barycenter in the middle of. You can, I guess that's not even the best way, but you'll basically what you'll see is it kind of oscillating. So you'll see it wobble to the west, then to the north, and to the west,
Yep.
then to the north, basically orbiting itself.
All right.
So
Yeah.
you'll see it wobble like this for a long time until our replacement cycle is complete. Remember when it peaked, the movement direction was relatively stable. It wasn't wobbling like this
Yeah.
because there was no outer eye wall that was influencing its motion. So you'll see in these types of systems a lot of trochoidal wobbling.
Yep. So that would make
Remember,
sense.
remember, Belavin?
Kind of. I don't remember its wobbles.
Mm,
That was like a year ago.
After its
Hmm.
main peak, the day after its peak, it basically, I have a loop of it.
Ooh,
It
okay.
it had crazy trochoidal wobbles. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Hmm.
Okay, so let me go to here, and then I'm gonna pull up these wobbles because this was Jova, not Jova, Belavin.
Okay.
Looking to see if I can find the loop of it because I know I have a loop of its motion. Here we go. This was Belavin's motion, so you can see the trochoidal wobbling.
All right. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, I can't pull that up on stream, but yeah, I see that. All right.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, so it's fine. You could full screen it probably.
Well, no. I'm
Go back.
saying I can't copy link and then pull it up. Otherwise,
Well,
I
yeah,
would
I
just
know, but I'm
download
saying
the.
there's a full screen thing there.
Well, no, I can see it. I just the
Yep.
stream can't see it because I'm streaming my Chrome tab.
Oh, never mind.
No worries. All right. So
But
in around
yeah,
20 minutes, we should get the new update. Maybe an additional 15 minutes for them to post it out. I don't know. Their last update they posted at, let me see what time. They posted it 12 minutes after, so yeah, maybe 20, maybe 35 minutes max until it comes out, but we should get a new update pretty soon. Relatively speaking, for me, relatively soon is 7.5 hours compared to 30 minutes isn't that much. Here was their error, where they forgot to color in signal 3 for Aurora. They had to comment it about it. So this was around 5 hours ago that they upped it to signal 3. So in theory, they should upgrade it to signal 4 next update. All right, Crazy. Do you want to talk about anything else with the storm, or how about
I
uh,
think for now,
Becky?
pretty good. I don't think there's a lot really else that we haven't covered. I mean,
Well, let's talk about Becky.
after Becky,
Yep.
I mean, probably just a short-lived Southern Hemisphere major that you kind of get at this time of year sometimes. We saw it last year with, I think it was like Lola or something.
Yep.
One of those systems.
How strong do you think it
But
is right
yeah,
now?
right now, you can get that image maybe 95 to 100 knot.
All right, so it's getting there.
It's getting close to major, yeah.
Yep. I was surprised by
Maybe
this. I
already
thought it
there.
was only going to peak as like a high-end tropical storm. It took its environment and just quickly developed.
Yeah, I mean, I had a pretty solid environment. I was looking at it and I was like, this is
Exactly.
pretty
Yeah.
good. I think we can get to a decent peak.
I remember
But
looking
yeah,
at its imagery as a tropical storm, and I was like, that looks pretty good, like too good for it right now. There's got to be something going on internally, and that's when you were just sending a picture of it developing a core or whatnot.
yeah.
Just saying that. Yep.
And I was like, yeah, I think this is going to do pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, Becky is not going to impact any land, not really a major risk. Although for the Southern Hemisphere, what I'll say is it is getting closer to that season.
Oh, yep.
I doubt the Southern Pacific is going to be completely dead like last year. I've never
Mm-hmm.
seen it like that. After the first system, it just died. The basin died. I've never seen
Yes.
that.
That was after
Like
Lola,
it,
right?
yeah, literally the basin just shut down.
Yep.
How do you get your one major in the off season, and then when it gets to the season, you don't even have a system? Like what?
My God. The previous year was pretty good, with Kevin and then another storm, and them just all
Yeah,
trailing Vanuatu.
Judy and Kevin. Yeah,
Yeah, that was a pretty decent season, just watching those storms one after
for us,
another.
Pac, that's not even. What's crazy is think about it. That's not
Hmm.
even that good of a season for Southern
Exactly,
Pacific.
though, yeah.
The Southern Pacific can sometimes have like 4, 5, 6 majors. It's very rare to. I feel like we're in like a record inactive period for that basin right now.
Yeah. I remember Kylie
Um,
was doing a documentary on it, like showing the death of the basin. And then we all
yeah,
thought, oh, yes, it's coming back now with Kevin and Judy, and then it just completely died out. Wolf 3 says, what basin? The
yeah,
Southern Pacific. That's what we're talking
yeah.
about. Right down here.
So close. We call it the Southern Pacific Basin,
Yep.
the South Pac.
Um, what about the
But
Southwest Indian Ocean? How active do you think
what
that will
has
be?
been reliable? What has
Hmm? Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I've heard somewhere Southwest Indian Ocean. I'm not really sure how to forecast Southwest Indian Ocean
Yeah, I don't know
activity.
either.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know
Yeah.
what the forecast factor is in play for that place.
Yeah, I mean, a good
Because
chunk of viewers, like a couple percent, are from Mauritius and La Réunion, and parts of Madagascar and Mozambique from Freddy. That's still one of my most popular
yeah,
streams, so I know that there's a good viewer base there. Not really Australia. Australia
well,
is like the same
Australia is
as
also
India.
extremely sparsely populated outside of the
Exactly.
south
Yeah.
half of the country,
Yep.
so that makes sense.
Hmm.
Um, and like that area as well, Mozambique, they're very cyclone prone.
Yep.
Mozambique is, I wouldn't say as bad as the Bay of Bengal, but they're still very bad
Yeah.
in terms of being extremely cyclone prone. Like Freddie showed every weakness in Mozambique.
Yep.
Adai as well, which that season, the 2019 season, I think it was very active in the
Hmm.
Southwest Indian Ocean. You had systems like Gemena. I want to think something. There was a Category 5 in that region, I think, that year. Can't remember which
What year are
storm
you
it
talking
was.
about?
The 2019 season
Oh,
was
okay,
it
that
the
I don't
20? I
know.
think it was 2019 through 2020 or 2018 through 2019. Very active season.
Yeah.
Very, very active Southwest Indian Ocean. There were several. There was
Oh wow.
Headserana or something crazy as well. There's a lot of them. Let me see. It was one of those 2 seasons. I'm gonna look it up
Mhm.
because I'm interested now.
Yeah, La
20.
Reunion is a pretty cyclone like active aware island. They track it quite a lot. They even I think that's the island that has a radar. Maybe it's Mauritius. One of those two islands has it.
Oh yeah, it was 18 through 19. It was
All right.
very active. Um, this season was crazy, and then let me see if this season. Yeah, 28 through 18 through 19. Look that season up. Very active. Several Cat
Let me
4s.
see. 2018 through 2019 season.
Yeah, Southwest Indian Ocean
Yep.
cyclone season.
There it is. Wow. So many systems. Yeah.
Very
Whoa.
active.
Yes. ITC. 10 tropical cyclones. Wow.
It's crazy because everyone forgets the season even existed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I literally never hear any discussion about any of these storms, even though
Yeah.
they're all very notable. Very notable Cat 4s.
Remember this one? Beautiful infrared imagery.
Kenneth as well, if you remember Kenneth.
Wow. Yeah.
And yeah. I wonder how strong this actually got. Hold
Mm-hmm.
on.
Wow, so many category 4s, 3s, and 4s.
I'm gonna actually ask in reanalysis.
Okay. Oh wow, yeah, record high number of storms, cyclones, and intense tropical cyclones. Deadliest
You know
season
what
on
killed
record.
this year though?
Mm-hmm.
From being the best? You
What?
know what killed this year from being the absolute best season in this
What?
basin? No ridging.
Oh, okay. So that means that
See
every storm
all the
went south.
tracks immediately. Yeah. Look up
Mm-hmm.
1993 through 1994.
1993 through 1994.
And you'll see the difference in that
Mm-hmm.
season compared to this one.
Oh wow, yeah. Everything moving westwards.
This season had some beasts. Latan from this season was
Mm-hmm.
extremely strong. I think there's a good chance that was 160 knot plus, which is
Wow.
extremely rare in this area. You could see
The
some of the
storm,
storms
yeah,
noted.
wow. Yep. I think this was one of the storms we tried to look at in one of the imagery archives. I forget.
Yeah,
This
it
was the
was.
storm, yeah, wow. And it was just at the edge of it where we couldn't see it.
Yeah, literally. And if you continue scrolling down, there's more just crazy
Wow.
systems here.
Yeah. Record high number of depressions.
Like sometimes this season can have literally better seasons than the Atlantic have.
Mm-hmm.
It's just rare.
Yeah.
Like this basin either is more dead than the Eastern Pacific in a Nina year, or it's literally more active than some of the best Atlantic seasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's very random, and it has a very. What you're noticing here is it has a very high rate of producing majors. Like
Yep.
when systems get going here, they almost always become majors in
Yeah.
active seasons,
What are your
which is
thoughts
pretty
about
crazy.
2021 to 22 this year?
Had a couple of decent storms.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Batsarai and Amnati. Okay,
Yep.
storms.
Those, of course, would be my favorite. I love the interaction between Vernon and the Tropical Depression '08.
I hate
They
it
just
because
circle
Vernon
it.
had a very high ceiling.
Yep.
If that storm wasn't there, Vernon would have been a beast.
Yeah. I love seeing it just completely fizzle out, and then this was.
And
Hmm.
and you know another bust as well.
What?
Veronica.
Veronica. Okay, when was that?
Veronica was another fail. That was a different season, but
Okay.
Cyclone Veronica was a fail. It became a Cat 4, but it could have been like
Hmm.
one of those RI Cat 5s. Like Marcus was notable in this region.
Hmm. I found Isa to be pretty cool. This subtropical storm.
Yeah.
It's so
Let me
rare
look at
that you get a subtropical storm in South Africa. Just pops out of nowhere. All right, what did you want me to look up?
Cyclone Marcus.
Cyclone Marcus. Whoa, that imagery looks insane. Wow. One of the strongest storms behind well, Gwenda's #1. Okay, and Indigo.
Yeah. The
That satellite image is insane. The amount of outflow it has, right?
yeah.
Wow.
We'll notice that's a commonplace in the southern hemisphere. Strong storms
Yep.
are very outflow dependent.
Yeah.
Um, like in the South Pack, basically, if you have dual outflow channels, you get a Cat 5. If you don't, you're not getting it.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Hmm.
Except for maybe something like a Winston, I guess. But
Yep.
yeah,
The eye has continued to warm. It's now -7.7 Celsius, getting closer to the positives.
it's just rebounding after
Hmm.
landfall here.
Yep. How high do you think it's gonna get?
I'm kind of wondering if the outer eye wall is large enough to where it's just getting shredded by the land.
Yeah.
That could be an interesting possibility as well. But yeah, um, I think the eye temperature will reach back into the positives here pretty soon.
Okay. Since let's see, when it was -13, only like 20 minutes ago was it another 7 degrees cooler. So in another 20 minutes or so, it might just barely approach the positives. Maybe another
Yeah,
30 minutes. How strong would you say it is now since we're approaching 18 Zulu?
same strength. It needs some time to recover its winds.
Hmm.
I mean, it looks
National.
better, but its
Yep.
winds are not any stronger.
Hmm. NHC had an update on Sarah right now. What do you think this system's gonna do? The one that had such a high potential. Crazy. Hello? No. Hopefully the stream didn't just crash.
I don't think it did.
No, hello? Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Alright, so I was
Yeah, I
gonna
can hear
ask,
you.
what are your thoughts on Sarah right now?
Huge rain threat, but omega bust.
Yeah.
I would actually argue something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna quickly argue.
Alright.
Sarah is the biggest bust in NATL history,
Wow, okay.
and I think that's a genuine statement.
What could be a worse
The
bust?
potential, nothing is a worse. Do you understand what kind of potential this had?
Yeah, it had such an insane ceiling. But, like, what's a closer? Or, like, what's the second most largest bust in Atlantic history?
I don't even know what could be comparable. Because think about it.
Mm-hmm.
We got a 40-mile-an-hour tropical storm out of something that could have been a 180 knot in
Technically,
NATL.
actually, we got 50 miles an hour.
Okay, but same difference.
Yes.
You got the complete opposite side of the coin. You could have had the strongest system in the entirety of the basin, and you got one of the weakest.
Yep.
So, it doesn't get much larger than that for a failure.
Yeah.
Very glad it failed. I'm very glad that it did not do that. But
Yes.
the
Fortunately, though, still heavy amounts of rain. There's like a foot or two of rain that dumped in just yesterday for parts of Honduras. I'm really just worried to see what the death count and damage count will be once everything's added up.
yes, the worst part of these Central America systems is they're always awful,
You don't need
no
strong winds
matter
to be a
what.
bad storm.
Yeah, at
So do you
least
think this is
currently,
it?
if there's
Do you think this is it in terms of storms in the Atlantic?
I maybe not. I think
Alright.
the Caribbean is still so warm that I think there's a chance you get some weird sheared system in December.
Okay. It's gonna be
But
interesting. Um,
other than that, I mean, the basin's practically shut down for any majors or anything.
Alright.
For this, it looks like.
How what about that disturbance in the Eastern
But
Pacific?
I want to note. I want to
Yep.
note something.
Mhm.
The Caribbean is still so warm. I don't think we're going to see the Caribbean fall below the status where it can sustain storms
You
this
mean
year.
like below 26 Celsius? You don't think it's gonna do that?
No, I think it'll stay 28°C
Yeah. Well.
through the winter at this point because it's literally still 30°C pretty much, and it's
Yep.
you know
Sure. I forget what they were
November
already in
now. So
November. Yeah.
I mean, look at the anomalies.
All right. Let me
Go
go
to
to.
cyclonic and look at the anomalies,
Mhm.
and you'll see what I mean.
Let me just pull that up. Oops. This is C analysis.
Well, it's 29°C, but you get my point.
Yeah. Uh, ensembles, tropical or Western Atlantic. Wow. Okay. And some areas are around 3 Celsius or 3 degrees, yeah, Celsius above average rain along the coast there. But that's in the Gulf.
You see, the Caribbean as well is extremely warm. Like,
Yep.
this is ridiculous. This map is insane.
Mm-hmm.
And go to the West Pacific in comparison, so you can
Pull it
kind of
up.
see what the storms have done there.
Western Pacific would be
Northwest Pacific,
north. Sorry, I'm trying to. There we go.
Northwest.
Got it. Yep.
You can see what the storm activity has done to the anomalies
Yeah,
there.
right in here. A big gap.
Yep.
Then you can see some gaps here from like another one of the storms. Oh, I know what would be better. 7 or 15-day anomalies, whatever this is. Yep. Northwestern Pacific. There we go. We can see how much it's changed right in there. Dark
Yeah.
Steve in chat says, I think we could get 1 or 2 more storms in the Atlantic. I don't think like a subtropical system's impossible. We've gotten so many.
Yeah. But as I said, it'll be sheared slop. It would
Yep.
either be sheared slop or it'd be something near the Azores that's like a temporary subtropical system.
Yep.
But we're now into the off season, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, for a season, I mean, the Atlantic has had a pretty crazy season. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest.
I remember thinking in the middle of September, like I was getting so sad, like I couldn't chase anything other than Debbie. I was like, wow, this season was just such a fail. But I was thinking, like, well, Ian happened in late September. There's still a chance that there will be activity late in the year.
And then,
Yeah, then everything just happened also late in the year.
yeah, I think Helene and Milton were a taste of West Pacific in the Atlantic as
Yeah.
well. They were not normal Atlantic systems.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Milton especially was not a normal Atlantic system.
Yeah, I mean, I remember thinking it was only going to be like a subtropical mess by the time it reached us.
Yeah, and then very clearly not.
Yeah. Right, and then.
But yeah, I'm gonna actually hop off.
Oh wait, I
though.
did
It's
want to ask you
getting
one last question though.
point. I'm gonna work on some school and stuff.
Right. Can I ask you just one more question?
Yeah.
This Eastern Pacific disturbance, anything out of that?
Maybe like a brief TC. I think the East Pacific as well is similar to the Atlantic, except one thing is it can actually produce off-season activity because usually the jet stream doesn't influence it too much.
Yeah.
It's just that the waters and the ridge kind of die.
And
So if
it'd
there
have
were to be
to,
any TCs in the East Pacific, they just kind of be stuck in place.
and they'd have to disconnect from that monsoon trough, right? Just get its own circulation going.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Well, thank you so much, Crazy, for tuning into the live stream for an hour. Really appreciate it. Makes it a lot
Problem.
easier for me. Thank you. All right. Talk to you later. Or maybe even tonight. I
All
don't
right,
know.
you
We'll
too.
see. Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was Crazy, everyone. We're about to get an update from Pagasa pretty soon that will show us whether or not signal forewarnings will be in effect for parts of Aurora. Just something interesting to look out for. Remember, if you're finding this stream informative, you can always subscribe. We're 3 away from getting 100 in a day, so please, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. We're so close there. Alright, and in terms of what the storm's looking like, let me zoom in. The temperature's stabilizing at around -7 degrees Celsius. It will probably undergo another warming period. Alright, Ryan Kajan says, I'm back, Hurricane Chase. What is the location or kilometers of the super typhoon to Camarines Norte? Let's take a look at that. So, of course, it's, getting closer and closer. It hasn't reached its closest point yet. Okay, please don't tell me I got teleported somewhere where I'm not supposed to be. Okay, I'm going to refresh this. Why am I... Okay, sorry. I was wondering where I was. I was all the way in Mexico. Sorry about that. Okay, here's the center, and then its location relative to Camarines Norte. It is around around 100 kilometers away. Around 85 from its closest point right now, ish. And around 115 kilometers from when it will be at its closest point to the province. It still has to track, like another 80 kilometers or so until it reaches its closest point to it. It's not going to make a landfall there, but it's going to be, within around 40 kilometers of the edge of the province. So, that's your update on it. Hope you like it. Alright, so this is about to be the record for most views in a day, probably. I don't know. We are around, in terms of stream-wise, we are around 7.4 thousand almost, which the max I've ever gotten was 7.4 thousand. Let me see how many views exactly I need to beat. Sorry about that advertisement.
I love you.
Sorry about that. Just trying to advertisement about something. Alright, 7,000. Okay, so almost 7.5 thousand is what I need to reach. Not too far away. We got around another 100 to go. So, just a reminder though, if you're liking the stream or if you have any questions about local areas or anywhere around the world, I'll be happy to answer. Pull this up. Any moment now, the new cone should pop up. Currently, it is around 130 knots or around 150 miles per hour. That's the latest update as of like Joint Typhoon Warning Center, not Pagasa. Any moment though, within the next 10 minutes, Pagasa should update. Then I'm going to take a little bit of a break. You are welcome, Ryan Kajan. And keep in mind, guys, this is not going to be it for me. I will be back again during its next landfall, when it's 3 hours away until landfall. So I got a good amount of 8 hours or so before then. Just check something off screen. I'd say within the next hour or so, the stream is probably going to end. Alright, we got new cone out. Let's take a look at it. Oh, okay. It's probably updated on Twitter is my guess, since I'm seeing people post all the graphics together. Nope, not up there yet. I'll just pull it up then. This is still, of course, the older cone. Well, it's this cone right here. That's the latest cone that they have. But then, wait, no, actually, they have an updated version of it. Hold on. I will pull it up right here. This is the newest cone right here. They still have it as a super typhoon over the next 12 hours, approaching landfall. I mean, of course, this cone is a little bit out of date, I think. At least timing-wise, but yeah, you can see how it's already past the islands now. It's just going to continue plowing through towards Luzon. And then signal warning-wise, let's take a look at the difference. And also the thing says, Super Typhoon Pepito continues to move west-northwestwards over the coastal waters of Camarines Sur. Alright, and then I'll show you all the difference from signal warnings. We have more extension of Signal 5 warnings now. Let's see, this is updated most likely. Just checking. Nope, that hasn't updated. And signal warnings were right around... Don't remember where they were. Right here. There we go. Okay, so now I can show you all signal warnings. Where they are right now. Okay, here's the difference. Oops. Okay, we have Signal 5 warnings in effect for the northern tip of Camarines Norte and the far eastern tip of Polio Island. We have Signal 4 warnings now where they've been cropped out a bit on Albay and Cachuandas. So, of course, this area has experienced the worst of it. We now have this whole area to go. In terms of Signal 3 warnings, they've been expanded throughout the rest of central Luzon. Does not include Metro Manila. Almost there. They're still under a Signal 2 warning. But in terms of Signal 3 warnings being reduced, we have parts of Sorgason now out of it. In terms of Signal 2 warnings, they have been extended slightly northward towards the northern tip of Luzon. And I don't think they've been extended south any. No, they have not. They have been canceled for parts of northern and Samar and northern eastern Samar, but not the northern Samar province. They're still under a Signal 2 warning. A Signal 1 warning has been extended to the Babuin group of islands now. and it has been cropped out of Leyte and Cebu and parts of eastern and southern Samar. So that is the current look of all signal warnings in effect. I'll try and pull up the bulletin now. Let's see, where is it? Would it be 14? I don't know. Yep, it'd be 14. Let's take a look at it. So the latest discussions right here, track and intensity outlook. Pepito will to move west-northwestward over the waters north of Camarines provinces, with a landfall or close approach over Calagus Islands not ruled out until this morning. It will then pass close or over Polillo Island between tomorrow morning and noon, before making landfall over northern Quezon or central or southern Aurora between this noon and afternoon. Afterwards, Pepito will cross the northern portion of central Luzon and the southern portion of northern Luzon along the upland areas of Sierra Madre, Carabello, and Cordelia, between this afternoon and evening. Pepito will emerge over the coastal waters of Pangasinan or La Union tonight or tomorrow, the 18th of November, early morning. Over the West Philippine Sea, Pepito will continue moving west-northwestward tomorrow. It may exit the Philippine Area of Responsibility, PAR, by tomorrow morning or afternoon. Outside the PAR region, the tropical cyclone will turn more westward or west-southwestward on Tuesday, the 19th of November. Now, this is just all out-to-sea stuff there. Okay, now the main thing, though, must be emphasized that heavy rainfall, severe winds, and storm surge may still be experienced in localities outside the landfall point in the forecast confidence cone. Refer to other hazards affecting land areas for more details. Furthermore, the track may still shift within the limit of the forecast confidence cone. So it could occur anywhere there in that cone. Right, Pepito will either remain as a super typhoon or slightly weaken as a typhoon over Aurora. Significant weakening will occur during the passage of Pepito over mainland Luzon tomorrow, but it will likely remain as a typhoon throughout its passage over mainland Luzon. So still will exit as a typhoon. Fortunately, though, it should just meander in the South China Sea and dissipate. That seems to be what we're hoping for. So if you have any questions about that, you can just be sure to ask them there. Winds have decreased to 185 kilometers per hour. Still forecasted to strengthen to 195 kilometers per hour. And then it shows that gustiness are as high as 280 kilometers an hour. It's moving west-northwestwards at a slower speed at 10 kilometers an hour. Of course, strong to typhoon force winds extend outwards of around 300 kilometers away from the center. Ryan Kajan says, Hurricane Chase, what is the closest distance to Camarines Norte when the super typhoon is here or passes by? Let's take a look at that. Camarines Norte, it gets complicated because there's like this little islands over here. Let's pull it up right here. So if it continues on the forecast track, its closest approach will only be around 20 kilometers away. But from mainland, it would be around 50 kilometers away. And it won't reach that area until another 90 kilometers, so maybe another couple hours still until it reaches there. Do we have radar back? Nope, radar is still down. Unfortunate. And the station on the Catanduanes Islands has bottomed out at 979 millibars and has gone up to 995. So you can see this line, maybe. I don't know if you all can see it. Yep, you can. I don't know why some of the images just disappeared. Maybe I pulled up something else I wasn't... Oh, there we go. That's what it was. Whoops. Okay. Sorry about that. Did not realize that's what I did. Okay. But yeah, as you can see here, well, now I'm going to go back to the other one real quick. You can see that the pressure lowers right over, oops, right over down here. This line right here divots down, and then it goes right back up. You know, typically when your pressure's the, okay, I exit out of it. When your pressure's the lowest, that means you're experiencing most likely the worst of it. Unless you're in the eye, then that means you're going to get hit again. So yeah, you can see down here the winds increased to around typhoon force, and then it started going down again. Oops. Okay. I see, thanks. You're welcome. Do you have any other questions? I'd be happy to answer them for you. On those who are just tuning into the stream, if you would, and you find it informative, if you would please just like and subscribe. I'm 3 away from gaining 100 for the stream. That's what I'm hoping to reach that. That'd be impressive. That'd be the most I've ever gained in one stream. Alright, Seti has a question there. Let me try and bring this back up. How long should it take to form a new eye, take into consideration that it 100% will form one? I don't know how long it's going to take. It might not even properly do it in time. It has around another 11 hours until landfall, so we'll see. I don't know though. I don't know if it's going to even do it. It's trying to, but it was interrupted by its landfall in the Canoanas. But yeah, we'll see. But if it does make a new eye, it could strengthen possibly, no, or stay a super typhoon. Yeah, it could definitely strengthen if it does it, or maintain intensity. It's going to try and rebound again. I'm going to save one of the images here. Oops, not what I was trying to do. There we go, there's the new update. Just save this. And then let me fix it on stream. Did I not save it properly? Could have sworn I did. Oh, come on. Nope, I didn't. There we go. Yep, that's a good look at it. Thank you all so much for making this my most popular stream ever. Really appreciate it. Just want to say that. Beats out Trammy. I'm curious of seeing what its Vorax satellite imagery looks like. Yeah, you can see that at the last moment it made a westward jog, then moved back northwest. Really looks awful now on satellite. But it's going to try and come back. You can see that moat on the northwestern side right here. Yeah, it does appear that the eye is going to be trying to open up a larger one soon. There we go. Okay, so this was around peak right here. Then you'll notice that western jog at the last few moments never crosses that line until after it strikes land and goes right back up to the northwest. Hard to believe I started streaming, let's see, it's 18Z then, so it'd be 8 hours, so right around here I started streaming. That's insane. But yeah, it's trying to undergo an eyewall replacement cycle. The northwestern side has fractured. Alright, I'm going to take a 10-minute break, I think, yeah. Roughly, because I've been streaming 2 hours straight. Didn't use the 5-hour break then, so I'm gonna do a quick break. Let me bring up the text. And that'd be until, oops, 2:34. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, I am back. Let me turn that off. Let's see, any questions? Nope, not yet. Thank you all so much so far for all the support. I'm going to be going for like another 20 minutes and then I'm going to call it a stream. So for the next 15 minutes I'm going to be focusing on this storm, and then in the final 5 minutes I'm going to be wrapping up, talking about what's going on. So, we have a still super typhoon, I believe. Yes, it is still officially a super typhoon. Signal 5 warnings are just starting to be canceled for part of, or downgraded to Signal 4 for the Catuandas Islands. Signal 5 warnings are in effect for the northern island of the Camarines Norte, parts of Pololo Island. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get Aurora upgraded to a Signal 4 or potentially even a Signal 5 warning in the coming updates. I was quite surprised they didn't upgrade it to a 4 yet. They're probably just about to do it. Likely within the next 3 hours. But yeah, you can see how many areas are under a Signal 3 warning. Most of these probably potentially going to be upgraded to Signal 4 warnings, especially wherever the center decides to go. If it goes up here, if it goes down here, too early to say. And Metro Manila is under a Signal 2 warning, if you all are wondering. Prince Luffy official blog says it is a let's see, it is signal number 3 here in La Union. Yep, I believe that's just been upgraded recently. So I mean, it's going to be likely a typhoon by the time it reaches you all. Still. Wolf3 says, "What do you mean by AM?" AM as in Philippine time, because there's a clock on the bottom left. Prince Luffy says, I received a message from NDRRMC. I don't know what that is, but that is probably good then, that you got a message from them. You're welcome, Wolf3. You said Barras is in calmer waters. I don't know where that is, but sure. But yeah, here, as you can see, they're still forecasting it to remain a super typhoon by tomorrow morning. And by tomorrow night, it will finally be back in the over water in the South China Sea. Still as a typhoon, exiting the Philippine area of responsibility the following day, Monday morning, and then going over into the South China Sea entirely. Now as a weakening system and potentially dissipating here. Too far out to say if it will impact Vietnam as a remnant low. Doesn't seem like they're going to get much. Similar to what I think it was Tarashi did. I don't even know at this point. Yinzing, that's the storm. I forget I'm doing an animation on it. Oh yeah, just a sneak peek. I am doing an animation on Yinzing next. That animation will be releasing on Sunday at noon Eastern Standard Time. So that would be in, I don't know how many hours. I'm going to have to animate that, okay. Oh. Wait, no, I have tomorrow to do it as well. Okay, I'm good. Prince Luffy says disaster risk reduction. Alright, National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. Okay, thank you. So yeah, just a heads up, I'm going to be releasing an animation on one of the typhoons that I did a live stream on. I don't know what I'm going to do next week. Would you all rather me do an animation on this storm or Eyewall? I think was the name of the last one. Let me check. Yeah, would you all rather I do a live stream on, or an animation on this storm here, Pepito, or would you want me to do the one of like 2 days ago, Eyewall? So I can do streams on both, or I can do animations on both. Just which one would you want me to see first? Prince Luffy says, just received a message, so creepy. I mean, it's probably eerie. I don't know if it has an alarm or anything. I've never been to the Philippines, so I don't know how that stuff works. Well, that's something I forgot to pull up. Ramby, let's take a look at the tropical cyclone wind field. Right now, right, still, we got our Category 4 winds not impacting land right now. We have our Category 3 winds over here, also not impacting land, fortunately. Category 2 winds have broken up, so it shows it is trying to weaken at least some. You can see doesn't reach this side. Then it continues over here. Also not impacting land. Fortunately, most of the storm isn't impacting land. Now, if we go to typhoon force winds in general, barely not touching land at all. And then damaging winds are touching land in the Camarines. At least from this thing, I don't know how accurate that is. I guess on current track, maybe. Trying to see where the storm is compared to... yeah, that might be accurate, yeah. Keep forgetting how far away, or how long I've been streaming. So yeah, it shows that tropical storm force winds are still potentially occurring in the Camarine Islands. Not much, though. And it is still approaching Polillo Islands now. And we can see it a lot better on this other view on the right there. Whoops. Right in here where the tropical storm force winds are occurring. And then we go over to the broader winds right now. Okay, well, I'm going to have to do this again. The 20 knot winds, showing at least some gusty showers and whatnot, starting to impact parts of Manila. Right over here, and then the rest of the island, Polillo Island, Camarines Sur. So I do really love this map because it shows you what the winds are likely right now. Likely at right now. So this is pretty helpful. It does show the overall circulation of the system right in here. Then it funnels back and then it goes like this. But of course, with systems moving this direction, the strongest winds are going to be on the northern side, which is why you can see only typhoon force winds are occurring on the southern side, not even Category 2 through 4, even though it's such a strong system. Strongest winds are occurring over here, likely nearing super typhoon intensity there. What about San Fabian pin? I don't know where that is, but I'm going to search it up. Okay, I believe this is the area then. San Fabian, they are under a, let's see. They are under a Signal 3 warning. Let me pull up what that means again real quick. Alright, so that's around 90 to 110 kilometers per hour. They may get just barely 90 to 100 kilometers an hour within at least 18 hours. Once again, just make sure you're in a structure that can withstand those kinds of winds, and don't be in a low-lying area. And just try not to be outdoors. Then it should be canceled. Any activity outside. Let's see what else. The rainfall impact there would be. All right, is this a new update? Ooh, okay. We now have rainfall advisories out and stuff like this. Okay, so first let's go off of the rainfall forecast. These are the potential impacts expected today. This is a new updated thing. Torrential rainfall, intense to torrential rainfall expected for the Catawanas, Camarines, basically coastal Luzon up until Aurora. And for you, that would be around 100 to 200 millimeters, heavy to intense rain. Metro Manila is in the 50 to 100 millimeter range. Tomorrow, impacts for you are expected to be an additional 100 to 200 millimeters. Same thing with La Union. Locos Sur and Zambales could still get some rainfall, and then the rest of these areas could just get light showers. Now, in terms of the rainfall advisory, number 1 issued, light to moderate rains are expected over Rizal and Laguna. Over here you see the green color meaning it's affecting, and then this bluish color, light to moderate rains over there. So Quezon is also getting a decent amount of rain. So I'm guessing they only issue rainfall advisories for these areas. I don't know why. You see their thunderstorm thing earlier. Yeah, they only issue it for there. Do any of you know why that is? Like why they only issue it for this area that they focus on? Prince Luffy says it's hard to sleep. I feel like the storm is approaching. Don't worry, you have more than enough time to go to sleep, and then I'll be streaming again when it's hitting. So don't worry, you can always just tune back in. I will be here for you. Don't worry. I want to see what Becky's doing. Nothing much. Trying to get itself together. Nothing too insane, though. Eye temperature is in the positives, 8.6 degrees Celsius. Alright, so just a little bit of an update on my plans right now. Those who have attended long enough, I'll tell you about the hurricane season animations. Alright, so for the Atlantic, I'm going to have to get updated on this tomorrow and really the following day after. I'm currently animating all of this stuff. Sarah's nearly dissipated, so then I'll be able to just be on that grind trying to finish this up. I don't know when I'm going to release it because I don't want to release it prematurely. And then, another storm develops. I also want to make sure as much of the damages can be tallied as possible so it's the most accurate. It's a preliminary animation, so it is a bit early. The analysis should almost be final, though. Just have to finalize Sarah whenever it dissipates. Unlike the National Hurricane Center, they'll have to, go through all the storms and do tropical cyclone reports on them. Eastern Pacific, I'm also working on. This animation should be done a lot quicker. We'll have to animate this storm and all that stuff. Western Pacific typhoon season. I'm also working on that. I'm just getting really started on it. I started a week ago on it, so I'm getting caught up with that. Eastern Pacific and North Atlantic, I'm caught up to date. Just have to finish adding damages, stats, stuff like this. The Western Pacific, I'm still animating where the tracks go and stuff like that. Keep in mind, there's still storms ongoing, like this storm. So I can't do this until it finally dissipates. North Indian Ocean, I have not even started yet. But keep in mind, it is the quickest one, so I should be able to complete it in not a lot of time. Oops. Okay, so that's my overall plan on what to do with that, and in terms of what I'm going to be doing over the winter, I'm going to try and animate 2017 in the Atlantic. And get that out of the way. Let's see. Iamnitz says, so far here in Taguig City, near Metro Manila, no rain or gusty winds whatsoever, but probably will change hours later. Yep. Remember, I'll be doing another stream when impacts continue to occur then. So far, areas that have experienced the worst conditions would be anywhere roughly in here. Should be just getting better over time. The areas in this region have yet to experience their worst conditions, so it's not in the clear yet. So just a reminder there. Mr. Peach says, do you still do hypothetical seasons? I will be doing those again. I'll be doing the Atlantic and Western Pacific because those seem to be doing very good. So, I mean, I'm going to give what you want. So, I will have to work on that over the winter as well. SS King says they're Typhoon now. What city coming Typhoon? Alright, if we take a look at the cities that the Typhoon's headed towards, looks like San Jose, Maria Aurora, Gabaldon, that rough area. That's where the center will at least pass through the core of strongest winds. Somewhere in this line should be able to get the strongest winds. If we take a look at signal warnings, though, we can see how expansive those damaging winds likely are going to be. Right in here. Mr. Peach. Yes. Alright, so let's go through a summary for the 4 remaining minutes. I think I'm going to end it. Let me just make sure the viewership is below my threshold. Yep, I'm going to try and raise my threshold over time so I'm not stuck streaming nonstop. Alright, so if we take a look at overall systems from least threatening to most threatening. Oops, okay, yep, right over here. Let's start out with the disturbance in the Eastern Pacific. Right over here, not named, doesn't have an invest designation. Could become a brief tropical depression, if anything. It's the remnants of Fortini from a while ago. Not really going to do much. Just going to fizzle out over here. Not really a threat for Mexico at all. If we go over to our previous live stream, storm, Usagi, looks like its remnants are just getting stretched out right here. Yep, opening up into a little bit of a trough. Not as much of a circulation, especially on the southern side. Southeastern side. It's just being tugged by the coastline right here. We got winds going this way, then the curvature this way. Really just dissipating, so no more rain really expected with it. Should be mostly over for you all in Taiwan. Now if we go over to Sarah right now, Sarah is currently a tropical storm still. 45-mile-an-hour winds headed towards Belize as a tropical storm. Should potentially dissipate by the time it reaches the Bay of Campeche. We'll see though. Still have time for things to change. We won't know until actually, it passes into the Bay of Campeche, how organized it is, and if it will impact Florida. Then, of course, we have Cyclone Becky, which is a Category 2, likely nearing major typhoon status. Right down here. Fortunately, it's out to sea and not really impacting anyone other than shipping concerns. It would be, keep in mind though, Port Rodriguez, I think, and Mauritius are in the cone of uncertainty. So just keep in mind, there is a potential that the system could go towards your direction, but it will be weakening, so it's going to be a weaker storm by that point. And then our last storm, but certainly not least. Mr. Peach asks, are there any more disturbances in the Western Pacific? Nope, not right now. As of now, the basin is going to be shut down for maintenance. But right now we have Super Typhoon ManYi, also known as Pepito in the Philippines. Should make landfall within the next 10 hours or so. Give or take like 2 in the central Philippines. Could rebound in intensity-wise. It's a little bit too far out to say. Keep in mind, though, I will be doing another live stream on this because it is going to be a typhoon threat. Even if it was just a tropical storm, I'd be doing it. Unfortunately, it is going to be a likely Category 4 monster by the time it hits mainland Luzon. Really hoping it doesn't get that strong. Hopefully it's just going to be on this stalling phase and intensity-wise where it's not getting its act together. We'll see. I mean, it certainly has time, 10 hours or so, to try and rebound in intensity. High temperature briefly got into the positives, now is back into the negatives. But yeah, thankfully though, this seems to be the last thread. Just a reminder though, I will be streaming again, so if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe, so that way you'll be here during the next stream. Yeah, if we could just get one more subscriber, I'm trying to get 100 subscribers in one live stream, so if we reach that, that'd be amazing. We're one away. So yeah, if you're currently watching the stream not subscribed, you should certainly do that because I will be back again. Because I just want to make sure you all are informed. Oh, boom, we reached at 100 subscribers in the stream. Thank you all so much. And I'll see you all in the next Typhoon threat, or Cyclone threat in general. Goodbye.